where he could see miles of desert, but he would have one blind spot, the glare of that single light. The light was exactly positioned between the tower and the interceptor. When Danny pushed the car down the shallow slope of Boscombe Field Road, following the example of Ted and his fellow escapees, Simon didn't see it. Whether or not he saw the tail lights when she started the engine a half-mile away, it hardly mattered. She was gone. 8. The miles swept beneath Danny's wheels. The interceptor rode on wings of darkness through the night, its headlight beams burning a path through the shadows. She rode the center line, and the road became a swiftly flowing river of stone running through a black tunnel toward a distant, unknown goal. Features whipped past, stark forms of rock, skeletons of trees and bushes, fences flashing their Morse code of posts and rails. Sometimes a sign would emerge from the dark, its reflective surface glowing like a one-eyed cat, looming large. Then in a stroke of light it would be gone behind her. The roar of the engine and the thrum of the tires became a dirge for a dead civilization. The thunder of blood in her ears kept time to the growling threnody of the machine. Danny drove until the gasoline was gone, and found more, and drove again until the sun rose, always searching, her mind analyzing the words in the note for clues to Kelly's plan. Danny had a new working hypothesis, but it meant covering 1,000 square miles, or 10,000. She needed something more to work on than the speculation that Kelly would head for San Francisco, because she'd been there before. She sought a clue, what the better detectives called a tell, some unconscious action that directed attention toward what the suspect wanted to conceal. There had to be a tell somewhere in the note. Danny had the thing almost memorized. It had to be something in the loose handful of facts she knew or could guess. She knew, for example, that the Mustang had a driving range of between 230 and 260 miles from full to empty. It was on half a tank when Kelly stole it. So assuming she took the route Danny thought most likely, Kelly would have had to fill up the tank in Riverton Junction. Danny had surreptitiously checked the cash register of the gas station for a receipt that could have clued her to Kelly's earlier presence, but there was nothing to go on. Most cars carried 16 or 17 gallons of gasoline, same as the Mustang. There were 15 receipts for that amount or less on the 4th of July. Kelly would have used cash, so there was no telltale credit card slip with her blessed signature on it. Then again, Kelly could have taken a different route altogether. She might have heard there was trouble on the radio and decided to hole up somewhere, or she might have kept on going straight up to the 58 or the 99 to the 5 to San Francisco. 8 hours driving at most, if she kept the hammer down and didn't stop to eat, which she wouldn't. It seemed like Kelly could go days without eating. If she made it to San Francisco, she was either dead or very, very lost, and Danny would not find her on her own. Danny's hypothesis stopped working about 2 tanks of gas away from Forest Peak. San Francisco, Las Vegas, Glendale, Arizona, even Tijuana, Mexico. A determined girl could make any of those places from Forest Peak in a single day, and still have time for a restaurant meal afterward. Hell, she could cross the entire country in 4 days. So Danny stuck with the current hypothesis. It was that, or concede her mission was insane. She kept on driving through the night, the white lines whipping under the interceptor like tracer rounds from a .50 caliber machine gun. She had forgotten everything behind her. Amy, the other survivors, the airfield, they were old memories. By dawn, her mouth hung open and her face was pale. Her eyes were glassy and vacant. She saw herself in the rearview mirror, and for an instant she was looking at a zombie, not herself. She snapped her jaw shut and pulled off the road, to rest for a while beneath the tortured limbs of a piñon pine. It stood beside a dry creek in a plain of cheat grass and red brome, 2 non-native species that had wiped out most of the local vegetation. Danny felt a certain kinship with the tree. There was another non-native species around, and it was wiping out the locals too. Danny woke up startled, her stomach lurching with a sensation as if she'd caught herself falling. Immediately she scanned her surroundings. No zombies in view. The interior of the car was sweltering hot. Danny had opened the windows only a couple of inches despite the heat. She didn't want anything reaching in and grabbing her while she slept. Now it was 8:45 in the morning. She had been asleep for 2.5 hours. Time to get moving again. She started the engine and rolled back toward the road, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. And before the wheels were back on the tar, another piece of the puzzle had clicked into place. Kelly had mentioned that social reject Zap Owler in her note. She wrote of how Owler sold methamphetamine at the go-kart tracks in the flatlands. And she specifically mentioned the one Danny had taken her to for her 7th birthday. That was Cartland, in Potter. Danny remembered that Kelly didn't seem to enjoy it much, but she could sure drive. That little face in the big red rental helmet, pale with big dark eyes, Kelly's expression set and grim from the moment she stepped onto the track until the end of her 3rd race. Danny hadn't been able to beat her, even though she'd started ramming Kelly's cart from behind. Her theory at the time had been that Kelly didn't weigh anything, so her cart had a speed advantage. But in fact, the kid was a born driver and determined. Kelly had a grape slushie after the races, and then she was in the bathroom forever because she had to completely drape the crapper with toilet paper, forming a hygienic bird's nest around the seat. Danny's sinuses started to ache. Tears wanted to come. She inhaled and exhaled and pushed the loss back down where it wouldn't get in the way. Her hands were locked hard around the steering wheel. They had some good times in there, Danny thought. A few. She had a terrible feeling those were the only good times Kelly ever had. But she had to keep her mind on this clue, if it was a clue, to Kelly's plans. Danny thought Kelly was smarter than she was by a fair amount, but she wasn't more clever. She didn't yet know the means by which people give themselves away in conversation, reveal their thoughts or motives. Danny, however, had spent years doing it. First in Iraq, trying to second-guess those poor, inscrutable bastards that had to call the place home, and second, in the American police business. Nobody knows how to talk straight to a uniform. Danny had the note out, pinned to the steering wheel with her right thumb. Zap Owler cooks speed in his kitchen and sells it down in the flatlands at go-kart tracks, including that place by the freeway you took me for my 7th birthday. There was something to that. Why did Kelly mention that particular place? Why not the track in Riverside they went to a couple of years later with Danny's then-boyfriend Kyle Williams? Or the school outing to Race World, where Kelly won $5 off Mr. Carter by winning 2 out of 3 kart races against her classmates? Mr. Carter, the porno king, Kelly had written. Danny folded the note back up and stowed it in her pocket. She couldn't see a reason why Kelly would name one track over the others, unless it was on her mind for some unstated reason. Danny had been there each time, and they'd had about the same kind of fun. If Owler sold speed at Cartland, he sold it at the other tracks too. They were all about the same distance away. But it was Cartland she specifically mentioned. The town of Potter, where Cartland was, connected to the big roads. It had a railway station. Amtrak came through that way. You could get to Colorado by morning. It was a fair-sized town where strangers wouldn't stick out. 3 gas stations, a bunch of fast food places with those 100-foot-tall signs off the freeway, and an ideal place for a teenaged girl to gas up a car and take her pick of destinations. Danny felt a terrible sense of foreboding. If Kelly had gone to Potter, her next step could have been toward anywhere. The trail would run cold. But Potter was the one place she had mentioned in the note besides Forest Peak and Iraq, and Kelly didn't have a passport, and she wasn't nuts, so she wasn't on her way to Iraq. The Interceptor's low fuel light came on. Danny's reasoning hit the wall with the idea of Potter. If that's where Kelly went, Danny would have to start looking along all the major routes, following the roads and the train tracks across the entire American West. She scoured her brain for some limiting factor, her right foot jammed to the floor of the Interceptor as she raced the machine toward Potter. What about money? Kelly could have stowed away any amount from $200 to $1,000, Danny guessed. She had her own account at the bank, and she'd had a part-time job at the Quick Mart since graduating high school, plus a little extra income helping Amy down at the veterinary clinic. How much? Could she afford the gas, or a train ticket to New York, for example? The money had to go in the unknown category, and again Danny cursed herself for not knowing more about Kelly's life. She had been unforgivably incurious about her sister's daily existence. All this time, Danny had been accusing Kelly of being morbidly self-absorbed. Now Danny could see with excruciating clarity that the self-absorbed one was herself. She remembered her own drunken harangues, the hours of browbeating and railing against what she saw as Kelly's obstinacy and selfishness, and she felt fathomless regret. Every minute of it had been nothing less than abuse. At that moment, Danny wanted a drink more than she wanted to breathe. Car needs gas, driver needs buzz. Gotta have it. But her supply had run out the previous evening, the precious fluids sloshing lower and lower in the flask tucked between her thighs. Potter was only a few miles ahead. She could recharge all fluids. Now, what else besides money would shape Kelly's thinking? Danny couldn't come up with anything in the note, so she conjured up the map in her mind's eye, intricately detailed around Forest Peak, getting less and less informative as it extended outward. Was Kelly even on the map? If so, was she alive, or dead, or undead? Only time would tell. And maybe not even that. Time. Undead. A set of rusty little tumblers in Danny's head turned over, and there was an idea back in there somewhere, if she could just reach it. Danny teased it out of the shadows. Time was a variable. It would shape Kelly's behavior. That was it. Kelly fled Forest Peak sometime after midnight on the 4th of July. She could have driven all night. She probably did. That would have placed her in Potter by morning, long before the crisis began. Would Kelly have stayed in Potter for a while? Things began to break down by around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If she was listening to the police radio in the Mustang, as Danny was sure Kelly would have done, she would have known of the disaster sweeping Los Angeles long before most people did. She might have decided to stay where she was until she knew what was happening. No, Danny didn't think so. Kelly would have seen the disaster as the hand of fate trying to push her back to Forest Peak. She would have taken it personally, just as Danny had. She would have pushed on. Danny wiped a rivulet of sweat off her face. The air conditioning was blasting, but her skin was wet. Her heart thudded against her ribs. She was digging down to the last variables, the last possible conjectures she could make about Kelly. Soon it would be time to stop wondering and start searching, and there would be nothing to think about. Nothing she wanted to think about, at least. That's when the bottle would come in handy. Would Kelly have gone on alone, even knowing there was a wave of death swarming the countryside? Would Kelly have gone on alone in any case? But Kelly didn't know anybody anywhere else. To push on the face of an ever-mounting crisis, all alone without a cell phone or credit cards or even a vehicle that belonged to her, would seem pretty daunting to a sheltered kid from a small town. It was the kind of thing even Danny wouldn't have dared to do back at that age, unless maybe Amy was with her. But Kelly didn't have any of that kind of friends. Friends. Maybe Kelly had a boyfriend or something, waiting somewhere for a liaison. Impossible to say. Danny simply had no idea. She always assumed every male with eyes was ogling Kelly, the gloomy goth girlie with longer legs than her big sister, and no colloidal burn scars over 30% of her body. It was part protective reflex and part jealousy to think that way, Danny knew. She hadn't gotten laid in the better part of a year, and she didn't remember the last time very well, on account of the many rum and cokes involved. She felt ugly, so she almost deliberately avoided knowing what Kelly was up to and with whom she was up to it. Was Kelly a virgin? Jesus, Danny didn't know anything. Danny wondered how long the fuel reserve would last before the Interceptor's engine quit. She still had a big chunk of road to cover before the next gas station. When at a dead end, go back to the last crossroads. Danny reached with her mind, back through the nightmarish week she'd just survived, to the events of Independence Day morning in Forest Peak. The last normal day in the history of the world. She had been hung over. She had just arrested Wolf, who was still drunk. She'd found Kelly's note. Ted was eating on duty, and there were firecrackers setting her teeth on edge. Was there anything else? Hadn't there been something somebody said? Something about runaways? A bolt of ice shot down Danny's spine. The sweat on her skin turned cold, and her mouth dried up. She knew. She was sure of it. A kid named Barry Davis. One of the faces around town. Nobody special. He faded into the scenery. The only reason Danny knew of him at all was that his mother was a pain in the ass, always calling the station to complain about Barry for things that weren't illegal. She was using the police as a surrogate to replace Barry's father, who had wisely run away, as Deputy Nick had once surmised. Barry Davis was reported missing by his pain-in-the-ass mother on the morning of the 4th of July. If Kelly was going to have a friend, a boyfriend, whatever, it was going to be Barry Davis. Why? Because they both faded into the scenery. Two of a kind. Holy shit, Danny said aloud. If Danny was right, and she felt sure she was, Kelly would have waited in Potter. Would they have remained there while the crisis spun out of control? Danny realized she once again had no idea, and now she was imagining the Interceptor's engine was beginning to miss. Was she about to run out of gas in the desert? Danny checked her wrist for the 10th time that morning, and for the 10th time noted that her watch was gone. It had probably been pulled off by one of the undead. Danny caught herself making plans for what she and Kelly would do after they were united again. She was dreaming. That was the worst thing she could do. Always think methodically. First, fit the facts together. Then fill in between them with the most likely hypothesis. After that, the educated guess. Maybe flip a coin. But never, ever hope. Because hope clouded the whole chain of reasoning, all the way up to the top. The moment you started in with that, you were limiting the outcomes to the ones you wanted, and that very seldom happened. Not in this life. Danny needed to remain absolutely clear about the hypothesis she was building, untainted by hopes that it might turn out better than expected, because this was probably going to go down the hard way. If Danny did find the Mustang, and Kelly was with it, she still had to face the 3 possible scenarios. Kelly alive, Kelly dead, Kelly undead. The engine starved a half-mile outside Potter. Danny walked to town in the broiling morning heat, the shotgun in one hand and the pry bar in the other. This was a king-sized fuck-up. If Potter had been hit by the disaster, and the total radio silence suggested it had, there could be twice as many zombies there as there had been in Forest Peak. Maybe a lot more, if a steady stream of refugees had reached it before the death got that far. Danny's boots scuffed on the road, and she saw that sand was beginning to blow over the paved surface, softening its edges. There was no traffic to sweep the road clean. At this rate, it would be buried in a couple of months. For the first time, Danny saw trash on the side of the road and didn't think of it as litter. She saw it as evidence of life. There was a Reese's peanut butter cup wrapper nestled at the foot of a creosote bush, and a plastic Jack-in-the-Box cup a few yards further along. The cup still had the lid on it, and there was a straw stuck through the lid. Someone ate the one, someone drank the other, and they chucked them out of a car window. And now they were probably dead. Danny was letting her thoughts wander when she heard the crows. And not only crows, but vultures. She didn't need a filling station. The traffic lights were dark, so there wasn't any power in town. That meant the gas pumps wouldn't be working. She had a coil of garden hose over her shoulder and a couple of empty plastic jugs. What Danny needed now was a vehicle with gas in it. Potter was laid out at the bottom of a hill. The edge of town was defined by railroad tracks running north and south, dividing the town from the empty landscape beyond, a baking hot plain of white, salt ground. An ocean floor some million years ago. Danny walked down the road into Potter, keeping to the center line, then headed down the hill toward the tracks across an area largely devoid of vegetation. She crossed a plot of land that had once, long ago, been a miniature golf course. A little green pigment still clung to the amoeba-shaped cement islands with their crumbling windmills and castles and lawn sculptures. She could make out the foundations of the clubhouse restaurant that had once stood there. It had burned down when Danny was small, before Kelly was born. But the miniature golf course hadn't been operating in Danny's lifetime. All that remained vital of the original place were some palm trees that had once lined the parking lot. Otherwise, it was difficult to tell what had ever stood there. Would the whole town of Potter look like that in 20 years, or would humanity have moved back in? Danny didn't see why they would bother, but somebody must have loved this town. She reached the hard white silt of the Saline Valley floor. The train tracks ran along a few hundred yards away. Danny crossed to them, her boots crunching in the arid dirt. The tracks were laid on a raised bed of clinker stone, and Danny saw that the once bright rails were already dim with rust. She thought water was required for anything to rust, but then again, the hot rails cooling at night would probably attract dew. Danny walked along the rails, stepping between the thickly tarred wooden ties. She still felt sore from the action in Forest Peak, with technicolor bruises all over her limbs, but felt like she could run if she had to, like she could fight if she had to. She just wasn't sure how long she'd last. The vultures circled in the blue sky. Flights of crows would abruptly leap into the air and circle from one perch to another, croaking and jockeying for position. Danny wondered if they were responding to a threat on the ground, or simply following the witless, reactionary groupthink of birds, the way pigeons and geese did. But Amy had said crows were the smartest bird. In that case, they were probably playing keep away from the zombies. She assumed zombies would eat anything they could find, not just men. This will give the crows a break, she thought. And then she saw the train. It was not an ordinary train. Almost the entire thing was painted in a camouflage scheme of swarming squares in tan, black, and gray, one of the digitally generated designs calculated for maximum visual disruption. But it wasn't one of the military service patterns, at least not one with which she was familiar. The rearmost car, the one she saw first, had a crew cabin at the back and a flat car section forward. Chained to the flat car was an M3A3 Bradley fighting vehicle. Tank-like in appearance, designed as a troop transport and a tank killer, this one sported a medium machine gun, a 25mm chain gun capable of delivering 200 rounds per minute, and an anti-tank missile launcher. Danny knew it well. She had almost died in a similar specimen. What this thing was doing in Potter, California, instead of in one of the several theaters of war where the troops were desperately undersupplied with functional gear, Danny could not imagine. It wasn't an ideal fighting vehicle. Although armored, its skin was aluminum. It sacrificed strength for speed. But in a typical civilian environment, the thing would be unstoppable. She wondered what had stopped it. Danny walked away from the tracks, out into the desert, keeping well clear of the train. She didn't think anyone was aboard. There were crows sitting on the barrel of the chain gun and walking along the top of the train cars ahead. There were 2 camouflaged troop transport cars in front of the flat car, then 5 ordinary civilian passenger cars in assorted livery. These were the only parts of the train not freshly painted in camo. Ahead of that was another flat car covered in a tied-down rubberized tarpaulin. Danny thought she recognized the outlines of a couple of Humvees under it. An odd detail was a machine gun mounted on the flat car facing the civilian cars. Ahead of that was a sealed container car, and ahead of that was the engine. There were some serial numbers stenciled on the engine, but they meant nothing to Danny. The train had pulled up to the station, she could see that much, but she couldn't tell what had happened after that. Maybe they were on maneuvers, killing zombies, clearing the town. But if that was so, why were the fighting vehicles still on the train? Danny would sure as hell have preferred to be inside one of those against a foe armed only with jaws. Had they abandoned the train, or left it behind for some future purpose? There was a coat of dust all over the top surfaces, which suggested it had been there for at least a couple of days. Danny felt the sun baking down on her, and Kelly's fate receding into the distance, and the urgent need for action overcame her caution in the face of such a strange discovery. It was time to get moving, whatever had happened here. Maybe there was a platoon of heavily armed men on the other side of town. Her shirt under the coil of hose was streaming with sweat, and her muscles were beginning to ache from holding the thing in place. Danny circled around to the front of the train, crossing the tracks about 50 feet ahead of the engine. She smelled it then, faint but unmistakable. Death. She moved along until she could see the space between the train and the platform. There was a mass of corpses. It filled the gap like an avalanche. She worked her way closer, trying to be silent. There was a sound, something like radio static. She kept the bulk of the train between herself and the undead, as they probably were, piled up against the bogies. A couple of crows took flight. A vulture spread its wings on a rooftop up in town, cooling itself off. It appeared to be praying to the sun. Nothing else moved. The noise was getting louder with each step, and now the full stench hit Danny's nostrils and poisoned her mouth. They weren't zombies. They were corpses, and they were swarming with legions of flies. Danny unhitched the compact binoculars from her belt and swept them over the heap of rotting bodies. There were at least 200, and probably considerably more. They were full of meaty craters, suggestive of gunfire. Danny put the binoculars away and moved toward the embankment at the end of the station building, keeping low until she could see down the length of the platform. There were piles of bodies there as well, some of them torn apart with limbs flung a dozen feet from the nearest torsos. She could see a heavy female corpse with its belly blown open. It looked very much like a hand grenade injury. Danny moved down the platform, keeping her back to the station building until there were windows. Then she split the difference between the embankment and the building, so she wouldn't have to deal with an arm reaching through the broken panes to grab her. But nothing stirred except the crows. There had been a massacre here, of zombies, not men. The men who did it were also gone, but Danny couldn't guess where. She was definitely looking at a pitched battle, though. There were bullet scars all over the place, evidence they'd been shooting wild. A further clue to recent events presented itself on the platform side of the train. The tarpaulin over the flat car was spattered with blood in irregular looping lines. The blood was dark red, turned to varnish by the sun, but unmistakably human. That was arterial spray from someone stumbling around on the flat car itself. Maybe the victim got shot or bitten. Either way, the injury told Danny there had been living casualties at the train. That meant they had been driven back to it, or driven away from it. Driven away was Danny's guess. Otherwise, why would the train still be in the station, laden with fighting machines? She found a corpse wearing military boots and the same digital camouflage as the train. The young man's throat was torn out. Brass shell casings littered the ground around him. Whoever had mounted the defense had not been able to retrieve their dead from the field. There might not have been any left alive. Danny realized there were flies crawling all over her exposed skin. She waved them off, and they immediately settled back down on her. The overpowering reek of corpses was making her throat burn. She needed to get away from here. She moved toward the embankment and paused. No signs of zombies, no moaning or stirring among the corpses. So far, so good. Danny scrambled up the embankment, using the white rocks that spelled out the letter R in Potter as stepping stones. Then she was up against a wooden fence at the top of the slope that ran along behind the hotel. There was a gate with concrete steps down at the far end of the fence, but Danny went the other way, where the fence ended at an empty lot and some dumpsters. Still no zombie activity. It felt like every deserted battlefield she'd seen. The parking lot was at the other end of the hotel near the steps, but Danny didn't want to approach it from the desert side. She wanted to come around the front of the hotel, so she could have a look at the street and find out what the hell happened here. It seemed like it might be important. If refugees had fled Potter, or some kind of military action had killed them, killed Kelly, for example, the voice in her head remarked, she needed to know. It was vital to the bigger picture effort of finding her sister. The street was thick with dust. The buildings created a natural funnel for the desert wind that blew up from the saline flats, and thick clouds of pale, sandy powder had settled over everything. There was no color. The dust obscured it. There were heaped shapes of bodies all along the sidewalks and against the many cars skewed in the street, some with open doors, some with bullet holes in the windshields. Danny could see hundreds of bodies from her position halfway down the block by the hotel, and there would be more on every street. Crows were picking at some of them, but not all. Danny suspected she was not alone here, although she was probably the only living human. She knelt, keeping her head up, and picked up an empty shoe that lay on the pavement. Never break eye contact with your surroundings. She saw 4 corpses at which crows were picking a few yards away, and 3 they left alone. She took aim at one of the bodies the crows were avoiding. The shoe whirled through the air and came down with a clump against the leg of a body lying at the curb opposite the hotel. Nothing happened. At first. Then, as Danny was about to move forward, the thing shifted its weight. She saw the head turn, as if on rusty bearings. It was one of them, and it sought the source of the disturbance. When it saw nothing, it settled back down and became part of the gruesome scenery again. Danny realized the street was a mistake. She would be better off taking a route through the hotel. If the zombies were in some kind of suspended animation right now, it wouldn't last. However they did it, they would sense her, as the ones in Agua Rojo had done. She went in through the kitchen door by the hotel's dumpsters and almost immediately found another zombie. It had been slumped against the walk-in freezer at the end of the central aisle lined with cooktops and fryers. A Hispanic male dressed in cook whites and black check pants. The fabric was stained and slimy at armpits and crotch. The zombie began to move a few seconds after Danny entered the room. There was a 2-foot rolling pin made of marble in a rack only a yard from her hand. Long before the zombie had gained its feet, Danny snatched up the rolling pin, then crushed the monster's skull with a single overhand stroke, caving in the tall white chef's hat. Black fluid poured out of the hat and spattered the white uniform. Aiming a second blow with the rolling pin, Danny dropped the coiled hose and the plastic jugs. She gathered them back up in a messy bundle and moved deeper into the hotel, gripping the rolling pin. She might keep it. It was better than a baseball bat. The hotel was silent. There were too many doors for safety. Sidling past each doorway, ready to strike, she found an elderly female sitting in an office down the hall beyond the kitchen. Her hair was white, knotted atop her head, and she wore an old-fashioned black dress with a high collar. When Danny moved into the doorway, the old woman looked up. The eyes were dead. The undead thing rose to its feet, taking halting steps toward Danny. She considered smashing its head the way she'd done to the cook, but instead Danny simply closed the office door. The old zombie scratched at the other side of the wood, but it didn't have the wit to operate the doorknob. There was a dining room beyond the office, in which Danny found a plump female zombie that had once been dark-skinned, but was now an eerie gunmetal color. It was dressed in some kind of aproned pink outfit, maybe a chambermaid. There was no door to close here. Danny would have to kill this one. She put down the jugs and the hose and broke eye contact with the walking corpse. When she looked up again, it was shockingly close to her. It came at Danny with a speed she hadn't reckoned on. She struck it haphazardly across the face with the rolling pin, knocking the nose and jaw profoundly out of alignment. The creature stopped, but only to reorient itself to Danny's position. Its fat hands whipped out at her. Danny swung the rolling pin again, and this time one of the zombie's slack-jowled arms came up in a distinct gesture of self-defense. The bones cracked, and the hand flopped loosely around at the end of the arm. Unfazed, it renewed the attack. Panic surged up inside Danny's chest. The thing's broken jaw worked up and down, the lower teeth so dislocated they waved out of the side of the face. Danny whacked it again, this time straight down on top of the head. The chambermaid collapsed, vomiting one long spurt of black liquid at her boots, then was still. Danny's heart was pounding. This zombie was fast, faster than any of the ones she had seen so far. The adrenaline kicked her thinking into gear. There were more capable zombies out there. Maybe it was because this one had been indoors, not rotting in the sun. It was still slower than even the dullest human being, but this one could move. Maybe some of the undead were faster than usual, the infection or chemical or whatever it was working differently on their nervous systems. Danny would have to factor that into her plans. Even here in Potter, she would have to amend her approach. She didn't want to find herself surrounded if they could react with the speed of this one. Danny was still formulating a fresh plan when a hand fell stiffly on her shoulder. Raw fear jetted into her system and she spun free, the rolling pin already coming up. It was the old woman from the office. Behind it, the office door stood open. She wasn't any faster than the others, but she had opened that door. Danny clipped the old thing in the mouth with the rolling pin on the upswing, then clubbed the white-haired head to the floor on the return stroke. The thin arms reached for her, even as the creature fell. The scars on Danny's back prickled and itched with the sudden injection of fear. Danny stomped once, hard on the wrinkled, sunken face. The skull broke beneath her foot like a china teapot wrapped in rags. The thing shuddered and went still. Danny felt growing terror, and she forced it to subside. Terror led to panic, and panic killed. There were French doors at the rear of the dining room. They opened onto a patio at the back of the hotel. The patio ended in a low, gated iron fence, and beyond that was the parking lot. Danny moved swiftly. Beyond the fence was space for 30 or 40 cars. The lot was full. The entire scene, from the hedges around the parking area to the buildings, the paving, and the cars, was entirely flowered in pale dust. There were bodies here as well. Danny could see the head and shoulders of a corpse or zombie propped up inside a jeep with a rag top and no doors. Was that only rotting tissue, or was it a threat? There were more of them on the ground all around. One was an infant. They were motionless, but no crows had ventured into the enclosed yard. Several birds were perched on wires overhead, but none had settled in the parking area. Danny was at the French doors now, crouching. She pulled the hose off her shoulder and uncoiled it. It was much too long. She had intended to siphon 2 gas tanks at once, but she would never have time. She cut the hose 5 feet from one end. That would be enough. She checked the action of the shotgun. There were too many things to carry. The rolling pin would have to stay behind. There was a minivan near the patio gate. It might offer some cover for Danny while she sucked the gas through the pipe. After that, the siphoning action would work on its own, and she could keep moving around the lot if she had to. Gravity would take care of the rest. Even if a dozen zombies were coming for her, as long as she could eventually make it back around to the jug and run away with it, her mission was accomplished. A gallon of gas was enough to get her somewhere safer, but the minivan would also obscure her view. She saw one of the 1980s Mustangs like her first, a few cars back from her position. An ugly piece of shit, but it offered a nice view all around, being a low vehicle. She could try taking the gas from that one. But would anybody that drove one of those mullet mobiles keep the tank topped up? A better car might have more gas in it, simply because the owner could afford it. Something was moving around inside the hotel, somewhere behind her. Maybe there had been a zombie upstairs that was coming down to investigate. She had to make a choice, now. Danny pushed the French doors open and moved outside. The heat inside and out was equally oppressive, but the air outside was tainted with the stink of rotting bodies. Nothing on the patio to be worried about. She saw a corpse, but it was a proper one, with the head bashed in. An iron umbrella stand lay next to it. There were useful skull-smashing weapons everywhere, if you were willing to improvise. Danny kept her body parallel to the ground and scooted to the hedge, then looked over the top of it. The longer she could delay her discovery, the better her chances of getting the vital gasoline. She scanned the cars and saw, from her fresh angle, an ideal candidate. A vintage 2-door Jaguar in good condition. It wouldn't have a locking gas cap, it would have a short filler tube, and it wasn't too far into the parking lot. Danny checked the ground for zombies. None between her and the minivan, at least. She hustled across that distance, then checked again, keeping her motions sure and swift. Momentum was key. She made it to the ugly Mustang, then scuttled crabwise to the Jaguar, keeping an eye on 2 bodies she could now see lying on the far side of the minivan. They might get active. She pried the filler door on the Jag's gas tank open and fed the hose in. The tang of gasoline fumes joined the thick, dull smell of decaying meat. A cloud of crows rose into the air. Danny followed them with her eyes, sucking the air out of the free end of the hose. She could taste the gasoline vapors and wished she had found a narrower tube. The hose took almost more vacuum pressure than she could create with her lungs. She could feel the resistance inside it, the counterweight from the rising column of gasoline. And then she heard the moaning. The undead beside the minivan stirred in the dirt. They weren't up yet. They were emerging from the trance or coma they had been in. Prey was here at last. One of the zombies was looking around now, its trunk supported on its arms. It hadn't yet stood up. Danny saw another one on the edge of her vision and turned to see a male zombie around her age. It was lurching toward her on naked feet. She sucked again at the hose, the negative pressure making her ears hurt deep inside at the corners of her jaw. This wasn't going to work. The minivan zombies had seen her now. She checked on the position of the male coming at her across the parking lot, and beyond it, she saw an old Mustang fastback. It looked a lot like hers. It was the right year, or appeared to be. It had the side markers and back, so it was at least a '68. But she couldn't tell what color it was. The discovery threw her concentration off, and she gasped, and the column of fuel fell back down the inside of the hose, and she had lost her chance to get the siphon working. Now she had another problem as well. She couldn't leave this parking lot without checking that car. She had to know. Danny didn't have a plan anymore. She threw herself across the hood of the Jaguar, raising a cloud of dust, and landed almost on top of a corpse on the other side. It didn't react. It was dead matter, but a foul, choking stench hissed out of it, obliterating the stink of gasoline. Danny saw the zombies around her. There were 6 of them, become confused. She didn't know how else to identify their behavior. They looked around as if blinded, and they moaned out of sync with each other. They lost the forward impetus that had carried them toward her. Danny felt an urgent need to vomit. The stink of the corpse she had stamped on was so intense it was like a smoke her lungs couldn't pull down. She retched once, then ran at the male zombie. It sensed her at last and raised its arms. Danny rammed the butt of the shotgun into its face, but didn't pause to deliver the killing blow. She kept moving, and a dozen strides later, the Mustang was right in front of her. Its color was impossible to guess under the dust. Dark was all she could tell. Danny rushed forward and reached out, ignoring the zombies that now surged stiff-legged after her, and the half-dozen others that were spilling through the entrance of the parking lot. She ran her fingers across the dust, and crimson streaks were left behind. So red and wet she checked her fingers to see if she was bleeding. It was not blood. It was candy-apple red paint. Danny turned around and fired the shotgun into the nearest mass of zombies. She didn't aim. It tore a glistening black swath through the dusty bodies. They swayed backward and kept coming. Danny reached out again and grasped the door handle, depressed the button. It wasn't locked. There was a good, solid Detroit click, and the door was open. Danny flung herself inside the car. It was a furnace-hot twilight in there, the dust on the windows cutting half the sunlight. There was no view out, except through the driver's side window where the dust had fallen away when Danny slammed the door. The zombies were 5 yards from the car. She slapped down the door lock buttons and gasped for breath, supernovas bursting behind her eyes. She had scarcely drawn breath since her boots sank into the corpse. Then she looked around to ascertain the thing of which she was already sure. This particular '68 interior was black on black, totally stock. There was the thin-rimmed, 2-spoke steering wheel with its 7 decorative medallions, the crooked chrome shifter on the carpeted transmission hump, the 5 round instruments in the sleek wood-grain dashboard. Breathe, Danny. Tucked under the chrome strip along the lower face of the dash, a receipt for gas from Riverton Junction, Texaco. On the passenger seat was the leather jacket Danny had left in the car the last time she drove it. As impossible as she'd begun to think it was, she was sitting inside her own beloved Mustang. With the paroxysm of relief came the stark realization that the trail had run cold. She'd found the car, but she hadn't found Kelly. She turned her eyes on the zombies. They were anonymous in death, slack-skinned and characterless and cement-white with dust, except for the wet punctures of their eyes. Danny saw that these had been secreting snot from their tear ducts. There were dark, gelatinous strings running down their cheeks from the eyes, like beached sea turtles. None of these zombies looked like Kelly, but there were thousands lying in the streets of this town. Danny saw into a future like a madman's vision of hell, in which she had to search every decaying face, and even then she would not know. How many more of these things had wandered cross-country? How many dead were lying in the brush, the ravines, the sewers? How many had turned to ash in the fires? There was so little chance of finding her sister. "But you found the Mustang." For once, Danny agreed with the voice, but with the knowledge that she had reached her first impossible goal came terrible responsibility. There was so much more to do, and now she was trapped inside a car, surrounded by hundreds of ravenous walking dead. She didn't have the ignition key. Again, Danny felt that sensation of tipping over the edge, of the great wheel of life turning beneath her feet, of staring into the void. Kelly had put the gas receipt right where Danny always put them. The car was in perfect order. It was ready to go, requiring only the key to bring it to life. Danny realized with a dismal feeling that she would have to jump-start the vehicle. As a cop, she could jump-start a bicycle, but she wasn't fast at it. The process might take longer than she had to live. The undead were right outside, separated only by a sheet of glass. Then again, Kelly might have been observing Danny's strict discipline regarding the vehicle, even after she stole it from the driveway. She'd even tucked the gas receipt right where Danny put them herself. If Kelly observed Danny's habits with the Mustang to the letter, it was possible she would yet save Danny's life. The zombies were on the car now, their hands and faces making smears in the dust on the windshield, clearing patches that looked onto the nightmare outside. Thumping on the roof, clawing at the windows, Danny could smell them in the fetid air. One of the things dragged peeling lips across the windshield, its graphite-colored tongue thrusting against the glass, teeth scraping. It was like the view from a coffin being dug up by cannibals. Right now would be an excellent time for a drink, an excellent time for a long, burning swallow of something strong, but there wasn't one to be had. Danny was either sitting in her own tomb, or... Sweating profusely, Danny reached up and flipped down the driver's side sun visor. The keys dropped into her lap. Part 3. Best Laid Plans. 1. Some part of Danny had curled up and gone to sleep, but the rest of her remained in constant motion, methodical and focused on the one and only task besides brute survival. For this, she didn't need a working hypothesis. She only needed a pen. She was drawing lines over every route she had covered on the map, with scribbled notes wherever there was a town. Culper, 350, NL, NK, food, drugs, hardware, Z. This was the name of the town, the population, NL for no life, NK for no sign of Kelly, then what stores in town might be useful, and finally Z for zombies. Danny had left the police interceptor by the side of the road outside Potter, taking the time to push it onto the scenic overlook and cover it with a blue plastic tarp she'd found outside town. She weighted the tarp down with rocks and guessed that inside a few days it would be so dusty as to become invisible. If somebody got into the vehicle and vandalized it, no worries. She had her pick of thousands out there in the world. She kept the Mustang's police band radio on at all times now, the glove box door hanging open to expose the faceplate and microphone of the miniature detective-style unit that was Danny's only concession to modifying the otherwise factory-stock car. Things were happening in the world outside her remote desert beat. There were a lot of survivors out there. Danny heard someone on the radio speculate that half of the population was still alive, so 150 million Americans, more or less. But according to the voices in the ether, they were engaged in costly battles with the zombies for possession of the cities, trying to clear out densely concentrated areas such as Chicago, Manhattan, and Miami. Denver was an inferno, as were San Diego, Los Angeles, and Seattle. Part of San Francisco was on fire. Hundreds of smaller towns were burning. Much of humanity, it seemed, had banded back together in large groups. That was an ancient survival strategy, of course, and mankind was returning to basics. It made no sense to Danny. For most people, having someone on your flank, even if that person didn't know shit about survival, was a comfort. For herself, and probably a lot of ex-warriors, it was better to be alone. Better to trust your own reflexes than to put your hope in some civilian with an undeveloped sixth sense that thought you could ever relax, even for 1 minute, and didn't know how to properly clear a building. And sometimes, even a seasoned partner could be dangerous. You never want to be the slowest contestant in a foot race against the devil. Danny was glad to be solo. It had been 2 days since she had seen another living human being. She listened to voices on the radio, some of which she was starting to recognize, but it wasn't the same as company. She never spoke back to them. She didn't want to get into arguments about joining a bunch of idiots calling themselves Wolverines, Rebel Alliance, or Ghostbusters. Most of all, these bands of survivors were sloppy. Every few hours, somebody somewhere would radio in for help because somebody else was bitten or missing or they were surrounded. And then the other groups would fall silent for a while, because in the end, even if they were playing at being soldiers, they were merely informal bands of people trying to survive. A variety of survival tactics had been adopted, with mixed success. Those that adopted a fortress approach did well at first. They were usually near the big population centers where the zombies were thickest, but supplies were running out. There were others that kept moving, the way Danny had wanted to do with her own convoy out of Forest Peak. But everybody was reliving the road warrior now that they knew the infrastructure was gone. Gangs were forming, casual alliances of hardasses looking not only to survive, but to prosper. They were looting, they were raiding encampments, they were raping and killing. Danny knew her tribe back at Boscombe Field wouldn't last half an hour against these marauders. There was something else, but Danny assumed it wasn't significant. A couple of groups had said they found help. Both of them dropped out of radio contact immediately afterward. Danny wondered what kind of help they had found. She didn't intend to find out. For once, Danny was placing a high price on her own life. Without it, she could never find Kelly. Still, there was a foul twist in her gut when she heard those Mayday calls on the radio and maintained her own silence. She was the sheriff of nowhere. The last of the supplies Danny laid in was a case of bourbon. Danny drank her way northward, drawing lines on her map. 2. Long before she could see the city, Danny could smell the smoke. And then Danny saw the thick, sooty band along the horizon, and then she was chugging along the built-up waterfront toward San Francisco. The air stank of smoke and decomposition. The city was on fire, but it was not burning where she was going. Danny had stopped at a deserted little beachfront hamlet, hardly a town, about 10 miles south of San Francisco. All the seaworthy boats in the place were gone, but she had found an unwieldy 12-foot John boat, too big to row, with the engine removed for servicing. Danny found a clamp-on outboard in a crate at the marina's machine shop. She was fairly sure she had attached it wrong, but the propeller reached into the water and the gas line flowed okay, so she fired the motor up and aimed the craft north. She brought the fishing boat into a notch at the throat of Pier 45, which a large Victorian-style signboard proclaimed to be Fisherman's Wharf. The pier was defended by a bow-shaped breakwater of concrete. In modern times, it had become a parking spot for privately owned pleasure craft and charter boats. As Danny had discovered elsewhere during her 2-day journey along the coast, everything on the water with sails or an engine had long since been piloted away. The water was the only safe route out of the city. God only knew what had happened to all the boat people. Maybe they starved. Maybe they were all in a fleet, headed for Hawaii to start a new society based on peace and understanding. Danny was surprised at the small scale of the pier's marina, fewer than 100 slips. In San Pedro, south of Los Angeles, there were tens of thousands of places to keep a boat. Here in San Francisco, these few precious slips were open for the taking for probably the first time in memory. Not a rowing dinghy remained. The water was deep and mysterious and thick with effluent from the city. Not just ordinary urban flotsam, but oily sludge, ashes, and charred refuse, the drainage of a vast wound. Bags and backpacks bobbed in the tide, shoes and shirts, toys. A human head drifted past, mouth sagging into the water as if to drink the sea. The water stank so badly she could taste the smell. Danny nosed the boat toward a makeshift barbed wire fence that lined Jefferson Street at the water's edge, where several men in improvised commando costumes stood with weapons raised. They were armed with shotguns and rifles, and looked as if killing was little more than expediency now, stripped of meaning. Danny knew the look well. She was wearing it herself. "Don't shoot yet," the one man without a long gun said. He carried a pistol, and he appeared to be in charge, based upon his irritated expression. "It's a Zero," one of the others said, a young man in a black beret. "Look at it." "Zeros can't drive a boat," the man in charge said. "It's a Zero," the black man said. He had white in his hair, or ashes, Danny could not tell at this distance. All of the men had some kind of white cream smeared beneath their noses. "What's a Zero?" she called, killing the engine. Her voice relaxed their trigger fingers a little. They did not respond. The boat ground up against the concrete a few moments later. At a gesture from the man in charge, the others stepped through a gap in the fence, and Danny was hauled up by her arms onto the pier. The silence was filled with questions. Back here among the living, Danny realized she knew nothing. Half a dozen pairs of eyes with complex working brains behind them, not just dead nerves and teeth. She would have to relearn how to interact, and what was going on, and who was in charge. It wouldn't be her for a while. She would have to play along. She would have to remember to fear a gun in the hands of an amateur. Right now she was too tired to care. They were pathetic, these men, like the hunters that came from the city to shoot deer up in Forest Peak, barely capable of not shooting themselves, let alone bagging game. That these people were salty after a few days of mass murder didn't make them soldiers. "You bit?" the man in charge said to Danny. "No." "You look bit." "Fuck you, cocksucker," Danny exclaimed, forgetting her non-confrontational strategy. "I'm Mitchell Gold," the man in charge said. "This is my part of the perimeter." He drew a compact satellite transmitter from his back belt and spoke into it. Danny thought she would very much like one of those radios. She would like some technological edge, a clue, anything. "Danny Adelman," Danny said. "I'm a sheriff from down near Los Angeles." "Long way," Mitchell said. "Yeah, there's a lot of dead walking around," Danny said. She spat on the ground, but the taste of smoke remained in her mouth. "It's Zeros, huh?" she continued. "The zombies?" "That's the official designation," the black man said. "Zeros. Stupid fucking name because you can't say a number with a zero in it without everybody flipping out. You gotta say naught, which I for one never fucking remember." The conversation was interrupted by the gurgle of the Chinese engine turning over. It was Beret Boy. He'd climbed down into the boat and fired her up. He was holding his shotgun on his companions. The men, who had been silent so far, raised their guns in his direction, but looked at Mitchell. "Don't try to stop me. I'm going," Beret Boy said. "Needle dick," the black man muttered. "Fuck it, let him go," said Mitchell. "He can't shoot worth a damn anyway." They watched the boat lurch backward out of the mooring into which Danny had eased it. The kid knew nothing about handling watercraft. He crashed the hull of the boat against a bollard in the pier, knocking himself into the scuppers. The shotgun flew overboard. The engine quit. The boy got back to his feet, restarted the engine after several gargling attempts, then spun the wheel and got the boat pointed out to sea. A couple of civilians who had been working their way among the buildings on the pier charged at the boat. The male hurled himself into the water and began to swim after it with flailing strokes, but the boat was already well out of reach. Danny lost interest. "Take me to your leader," she said, without any ironic intent. "Somebody go take them into custody," Mitchell said, waving his pistol down the pier at the civilians. He drew a tube of Vicks Vapo Rub from his shirt pocket. "Put this under your nose. It cuts the smell." Danny took this for a goodwill gesture. But Mitchell had an eager look on his face. It wasn't simply a friendly gesture. He wanted something. "So," he said, aiming at nonchalance, "you got any news from down south?" This was obviously the magic question, based on the nearly comical expression of expectation Mitchell wore. The answer was worth more than a squeeze of nose ointment. So Danny said, "Yes," and within minutes she was in a dusty Cadillac sport utility vehicle with dried blood splashed all over the headliner, cruising into the city. The smoke rose up among the hills beyond downtown, a boiling black curtain behind the sunlit buildings with their optimistic geometrical shapes in the financial center. Daly City was engulfed in fire, Danny assumed, and the entire South City area. They were thoroughly cut off from the mainland. If you could swim a couple of miles over to Sausalito, you could get away. If Sausalito wasn't infested. Otherwise, the population of downtown San Francisco, diminished as it might be, was trapped. The light was amber-colored and dim from the smoke, the illusion of a sunset lasting all day. The air stank. Streets were mostly clear of debris, but the sidewalks were crowded with wrecked vehicles and twisted bicycle frames. Bulldozers stood idle at some intersections. Traffic lights were dark. There were burnt areas on the pavement and dark stains of blood or oil, broken plate glass, a Starbucks with a Ford Taurus hanging out of the window. A fire hydrant, broken off pavement high like a tooth at the gum line, spurted water into the air. Nobody paid it any attention. It might have been like that for days. A river ran from the stump of the hydrant downhill toward the bay. Here there were none of the tumbled corpses Danny had come to see as part of the landscape, the ones that were not coming back. The place had been swept of the worst. They drove past Telegraph Hill, and Danny heard sporadic gunfire from up there. Sharpshooters on Coit Tower, maybe. Or executions. There was a distinct feeling of martial law in the absence of people on the street. She saw pallid, grimy faces at windows and knots of armed men and women patrolling around their little fiefdoms of a single city block. Lots of those good military satellite radios. A couple of pickup trucks loaded with canned goods cruised past with rifle-toting escorts atop the loads. Mitchell drove Danny along Columbus Avenue to a roadblock where it turned into Montgomery, in the shadow of the Trans-America Pyramid. The Cadillac crept along in a queue of a dozen other vehicles. One was turned back. It appeared to contain a wounded woman in the back seat. A couple of pickups containing food were waved in past the barricades without delay. Danny found herself examining every female face, as if in all the world there were so few women left she would be certain to find her sister. Just like that. She didn't, of course. The barricade was manned, and it was only men, by some kind of mercenaries, very much like those she spent a lot of time disliking in Iraq. As they got close, she recognized the digital camouflage pattern she had seen back in Potter, adorning the equipment and corpses strewn around the railway station there. These privateers had the best gear. They had the body armor, the one-piece wrap-around shades, and the massive tactical wristwatches that got in your way in a genuine crisis. Their sleeve patches bore a screaming eagle, or presumably a hawk, rendered in gold thread over an American flag, the legend Hawkstone Security across the bottom. When Mitchell identified himself and Danny, the mercenaries inspected her like a soiled diaper, then waved them both through. Whatever security they were providing, it wasn't anti-zero. It was anti-personnel. They were keeping a tight lid on the civilians. Whose authority, Danny wondered, were they working under? The Fed? The state of California? The city? Was this a full-scale coup she'd walked into? Mitchell pulled the Cadillac up onto the sidewalk in front of the pyramid. There were a lot of big, heavy vehicles parked there, right up to the patio wall. Nobody was worrying about fuel economy lately. They climbed out of the SUV and crossed below the thick X bracing that formed the base of the structure, above which the building looked like the point of some impossibly large spear. Or a missile, Danny thought. She'd never been in downtown San Francisco before. The closest she got was a one-night stopover a few days before her deployment at a friend's place up near Golden Gate Park. They'd spent the time screwing, not sightseeing. Old memories flitted past in her mind, but were of no more significance to her now than dead leaves. "There's a plaque in the park around back dedicated to these two dogs," Mitchell said, but lost interest in his own story. They entered the angular lobby past 5 more of the Hawkstone mercenaries, their automatic weapons laden with night sights and grenade launchers and assorted useless after-market crap. Mitchell stopped at the elevator and leaned in close, speaking with a low and rapid voice. "You're going to be meeting Senator Vivian Anka. She happened to be in town when this thing happened, and she's pretty pissed off about it. She's a little paranoid. Just play it cool, okay? These Hawkstone guys—" The elevator bell rang. The doors slid open. Inside the car was another of the hired mercenaries. He wrinkled his nose. They rode up the tower in silence. The thing that shocked Danny most was the suits. These people were clean, well-dressed, and wore suits with neckties. Their faces were haggard. At least they had the decency to lose sleep. But up here above the city, with spectacular views of Nob Hill and the bay, it still seemed as if life could return to normal at any moment. The power worked, the phones worked, at least within the building. There were secretaries and assistants scuttling around, and the air smelled clean and conditioned. While they stood in a waiting area and looked out of the third-story windows onto the city, Mitchell explained briefly that the government had moved from the Civic Center because the huge number of homeless people in the neighborhood meant a high concentration of zeros hidden away in every corner. At first the CDC was running the operation, but they got eaten. You can't run in a pressurized clean suit. We cleared most of Chinatown, but the area around St. Francis Memorial Hospital was still infested, he said, staring into the distance. The Presidio was gone, and Golden Gate Bridge was blocked off in both directions. The hate was like a slaughterhouse. At first, Danny wasn't listening, but she began to take interest as Mitchell waved vaguely in the direction of the landmarks he described. She wanted a map of the city. She had a feeling things were even worse than they appeared. If Mitchell's account was accurate, the entire area to the north was swarming with the undead, and they were advancing from the west. Danny didn't know how many people remained alive in town, but if it was 250,000, there soon wouldn't be anywhere to keep them indoors. They were about to be driven into the bay. There was one good thing about the situation, although only for her. Survivors would be compressed into the minimum amount of space. Easier to find a runaway girl from Forest Peak, if there was one. The voice in her head started to tell her she was crazy. Her whole mission was crazy. It had been telling Danny this since she left Boscombe Field. An aide to Senator Anka approached them, cutting off Danny's internal monologue. The aide walked as if his shoes were fragile. He bore with him 2 cups of coffee in cardboard sleeves. The smell of it made Danny salivate. She hadn't had coffee since the day before the world ended. This was fresh and black. "I'm Eric DeForza," he said. "Welcome to San Francisco. I hear you came all the way from Los Angeles?" "Long way," Danny said, burning her mouth on the delicious, bitter drink. It cut through the stale alcohol sugar on her tongue, and the heat brought her belly back to life. She was suddenly ravenous. "You drove in a car?" Eric said. "Police cruiser. Had a convoy of civilians with me. They're in a safe place now. I don't know how long that situation will last." "Ought to get some kind of medal for that." "Right," Danny said, thinking of the purple heart ribbon she'd buried in a bureau drawer back home. Eric wasn't getting much conversational purchase with Danny, so he turned to Mitchell. "Anybody else come along today?" "Nobody," Mitchell said. "Fires kind of warn people off." "What brings her here?" "Ask her," Mitchell said. Eric turned back to Danny. "Looking for somebody in charge," Danny said. It wasn't her final goal, only her immediate goal, but true enough for now. First place I've found so far where anybody's fighting back. Eric's face went pale. In the entire state? As far as I saw it, yeah, Danny said. She knew she ought to be embroidering, adding in details to make her story sound more interesting, but she lacked the impetus. She hadn't actually seen much of the state, despite the distance she'd traveled. She had avoided any place with a population over a couple of thousand, sticking to back roads and old highways from before the freeway system. She studied Eric's face. He was scared to death. Something was bothering her about this whole setup. Here she was in possibly the only major seat of government left in California, showing up without credentials, filthy as a hyena, and she had been whisked straight to the most powerful person in town. Where were the layers of bureaucrats, the paper pushers and petty tyrants in charge of filtering out people like her? Did they really imagine she'd showed up without an agenda of her own? This suggested to Danny that despite the appearance of official coordination here atop the pyramid, they were only barely in control of the situation, and altogether in the dark as far as information went. This was disheartening, but it made Danny's task simpler. They had nothing to offer her besides data. She had to find out what she wanted to know, and then she could go. Nothing to hold her. No brave band of survivors to join. This was merely the last vestige of the old system on its way out. Eric had been saying something. Danny didn't hear it. Mitchell was on his feet, so Danny stood up. Eric repeated his statement. "Follow me, please." Danny walked behind him across the veined marble floor. "Ma'am," Danny said to the senator. She felt self-conscious for the first time since the crisis began. Danny was hardwired to respond to authority figures, even civilian ones, and she was not ship-shape for this interview. There was some kind of expensive scent in the air. Senator Anka wore a silk scarf knotted loosely at her throat. It was printed with golden anchors and horseshoes on a navy blue background. Her charcoal wool skirt suit was immaculate, tailored to lengthen her short figure, and somehow managed to carry the precision of a uniform while remaining feminine and delicate. Anka's skin looked as soft as chamois and hung at her jaw but was tight around the eyes. Almost time for a new facelift. Danny didn't use words like feminine or delicate in her mind when contemplating the Congresswoman. It was shorthand, as always. Money was the summary of Anka's appearance. The rest was implied. Danny took all of this in at a glance as she was led into the inner sanctum, a beige-carpeted corner office with thick flame mahogany veneered furniture and golfing prints on the walls. Some male executive's office before the crisis. Danny wasn't offered a chair, obviously because they'd never get the stink out of it once she was gone. Danny stood at ease in the center of the floor, with Anka behind the desk and a couple of junior aides seated on a bench against the wall farthest from the windows, the female one taking notes. Kids younger than Eric. There was a vase of flowers on the desk, but the flowers were dying, dropping petals. Like the entire city, Danny thought. "So you're from Los Angeles," Anka said. "Long drive." "Yeah," Danny said, and felt stupid. You needed a patter for these occasions. "Did you come here alone?" "I brought a group out from the San Bernardino Mountains. They're in a safe place while I scout around up here." "Part of the Eisenman plan, presumably. What brings you to San Francisco?" "I have people up here," Danny said, and wished she'd said something more clever. Again, there were obviously right answers, things they wanted to hear, and Danny could tell she'd given the wrong answer. So she continued. "Los Angeles is on fire. You must have heard. It's swarming with Zeros. Police and rescue was down within 5 hours of the outbreak. I was in an isolated community. We got out on a wave of dead." "We heard all about that," Anka said. "Los Angeles went a little sooner than elsewhere. It was on the news, while there was still news. Now we don't even have the internet." Danny could see her audience losing interest. These people were hungry for real facts, something useful. They were more isolated than Danny had at first imagined. Maybe it was her who needed to be asking questions, not the senator. "I can be more useful if I have some idea of the situation, Danny said. "Don't want to repeat what you already know. I saw a lot of action between here and the Southland, and I can maybe fill in the blanks. Roads, railways, towns, some are open, some are not." Senator Anka leaned forward, revealing a string of irregular pearls like baby's teeth that dangled in her ruffled cleavage. It seemed Danny had passed some kind of initial inspection. Now, apparently, they could talk. "Find her a chair, Kyle," Anka said, and the male aide hustled out of the room. He returned moments later with a steel folding model. Danny was grateful. She sat, and her bones ached in concert. Anka opened her sparkling red mouth and let it hang, waiting for the words to enter it, certain they would come. Her job in better times was to speak. She began. "Some days ago, as I assume you know, terrorists attacked 63 world cities with a biological weapon. It may have been more cities. We don't have complete data. The attacks were coordinated and occurred within a half-hour period worldwide. The biological agent is unknown but believed to be engineered because there's no disease like it. We have laboratory people working on that in Denver, here, and in Virginia. Or we think so. D.C. has broken contact, but that's part of the program for these kinds of situations. Don't want to let them know who they've got or not gotten at the federal level, whoever they might be." The senator sounded bitter at this. Danny imagined a prominent member of the party in power would not be amused to find herself out of the loop. Maybe she was missing the caviar down in the luxury fallout shelters Washington was rumored to have. The famous voice smoothed out again. "All of which information is not at your pay grade, but we're in this together." "And then?" Danny said. She realized she was biting rags of skin from around her fingernails, making them bleed through the dirt. She folded her hands. The senator's hands, Danny observed, looked much older than the rest of her, the skin papery and spotted, knuckles prominent. Anka selected her facts and went on. "There is a set of contingency plans for biological attack, but not on this scale. The disease moved swiftly." "I saw it," Danny said. "People went crazy and ran, and when they ran, they spread it to the next people. It spread as fast as we can run." "Or drive," Anka added. "Most people had only 10 minutes from exposure before they collapsed, but it could incubate for hours in the right person. You may have seen this. We even have some immune carriers isolated at the medical center near here, infected, capable of transmission, but themselves unaffected by symptoms. The virus seems capable of changing its methods." "I want to talk to you about that," Danny said. "They're getting smarter, the Zeros." Anka's eyes cut to the aides, who were listening politely. She gave her head a single slight shake. Danny didn't pursue the subject. "Merely a side effect," Anka said. A bit of nonsense to keep the silence from becoming punctuation. She hurried on. "The main thing is the disease no longer communicates by air, only through bites or introduction into the bloodstream, which is a good thing, a positive development. It's much safer now." "I hadn't thought of it quite that way," Danny said. "We must be positive even as we are realistic, yes? Our scientists call this tropism, I believe. The virus is adapting itself to the host. It was difficult enough when the afflicted collapsed and died of the airborne form of the disease. That alone was catastrophic. But then they rose up again, apparently helpless, and survivors in the tens of thousands everywhere began taking them to first responders. Hospitals, police, fire stations, even public offices, everywhere was crammed with these so-called Zeros. It was an impossible situation. Then, when they began to attack, to feed, if you will, the first of the living to succumb were, of course, the professionals trained to deal with the crisis. Those paramilitary contractors guarding the buildings seem to be in pretty good shape. They have saved our bacon, so to speak. Without them, we'd be in chaos. Private enterprise is always the best way to go, and I say that despite my status as a career public servant. Nothing like profits to motivate a person.
Of course, presently we're measuring our profits in IOUs, but still. In any case, they weren't on the front lines initially, so they enjoyed the opportunity to respond from positions outside the epicenters of the disease. Which they did, securing strongholds such as this one, and guiding the sweeps to clear the streets and buildings. We owe them the admirable calm that pertains outside today, which I'm sure you observed. Yes, Danny said. She didn't have much of an opinion of the calm outside yet, but she thought she probably didn't like it. It was shoot-on-sight calm. Senator Anka nodded and continued. Of course, we suffered a massive influx of panicked citizens from all directions, and they brought the sickness with them. That's why we're allowing the fires to burn, to help cleanse some of the worst areas. And because you have nobody to fight the fires, Danny thought, remembering the hydrant spurting down the street outside. The private security people have done wonders to sort that out, and we've started organizing everyone into local and non-local populations, so we can determine how best to house them and possibly move them if the safe area requires adjustment. It also represents a database of survivors, which we will need eventually. It's all on computers right here in this building. Danny's heart was racing. They were taking names of outsiders, lists of refugees. Kelly. She missed some of what the senator was saying, tuning back in halfway through. Despite which, on a larger scale, we lost the state capital. If you came up the coast, you know that. So this is essentially our game to play at the present time. You lost San Diego in the south. Silicon Valley is remarkably well preserved thus far, thanks to the many gated communities and the high vacancy rates in the areas hardest hit by the economy. But a number of the zeros are coming up, migrating, so to speak, from Mexico and San Diego, and there may be a contagion problem within a few days. It's a disease, you understand. A public health crisis, and it has to be addressed as such. It's not a military situation. Danny involuntarily shook her head. Does Washington agree with that? The Pentagon? Anka crimped her mouth into a small, patronizing smile. I'm not dealing with Washington, Sheriff. Our communications systems are working well on the West Coast, but we have temporarily lost contact with the eastern seaboard, I regret to say. I thought I made that clear. The reasons for this will come out in the congressional hearings I will most certainly introduce once the situation has blown over. But don't imagine I'm without allies. We have contact with installations in Colorado and North Dakota, Texas, and Alaska. More will go online as things stabilize. Am I telling you anything you don't know? Danny shrugged. It was all news to her. It just wasn't important. She owed these people something, however. They needed to know what she'd seen in Potter. Thanks for the briefing. Let me tell you a couple things, Danny said. About those things. You want to deal with this like it was the flu or something, you will lose a lot of people. This is a military situation, no question. I gotta disagree with you on that. They eat people. They die if you smash their brains. The disease angle I'll buy, sure, if that's where it comes from, but it's not what's killing people now. Those zeros are what's killing people. Anka's face was puckered with distaste. She wasn't looking for advice. You fancy yourself quite an expert, I take it. You might be interested to know I get twice-daily briefings from our top people on the ground here. No offense meant, ma'am, Danny said. She could see Senator Anka was becoming angry, but what mattered right now was speaking the truth. If you get briefings, you probably heard they can hibernate while waiting for people to show up. Don't shake your head at me, she added. Anka was all but sticking her fingers in her ears, but the aides were sitting bolt upright, staring at Danny. Good. At least somebody was listening. Danny kept on talking, her ears hot with anger, looking at Anka, but aiming her words at the aides. Did your briefings tell you how they find living people? The zeros, ma'am, they hunt by sense of smell. I'm sure of it. They can see and hear, but that doesn't tell them who's who. They smell the living. I've watched them in action. You can be perfectly still and quiet, and they home right in on you anyway. But if there's a real bad smell in the air, they can't lock on. I seen it. They hunt by smell. I think maybe they can smell our breath." Senator Anka rose to her feet. She was trembling. She turned to the window. Her hands were knotted into small triangular fists. "You think you know more than we do?" she said in her best speech-making voice. "We have scientists, real scientists, at work in locations around this area, promising them a fortune because they won't work voluntarily. When I get back to D.C., of course, my surviving colleagues will refuse to reimburse the expense, but you know what I said? I said this isn't about money. I certainly hope the voters appreciate that fact." She turned to face Danny, but her eyes took in the aides as well, daring them not to listen. "Oh yes, I too have sacrificed. I worked so hard for a transformation of the way they do business in Washington, and what is my reward? I am accused of being an insider, of being nothing more than a career player. Don't talk to me about partisan politics. I've spent years reaching across the damn aisle, and my reward has been opprobrium at every turn. Obloquy. Have you ever heard of anybody in the entire Congress that worked harder to push the president to the center, to get him right there in that sweet spot where middle America is comfortable? Of course not. I'm the one. He might still be alive if he listened to me sooner. And now this. Don't lecture me, you ragamuffin." Danny realized her mouth was hanging open. She closed it with a click. The good senator was out of her well-groomed mind. Danny thought it was probably best to try one more time, then get the hell out of Madame Ahab's presence. The aides were listening. They might pass word to people who still had a toe dipped in the reality pool. "That's a heck of a burden you're carrying, Senator. Listen, I got one more important thing to tell you about those things. The Zeros, not the voters, I mean. It's important. They're getting smarter and faster. The ones nearest the epicenters, like here, they're dumbasses, if you'll excuse me. The farther out you get, the better they get, you know? I don't think it's how far, though. I think it's when they got infected and died. The ones that came up real recently are a lot different from the first ones. They're, you know, getting smarter." Danny remembered the word she wanted, evolving, but it was too late. The senator wasn't listening anyway. She had bent over the edge of her desk, scribbling notes with a silver fountain pen. Not, Danny suspected, notes about the lifestyle of Zeros as reported by a sheriff from San Bernardino. The senator threw down the pen, folded the sheet of paper, and held it over her head as if signaling a waiter. She kept her arms straight. The sheet rattled in her grip. She would not look up. She wasn't going to look at anyone now. She snapped the paper in the air, once, signaling her impatience. She was sulking, Danny considered. Who knew? The aides glanced at each other, Danny saw, with a distinct roll of the eyes. Then the female took the sheet of paper and left the room. "You think you know so much," Anka muttered. "Everybody knows more than I do. Stuck here incommunicado with all my potential for leadership bottled up in this ridiculous architectural folly. They have their orders, naturally. Hawkstone excellent people, but they don't get their paychecks from me. That's the problem. We have privatized too much. Money talks. Since the downturn, only money talks, preferably gold. What happened to loyalty and love of country? Patrie, if you will. I've been overridden, probably by the minority leadership. They've been waiting for this. This is their chance to humiliate me for their defeats." "I appreciate you giving me the big picture stuff," Danny said, to break the expanding silence. She got to her feet, ready to be ushered out. But Anka seemed to gather herself back together, to become present. She met Danny's eyes with her own. The dark mood appeared to have evaporated. She even smiled back with her gleaming political teeth. Danny tried one more time. "I can offer your people some tactical information on dealing with those things. And I can give you some routes downstate, plus some idea where the major concentrations are if you need to evacuate." Danny was putting her cards on the table. They weren't very good cards, now that she named them, but it sounded as if the unhinged senator was as isolated as Danny was. Even the illusion of information might now be useful. "I also have an idea of where the survivors are coming from. If you can give me lists of people you've taken in and where they came from, Maybe I can cross-check those with what I know and fill in some of the picture." "That would be excellent," Senator Anka said. Danny could feel the older woman's interest draining away. Anka had been so desperate for information she'd allowed this disgusting creature into her inner sanctum, and now she wanted to get her out as quickly as she could. It was written on her face for Danny to see. "I'll have my people liaise with you downstairs," she continued. "Sometime soon. They'll report back to me. Is there anything else you want to know?" Danny thought of coming right out and asking for help searching for her sister, but she'd already started to play that angle by asking for access to personnel lists. She had a strong hunch that the direct approach would not work. These people didn't have the time or resources for personal concerns. They'd probably lost everyone themselves. Danny would become just another frantic relative instead of a useful professional resource. She didn't think she would be granted another audience with the great lady, so this was it, her only chance at a bird's-eye view of the crisis nationwide. There had to be something else worth knowing. It was so little she'd been told. But there might not be any more information. Danny thought of the wildfires that sometimes swept her home region, scorching the mountainsides. How, in those crises, they were always looking for eyewitness accounts to make sense of the bigger situation, and how the eyewitnesses always wanted the big picture back, how much of the fire was contained, how many people had been evacuated. "One thing," Danny said, "about how much has this situation been contained?" "Contained?" Anka repeated. Her face was blank. "I mean, is it spreading? Is the problem under control? Are we at 20%, 50%? "We don't think of it in those terms," the senator said, and Danny had her answer. A thin streak of anger passed through Danny's mind. She wanted to snap at this slick woman with her illusions of power and control, knock her out of the trance she was in. At a gesture, the male aide stood up and crossed to Danny as if to take her chair. Interview over. Danny wasn't quite finished. She wanted to get the last word. "Why did you choose this building for your HQ?" Danny asked. Anka was surprised by the question. "Why do you ask?" "You planning to use a chopper to get out of town when the Zeros break through?" Danny stood up and leaned over the desk. The senator's face became cold and haughty, like photographs Danny had seen. "I do have a helicopter at my disposal," Anka said, her voice high and self-righteous. "But we won't be fleeing the city, thank you." Danny shrugged and turned to the door. "Good," she said, pausing in the doorway, "because this here is the only building in town that hasn't got a roof to land it on." With that, Danny walked out of the room. The male aide closed the door on her back, and Danny could hear Senator Anka's voice raised in anger behind the inch-thick wooden panel. Mitchell met her in the waiting area, and Eric silently escorted them to the elevator and the grim private security man inside. The senator hadn't shaken her hand, Danny realized, coming in or going out. Probably scared to death of the contagion. She didn't understand it wasn't the disease they had to worry about. It was the undead. She had said this wasn't a military situation. She was dead wrong. And the way Anka's eyes went cold at Danny's use of the word containment was significant. The most important thing of all, how much was the problem contained? The number, appropriately enough, that Vivian Anka hadn't said, was 0. The barracks had been an internet service company's worker bee offices until the rise of the dead. Now the chest-high purple-gray cubicle walls partitioned off sleeping spaces, 2 per cubicle on the floor, sometimes a third crashed out on the desk surface above. There were little vinyl action figures and framed photos and Dilbert cartoons cluttering the margins of the cubicles, along with half-deflated Mylar birthday balloons, novelty calendars, dying plants in plastic pots, and junk food wrappers. Mitchell led Danny to a cubicle halfway along the second floor. It was occupied by a young Native American-looking woman lying in a sleeping bag. She had 2 black eyes and her nose in a splint. Her copper-colored skin was yellow at the high points. She looked as if she hadn't slept in days. She recoiled involuntarily when she saw Danny and stood up, the sleeping bag pooling at her feet. Yanaba, this is Danielle. She'll be your roomie for a while. Don't worry, we'll get her cleaned up. Mitchell walked away after that, leaving Yanaba and Danny standing in awkward silence. You want a shower? Yanaba finally said. There were no pleasantries to exchange after all. They were not pleased to meet each other, and Danny was not welcome. They were merely there, and that was that. There's a sign-up sheet by the stairwell, Yanaba continued. It's probably wide open right now. She spoke in a slow, deliberate cadence, as if reading her words from an invisible page. Danny grunted and walked down the hall. An hour later, she was clean. The remains of her uniform were in an industrial laundry in the commandeered hotel basement next door. The hotel rooms were obviously reserved for the Hawkstone paramilitary elite, with lesser folks crashing wherever there was cover. And Danny was wearing jeans and a faded T-shirt that had Datacon 2006 written across the chest. Mitchell was gone, presumably back to his post. Danny didn't know if Yanaba was still in the designated cubicle because she didn't bother going back to it. She'd brought nothing with her but the uniform. The Mustang with her accumulated gear inside was hidden a mile from the marina from which she had embarked on her coastal voyage. Danny found herself patrolling the building, looking at it from a security standpoint. It was a piss-poor place to be when the Zeros broke through the front lines, as Danny had no doubt they would. Huge walls of glass, fire doors and blind alleys, little stairways leading up the outside of the structure onto the roof, where there was an employee patio and some highly insecure plate glass doors. It was fine security against intelligent human beings, but Danny had seen the flesh-eaters push their way through a wall of glass back in Forest Peak. She knew the only deterrent for them was sheer structural resistance. Still, this was a temporary arrangement. She didn't have to put up with it for long. A man in a window cleaner's coveralls approached Danny as the sun was going down behind the smoke, casting the city in bronze. He was lean and tough, and his eyes never stopped checking the environment around him. Either ex-military or a street person, Danny thought. Or both, like you and Wolf, the head voice added. His cheeks were caved in and strapped with creases. He looked old. He was not as old as he looked. "You're Sheriff Adelman, right?" he said. Danny nodded. "You match the description. I'm Kaufman. Welcome to Oz." Danny followed him down to the lobby. Across the plaza outside, a convoy of minivans and a jeep was idling at the curb. "All able-bodied personnel take a shift on security," Kaufman said. "And they put you top of the list. You look like you know what you're doing," he added with an appraising glance at Danny. They exited the lobby. Men and women were hunched inside the vehicles, a capacity crowd. Rifles and shotguns bristled between their knees. Kaufman kept up a steady patter on the way to the street. It wasn't idle chat. He had information to convey as they crossed the plaza. "We go out in teams of 5, 1 per vehicle. We have maps, designated blocks. Each team takes its block, and we put a man on every side of the block, with 1 man patrolling clockwise around it. We radio in after every rotation, and we switch off who's doing the walking. Everybody gets some exercise. There are supposed to be shooters on the roofs all around, so if you call in a problem, the shooter goes to the nearest vantage point and covers your ass until backup shows up. If there's no shooter in your position, you deal with it. Tell you the truth, there won't be a shooter. Anybody that can shoot gets recruited by those Hawkstone vigilantes." "Why don't they patrol too?" Danny asked as they approached the vehicles. "They have the best gear. They have those Bradleys. They have the training." Kaufman made a noise of contempt in his throat. "Those pricks don't do shit. They're in charge and nobody else. They have some kind of agenda, and we're trying to figure out what the fuck it is. So-called leadership is shitting a brick up there in the pyramid." "I met the senator today," Danny said. "She say anything useful?" "She doesn't know shit," Danny said. "So to put things in perspective, you went up to the 33rd floor, am I right?" Kaufman said, "to meet the highest-ranking civilian in town. And yet, the pyramid is 48 floors, you know. Those Hawkstone Schutzstaffel have the top." They climbed into a liver-colored Astro van, and Kaufman slid the door shut behind them. Somebody in the back seat passed Danny a deer rifle and a utility knife. The man in the passenger seat handed her one of those solid-state flashlights that are supposed to last a lifetime but get lost in a couple of months. "Welcome to the zone," the man said, and turned around to look out the windshield as they rolled toward the perimeter. Danny marched with the rest, shining the weak flashlight into every shadow, every angle in the architecture. Kaufman said the entire area had been cleared of Zeros. When was the last time they checked? Although the street was empty, there were hundreds of people huddled indoors. Apparently, minimum occupancy was 10 to a room at this point. The office building, with its 3 to a cubicle population, represented elite status. There were no lights inside the windows, no voices, no music drifting out. There was a whiff of human excrement in the air, even outside, even with the stench of the fires. Indoors must have been unbearable. The curfew under which these people were living was even harsher than the lockdowns in Iraq that Danny had participated in, because of the zombies. Absolute silence, absolute darkness was required. Hide like rabbits day and night. It was a stupid arrangement, Danny thought. All this manpower locked up and doing nothing. They needed to make downtown into a fortress, not a prison. They needed something to do. They needed to participate in their own defense. It could only be a matter of time, and not much of that, before the Zeros got through. Then all these buildings, crammed with people, would become enormous meat lockers. It was 3 in the morning, and Danny had made 2 circuits around the block, besides standing guard on east and south sides, while others in her team did the patrolling. Now and then she would see the flicker of a candle or flashlight in one of the windows of the apartment buildings of which her territory was comprised. There was no power for the streetlights, but the fires half a mile away cast a red glow over everything, reflected in the clouds of smoke. No stars, no moon. The smoke obscured everything. Shadows seemed deeper and darker, tinged of velvety purple. The street-level frontages were shops, mostly. Danny could see vague shapes of people inside, sleeping in rows on the floor between the display racks and merchandise. Danny could not imagine sleeping in such an exposed situation. Then again, she didn't sleep much anyway. With nothing to do but stand guard or walk the block, her thoughts circled around in the same way, always returning to the same points, searching for an analysis that would suggest her next line of action. She wasn't drinking, so her mind was clear. This was not an advantage. It meant she couldn't stifle the thoughts that swarmed like bats and distracted her from her reasoning. She considered the strange interview with the senator. Paranoid? Sheltered? What the hell had it all meant? Danny felt as if she'd been brought in mainly to give Senator Enka a distraction, not to offer information. The politician might have been famous, and she might once have been powerful, but right now she was more like some kind of sideshow. At least, that's how it seemed to Danny. She remembered how the woman had reacted when Danny observed that the helicopter didn't have a roof to land on in her building. It must have been what the mercenaries promised her. Keep up the good work, act like a leader, and when the city falls beneath the teeth of the undead, we'll give you a lift in our helicopter. Only you'll have to brave the Zeros swarming the streets if you want to get to the helicopter, because we put you in a pointed building with no landing place on top. The weird thing was, anybody could have figured it out. Danny was pretty sure everyone but Enka already knew it. The great woman was so sheltered she had stopped thinking for herself. Or she actually believed she was going to be safe in her tower indefinitely. How did this affect Danny's plans? It meant there was no working government, not in California, not, if the senator was right, in America. There was no organized resistance. So moving forward, Danny was going to have to work with the next biggest bully. That probably meant Hawkstone right now, and after that, whatever military units coordinated a defense and started taking command. The only problem was, she hated the mercenary system and all the assholes in it. She had dealt with men like that during her tours of duty. They were sociopath cowboys, overpaid and undertrained, ex-military men or ex-cops mostly, addicted to fast money, adrenaline, testosterone, gunpowder, and usually crank. Now they were doubly amped up because they were in danger at home, not in some desert on the ass end of the world. So the first line of reckoning was what to do about staying out of human-generated trouble until she found Kelly. The second issue to think about was how to accomplish the task itself. Kelly was either somewhere or she was dead. America was a big place, zombies or no zombies. In the days since Kelly left her note and fled the Adelman household, she could have gotten to the East Coast, Alaska, Panama, or for that matter anywhere in the world if she bought a plane ticket, and if the world hadn't chosen that particular moment to end. As it was, Danny knew that Kelly had not taken the Mustang any farther than Potter. For some reason, she'd put the keys up under the sun visor and walked away. That suggested, if she hadn't just walked away to take a bathroom break and never returned, that Kelly either met her boyfriend, presumably Barry Davis, with the plan of taking his ride the rest of the way to their destination, or they were meeting up with the intention of taking a train in Potter. But Danny didn't have the crucial timeline of events. It was also possible the two of them got that far when the crisis broke out, the mercenaries gunned them down, and Danny had missed seeing Kelly's rotting corpse in the mountain of them dumped by the railroad tracks. Maybe she had walked away from the car at gunpoint. Danny worked the problem from every angle, fitting her meager store of facts together on all sides, at every angle, trying to find a match. Nothing so far. Did her jacket on the passenger seat of the Mustang mean Kelly had traveled alone? Did Kelly wear it out of the house and leave it behind? Did it matter? Danny didn't even know what was relevant. Maybe Kelly drove the car to Potter, set off on foot, and was halfway to Nevada with a backpack full of trail mix, completely unaware of the disaster. Maybe Kelly died back in Riverton, where Danny met Topper and Ernie. Somebody killed her and jumped into the gassed-up Mustang and drove to Potter because it was the next big place to go. There were too many possible outcomes. All of them included the random chance of being savaged by an undead cannibal. It was all too much. Danny walked the beat and thought and argued with herself and came up with nothing. There was another issue that claimed her attention, the concern that hung over all the rest. Kelly or no Kelly, what next? It was not too much to say that the end of the world had arrived. Not the comic book end times as described by the evangelicals, a great big biblical special effects extravaganza with asteroids and hellfire and death on a pale horse. There was no righteous creator overseeing this crisis. No mercy, no meaning, and there were no chosen people. People of every faith, atheists, sinners, and saints, they were all among the reanimated dead walking the earth, in search of flesh to tear from the limbs of the living. The end of the world was here, and, as always, like all the rest of the end-of-the-world calamities mankind had survived, it was up to the unimaginative, fighting, enduring types, like Danny, for so she considered herself, to pick up the pieces and carry on. The ones that got wiped out were the interesting people. So what next? Was it going to be 6 months of waiting for the Zeros to rot off their own bones, to decay until they could no longer attack? Or did the living flesh they consumed keep them going, arrest the processes of death? For all Danny knew, they were now immortal unless destroyed. The chef in the hotel kitchen back in Potter had huge, stinking stains under his arms and at his crotch. Was that rotten sweat and shit, or was he starting to decompose? Jesus, Danny thought, even to think this stuff is insane. Now I'm making plans around it. But there had to be something beyond the current mission, a bigger game plan. Danny could only think of 2 ideas. The first was obvious. Find a cure, an antidote, something to wipe the zombies out. Something to stop the virus, to immunize the living against infection. That wasn't something she could do, of course, but she could help others to do it. Senator Anka had said there were scientists working on it right here in the city. Danny didn't think they would be doing it there much longer. Even with the distant boom of the fires, she could hear moaning out there in the night. It was only a matter of time before the defenses fell. She herself was going to be as far away from the city as possible when that moment arrived, regardless of what anybody else had in mind. Another option wasn't obvious to Danny at all, because it went against the way she thought and acted, but there wasn't anything else viable to do. Get back to her little tribe of people at Boscombe Field, maybe pick up some others along the way, and find a safe place to wait out the storm. Live off the land. Hunt and grow seeds into crops. Hell, Amy could raise rabbits and pigs and horses, and maybe Danny could eventually convince her to let them eat a few. Danny had a good cross-section of talents among them. Topper and Ernie knew machines, they could work metal, they could handle tools as well as weapons. Troy knew what to do in an emergency. In his way, he was as capable as Danny herself, if not as seasoned by adverse experience. Wolf was a hunter, a tracker, a survivor. Amy was also a doctor if they needed one. The Mexican woman, Maria, was a born accomplisher, somebody who did things without being asked and didn't stop until a thing was done. Patrick could remind them not to descend into barbarism. There was the quiet baby and blue-haired Michelle and her brother Jimmy James, who represented the future. Others had value, too. Danny didn't really know them. Some of the faces she could only barely conjure in her mind. She'd been away from them as long as she'd been with them now. They were all a resource to be used for survival. Not only a resource, though. It didn't sit right in Danny's mind to think of them that way, although that was her first instinct. More than that, they were her people. They were in this thing with her, and once she admitted that, she knew she had let them down. She had put her personal crusade first, when none of them had done the same. They all had families, loved ones, friends. Were they any less sisters or brothers than Danny? The answer to that question hurt. They were more so than Danny. That's why she had left them behind to search for her sister. To Kelly, she was less family, less loved one, less friend. The farewell note was engraved in her memory verbatim. It ached unbearably, cut into her soul one word at a time. Now, just a few days too late, she was trying to make amends to the sister she'd let down for most of her life. But in doing so, she had let the others down, abandoned them. Danny was grappling with ideas of a kind she'd never had to deal with before. It scared her. This was the stuff she'd been running from all her life, and if she stopped running now, it would mean she'd been wrong all those years. Her motto had always been, "I can handle this." If she fell back on a bunch of incompetent civilians, she wasn't stronger, she was weaker. What she'd never considered was the idea that stronger wasn't the only virtue. There were other things. Being a good friend, maybe. Not only being close to people, but needing them. She'd always thought of that as a weakness, but it was also a strength. And Kelly. What did Danny even need her for? Maybe hope? Maybe atonement? Maybe she simply loved her, and that was all there was to it. Soon she would have to go back. This whole junket to San Francisco was a terrible sidetrack, and now she was hooked into some kind of poorly run, counterproductive system even less effective than the theaters of war she'd been in overseas. This is getting to be a habit with me, she thought, seeking out disasters to be a part of, like she had to find situations where her somewhat brutal talents would be needed. Danny knew, down inside herself where she seldom ventured to explore, that something had now changed. Even if Amy and all the others didn't need her and were prospering at the airfield, the fact remained, she needed them. 3. The dawn after Danny slipped away in the night, it was Maria who discovered her absence. Maria was up early, as was her habit. The sun was below the horizon, washing the sky behind the mountains with pale pastel colors. Maria had been sleeping on a folding cot by the radio. Now she said a brief prayer to the God she wasn't so sure she understood anymore. Then she went downstairs and looked into the office, where she saw the empty couch with a blanket rumpled up on it. The red-haired renegada sheriff lady wasn't in there. Not surprising, she hardly ever slept, probably patrolling the fence. Maria went outside into the cool, dewy air and breathed in the freshness of it before the sun could rise and bake it dry. On her way back into the tower, she saw a piece of paper, folded double and taped to the glass door. She hadn't noticed it on the way out. The paper had "For Amy" written on it in big block letters. Maria opened it and read, "Amy, keep them here, back with Kelly, Danny." Maria knew who Kelly was because Amy had told her about Danny's personal troubles and the long, bitter note Kelly had written. But at first Maria didn't understand. Keep who here? Herself and the others? Did Danny know where Kelly was? How long would it take her to get her? A day? A week? Before she even knew she was on the move, Maria found herself shaking Amy awake in the dormitory of the terminal. Amy drifted up from an exhausted sleep, eyes rolling, mumbling. Some of the others woke up. The boy Jimmy James sat up in his top bunk and watched them with wary eyes that looked too old for his face. Maria thrust the note into Amy's hands. "Scrambled with rye toast, dry," Amy said, and blinked, and looked at Maria's tense face. Then the note. She woke up in a hurry. "God darn it, Danny," she said. "You big dumbhead." It was time to prepare for a long stay at the airfield. Amy didn't know how long they would need to remain there, and she didn't know how long Danny would be gone, if she even planned to return. Amy swore Maria to silence regarding the contents of the note. It wasn't that the note itself contained anything incriminating, but rather that it contained so little. She called a general meeting and told the others that Danny was on a mission and there was nothing to worry about. "I think you all know by now she's a lone wolf type," Amy said, "and she always comes back. She'll probably bring the cavalry with her." Nobody seemed to be worried, except Patrick, but he didn't say anything. He could read Amy. That made her nervous. She knew herself to be highly legible to the right person. The boy Jimmy James was another one. He knew something was up, but he also kept his silence, although that was more due to his nature than to an awareness of a need for discretion. So Amy bluffed her way through it, some 20 or 25 faces turned in her direction, looking as if they believed her and were interested in what she had to say, to varying degrees. "These jobs are things Danny suggested to me," Amy lied. "Things we can do while she's gone. She says they're, vital efforts to ensure our, long-term viability. In those words, pretty much." "Sheriff don't want to do the manual labor," Topper complained. "Think anything you want," was Amy's fervent wish. "Just don't think too hard." The first project she'd come up with was a simple matter of efficiency. The airfield had a finite supply of water, and so far they had used it with abandon. Now it was time to start conserving the stuff. That meant arranging some long-drop toilet facilities. At 7 gallons a flush, they needed to start crapping in a hole. There was a general groan of dismay at this, but these people were all from the Southland. They knew about water shortages. Simon, the accountant, raised his hand. "I guess we can't wash the driveway with a hose either," he said. That got a laugh, mostly from Amy, who was on the verge of hysteria. Amy gave Topper and Ernie the task of figuring out where the drain pipes went and diverting the bathing and washing water so it could be collected. She wasn't sure what they were collecting it for, but that's what they seemed to do in the magazine articles on resource conservation she never quite got around to properly reading. Maybe they could grow their own corn with it someday. Primarily, it was an unpleasant, demanding job that would keep the restless bikers occupied for a couple of days. That was something Danny had explained to Amy a while back. Leadership is the act of causing other people to invest themselves in difficult work. You can't go easy on people and lead them at the same time. If you go easy on them, they will either self-destruct or find a different leader. Human nature, Danny would say. Fucking ridiculous. And then she'd pour herself another shot. Leadership didn't come naturally to Amy. People didn't come naturally to her. She was going to have to figure it out until Danny got back, assuming she did, assuming she didn't get all dead and start chomping around. Amy's plan was simple. Do what Danny would do. Except, of course, the part where she took off and left everybody behind. The second project was simpler, and Troy Huppert was happy to lead the effort. He took a team of 10 people around the entire perimeter fence, looking for places that required reinforcement. Then they set to work building up those weak spots. There weren't many, but, as Troy said, it only took one. Those two zombies moved slowly along the fence, hooking their gray fingers through the wire, always trying to get close to the living that were at work on the other side of the mesh. The small girl's empty sleeve of torn skin swayed as she moved. It was sickening to look at, but nobody went for long without glancing at the undead that yearned to get among them. The consensus was that these two zombies should be dispatched very soon. It was too much to handle, having them watching. For the remaining people in the assembly, Amy concocted minor jobs: cleaning, stock-taking of food and supplies, simple maintenance. Patrick was in charge of this cluster of tasks, and obviously grateful for something to do. They might be here another couple of days, or it might be 6 months. Amy wanted to proceed under the latter assumption. That meant knowing exactly what they had to work with and taking care of it. This didn't require visualizing what Danny would do. As a country veterinarian, Amy knew all about conservation and maintenance of supplies. Her business lived by the careful shepherding of expensive materials for as long as they would last, juggling availability with expiration dates. Maria stayed up in the tower with the radio. Ernie posted watch. Amy realized there was only one person who didn't know what to do that day: herself. After a brief inspection of Topper and Ernie's trench-digging efforts, which had yielded several lengths of old rust-furred iron pipe, Amy decided she might be well employed watching the road for any sign of Danny's return. So she sat herself on the bumper of one of the minnows, a pickup truck with a fiberglass cap, and kept her eye on the ribbon of asphalt that wiggled away through the scrub desert. She sat there for half an hour before she realized she could see something approaching. It was a cloud of dust. At first she thought it was a dust devil, one of those tiny cyclones that whirled up off the sand and threw litter around before blowing itself out. But this one didn't blow out. It grew. Eventually Amy could see the dark ciphers of vehicles emerging from the horizon, growing as they approached, 3 or 4 of them. Then Amy found Wolf at her elbow. He was also watching, his rumpled eyes squinting into the hard light. "I guess we shouldn't have counted on staying alone out here," Amy said.
"Military,"
Wolf said. "You can't tell that from here."
"They're spaced out perfect. 100 meters each. It's a convoy. Xin Chao, Doc. I'm out of here,"
he said, and slung his rifle over his shoulder. He shambled over to the nearest hangar and emerged a few moments later with a child's nylon backpack. It had a unicorn embroidered on it. "You've been waiting for this," Amy protested. "You're just like Danny. You can't wait to let everybody down."
"Didn't make no fucking promises to nobody," Wolf muttered. "Keys."
Amy had the key to the new padlock that held the gates shut. She let Wolf out without further discussion, knowing there was none to be had. He really was a lot like Danny, obstinate and alone. Wolf didn't walk down the road, but disappeared with surprising speed into the rutted landscape uphill of the airfield. Amy felt a little tickle of fear in the back of her belly. Those vehicles approaching represented change, a new situation. Amy was sick of new situations. At the time, she wouldn't have thought of this as a premonition. Later, she would describe it exactly that way. There were 3 vehicles, a pair of military Humvees with the deep buttressed suspensions that gave them impossible ground clearance. Both had .50 caliber machine guns mounted on the roofs. Behind them was a hulking machine that Amy thought looked like a tank on wheels instead of treads, its turret bristling with weapons. All 3 vehicles were painted in an angular black and gray camouflage pattern Amy didn't remember seeing before. Danny would have recognized it. The word Hawkstone was lettered discreetly on the cab doors of the vehicles, accented with a logo, a simplified eagle's head over an American flag. Amy guessed this meant they were some kind of private outfit, but for all she knew there was a Hawkstone branch of the Marines or something. Big Red One, Screaming Eagles, and all that fierce-sounding stuff Danny was into. A stocky man wearing the same camouflage as the vehicles sprang out of the head Humvee almost before it stopped moving. He came right up to the gates and banged on the metal frame with a fancy assault weapon, as if Amy and the half-dozen others now gathered behind the gates couldn't see him. "Hi," Amy said, aware it might sound somewhat lame. "Open up on the double," the man said, and waved at his companions in the second Humvee. Two men climbed down from the cargo area in back, carrying a third man between them in a fireman's lift. The third man's leg was saturated with blood streaming from the thigh, and he looked pale and ill. Topper came right up to the gate and squared off in front of the man with the gun. "What's your business?" he said. "We got wounded," the stocky man replied. "I see that. And you're waving a gun around." "Open the fucking gates," the man said, and Amy stepped between them and released the padlock. There was a great bustle of activity as the wounded man was carried into the terminal building and laid out on the ping-pong table in the rec room, his head propped up on a greasy old sofa cushion, a hastily stripped bedsheet beneath him. Everyone who wasn't helping was watching, so it seemed almost incidental that the two Humvees and the big tank-like vehicle, an M1117 ASV, rolled through the gates and took up prominent positions in the center of the airfield parking lot. Their noses were pointed in an arc outward, tail to tail, creating a defensible center and a comprehensive field of fire, but not out at the desert, inward, toward the airfield. The new arrivals moved with such purpose that it wasn't questioned. Patrick returned from the motorhome with the big duffel bag of medical supplies they'd accumulated, only to find himself having to ask permission to enter the terminal building from a pair of muscular, uniformed men holding machine guns across their chests. He knew instantly that everything had changed. The problem wasn't just zombies anymore. Amy tried to remember how many of these people knew she wasn't a doctor. The short, stocky guy in uniform was addressed as Murdo. He was clearly in charge. Head like a fist, fringed with dense black hair, balding in back to reveal an almost perfectly round cap of gleaming scalp. These must be the guys like the mercenaries Danny complained about dealing with in Iraq, hotshots with fancy guns and no particular allegiance to the Geneva Conventions. Murdo called the huge men that flanked him Reese and Boudreau. Boudreau had to be 6'5", his nose broken more than once so it tapered the wrong way, getting broader and more prominent between his eyes, almost flat above his mouth. Reese had no fat on him, not a spare scrap of flesh. His anatomy showed through the skin like steel cables on an iron frame. The wounded man's name was Jones, because Murdo kept repeating that Jones fucked us when he wasn't shouting at people to get back or telling his men to secure their position. Amy hadn't intended to volunteer her medical services, but several of the civilians she'd been traveling with pointed her out to Murdo and said she was a doctor. Amy regretted that particular subterfuge. Troy wasn't there to disagree, because he had been marched away along with Topper, Ernie, and a couple of other men who looked physically capable. Where they were now, Amy did not know. Their guard was Parker, a black man with a massive neck wider than his head. She had never explained to these others that she was only a veterinarian. It wouldn't be good for morale, hers or theirs. She still had an inferiority complex when it came to human doctors. Now she wished very much that she hadn't let the matter slide. Murdo pounded on the table. "You!" he barked at Amy. "Jones here needs some repairs, so let's get going with it." Now was the time to come clean, Amy knew, before this went any further. If she messed up and lost this poor kid with the bullet in his leg, there would be heck to pay. If she told them all what she really was, they couldn't possibly make her operate. Patrick knew her secret as well. Surely he would say something. Everyone was crowding in, the men with guns and the civilians both, pressing close, caught up in the panic. Jones was wailing with pain. "Listen to me," Amy said. "I'm not—" A deafening noise threw everybody down on the floor, except the men in uniform. The air went rank with cordite stink. Bent-nosed Boudreau had fired a bullet into the ceiling. The shell casing jingled on the linoleum. "There's no time for this shit," Murdo said. You all keep the fuck back and let the little lady do her thing." The others did what he said, wet-eyed and afraid. Amy looked at Jones. His skin was pale, like beeswax. He was sweating. His mouth was contorted with pain. Amy visualized a horse in the same situation. That didn't work. A dog? More like it. This was not a man. It was a dog with very straight back legs. It had an injured limb, and Amy had to repair it. Same basic hydraulics, same structures, different response to anesthetics, but she didn't have any animal tranquilizers, so it was hard to go wrong there. "Patrick, you're my assistant. We need to wash up, and then let's get to work." A minute later they were scrubbing their hands in the men's room, hissing at each other in urgent whispers. "I can't do this. The sight of blood makes me faint," Patrick said. "Faint later," Amy said. "We have to get this guy patched up and get them all out of here as fast as we can, because they're psycho birdies, in case you didn't notice." "You think they'll just shake our hands and leave?" Patrick snorted. "Duh. They're going to look around here and figure out they have it made, and they'll sit out the situation with us as their servants. Trust me on this. I used to be a waiter. Them, you don't want to wait on." "Either way, we have to do this. We don't have a choice. It's going to look really gross, so do what I say and don't think about it." "Oh yeah, right. Great advice." "You want great advice?" Amy whispered, trying not to shout. She was pulling on a pair of latex gloves. "Yes, I want great advice." "Don't puke in the wound." Even with all the horror Patrick had seen in the last fortnight or so, the sight of serious injuries still made him feel lightheaded and ill. Amy lifted the sticky cloth away, strings of coagulated blood stretching and breaking. Pale flesh stained with red, the hairs glued down. Around the entry wound, a puffed-up donut of skin. The crater itself, a purple-black orifice, didn't look as bad as Patrick expected. Amy had him pass along fistfuls of gauze, the sterile water, and any kind of antiseptic wipes he could find in their medical kit duffel bag. Patrick was hopeful she was just going to clean the skin and wrap the thing up. Job done. "Look for liquid iodine or something," Amy said. "There might be some peroxide in a brown bottle. That'll work." Patrick knew exactly what peroxide looked like. There was a full bottle in the duffel. He handed it over. Amy sloshed the liquid liberally all over the leg injury. It foamed up, brown and fragrant, hissing. Jones screamed. "Just what the fuck do you think you're doing?" Murdo shouted. "Just the fuck doing my job, Mr. Fuckerman," Amy replied. As if to punctuate her response, she swabbed raw iodine on the wound, and Jones screamed again. Reese and Boudreau had to hold him down, Reese on the arms and Boudreau on the knees. By way of comfort, they kept telling the writhing Jones not to be a fucking pussy. In a level voice, Amy said, "Jones, how much do you weigh, 180? The wounded man nodded, his teeth clenched so tight he couldn't speak. Amy gestured with her chin. "Patrick, look for a box of little glass bottles labeled Procaine Penicillin." He located the box and removed a couple of the bottles. "Now," Amy continued, "look for a syringe. It will be in a paper packet." Patrick handed bottles and syringe to Amy. Patrick was absolutely going to pass out, no question. Amy unwrapped the syringe and removed the plastic cap from the needle. She inserted the needle through the cap of a Procaine bottle and drew the contents up into the syringe. She was about to press the needle into the ragged flesh at the edge of the wound when Patrick interrupted. He couldn't help himself. Mostly he was trying to postpone the moment when the needle entered the wound. Aren't you supposed to squirt the bubbles out of the needle first?" "You think there's no air in there now?" Amy said, and sank the needle to the hilt right down inside the bullet hole. Patrick made a croaking sound. Even Murdo took half a step back. But Jones didn't seem to feel this additional outrage to his system. Amy picked up the second vial of Procaine and injected that one as well, into the skin rather than deep in the meat of the leg. Then she set the syringe aside. "Don't anybody touch that," she said. "I'll probably need it again. Tweezers, hemostat, scalpel, please." Before Patrick had a chance to overthink the situation, Amy was deep in the wound. She cut it open wider with the scalpel, had Patrick shine the flashlight down in the throat of the injury, and found what she was looking for. Clamped it off with hemostats. Then, with the long-nosed tweezers, she fished down to the depths, burrowing around for the bullet itself. The hemostats seemed to move of their own volition, like silvery wading birds with sharp beaks. While Amy worked, she began to talk. "So, how did he come by this?" Amy said. "Zombies can't shoot." "Zeros," Murdo said. "Zeros who?" "Zeros is what we call them, not zombies." "Okay, a zero didn't shoot him. Am I right?" "Yeah," said Reese. "He shot himself." "What caliber?" 9mm, Jones himself replied. His voice was tight. He was scared. "Pistol. I fucked up." "Got stuck with a tyro," Murdo said. "Jones, lie still. If you bleed out, we're gonna have to shoot you in the head. You want your mama should see you like that?" "No, sir." Jones was struggling, obviously feeling Amy's exploration of the wound. He forced himself to lie still, but his face was rigid with the effort. "We called for a chopper," Murdo said. "No chopper. Lost contact with our main unit 4 days back. Supposed to rendezvous." "So, Jones, you shot yourself?" Amy said. "How long ago? A day?" "Yesterday night," he gasped. "And since then you've been dealing with it?" "Like a little baby girl," Boudreaux offered, renewing his grip on Jones's knees. Patrick was acutely aware of how close he was to this huge, ugly man, all sour sweat, arm hair, and the whistle of breath through distorted nostrils. Not an appealing encounter. Patrick found he was staring at Boudreaux to avoid seeing what Amy was doing. But he had to look, because she'd found something. "No jacket," Amy said. "Lead slug. You're lucky this didn't fragment too bad, but I think it hit the bone." Amy retrieved a piece of dark metal the size of a pencil eraser from Jones's leg. Patrick felt an oily tide in the back of his throat, choked it down, and tried to breathe past the acid that surged behind his teeth. This squashed, bloody bit of metal had torn into this man's leg at some huge speed, and now Amy was pulling it out the way it came in, almost too much to bear. He handed her wads of gauze and more of the iodine towelettes and tried to keep himself coherent. Amy fished out another 3 or 4 bits of metal, then a pale sliver of bone that looked like a chewed-up toothpick. "I don't see anything else, but no warranty is express or implied," Amy said, and then, "Needle and gut, please." A few minutes later, stitching complete, there was a sterile bandage over the whole thing. Amy released the tourniquet from around Jones's leg, and nothing seemed to happen. The bandage did not turn red. It might have actually worked. "Can you feel your toes?" Amy asked, but Jones was unconscious. The ping-pong table was a mess of bloody gauze and orange iodine stain. The sheet was ruined. Her shirt, and Patrick's, he now observed, spattered with blood and disinfectant. The air had a hospital stink, but also reeked of armpits and fear. Empty first-aid wrappers and packets littered the floor. Jones was breathing fast, but his body was limp. His companions let go of him and stepped back. Amy passed her arm across her forehead. "No charge," she said. "Don't put any weight on that for a few days. Now put those guns away." Murdo looked at Jones's face, and it was hard to say whether his expression was one of concern or irritation. He looked unsatisfied. Then he brought his eyes up, taking everybody in. "This entire installation is under our control until further notice," he announced. "Martial law, shoot to kill, you know the drill. Follow my orders, we'll all get along. Fuck with us whatsoever, and things will get ugly." "Under whose authority?" Amy asked. Patrick had his head between his knees. He was recovering from an intense desire to be sick. "Smith & Wesson," Murdo replied, and walked outside. Boudreaux and Reese walked out behind him, and Parker and another man with a shaved head stepped inside the door and stood there with their guns across their chests, eyes as blank as buttons. "No need to thank me," Amy said. 4. Nobody slept well that night. They'd had so little time without danger staring them in the face, and now, instead of the living dead, it was assholes with guns. By morning, Topper had gotten himself beaten to the ground in an altercation with the bald mercenary, whose name was Estevez. Estevez had an illegible tattoo up under his right ear and another of a teardrop under his left eye. Topper couldn't properly fight back because he was the one without a gun, and if he won the fight, he might still get shot. So he ended up humiliated and bleeding, curled in a ball on the floor of Hangar 2. The 2 zombies that had been hanging around outside the fence had started lying on the ground for hours at a time, as if sleeping, until one of the living came close. The next time the zombies stood up, there was a Hawkstone man with a machine gun on the other side of the mesh. All the survivors rushed outside at the sound of gunfire. There wasn't much to see, just another couple of corpses now. Murdo selected a work party and sent them out to bury the bodies. He didn't allow them a firearm in case there were more of the undead around. "Plenty of rocks out there," he said. "Brain 'em." Maria was relieved of radio duty. That job fell to one of the paramilitary men, called Flamingo by the others. His face was pink, prematurely creased, and spattered with cancerous-looking freckles. The mercenaries weren't inaccurate with nicknames. In addition to his complexion, Flamingo had enormous arms and skinny legs. There were 2 other members of the Hawkstone team, for a total of 9. Black-haired, blue-eyed Ace, whose face was so immobile it appeared he suffered some kind of paralysis, and Molini. Molini had a single eyebrow, identical to his mustache. These features bracketed a nose like an axe blade. Murdo mostly ignored his civilian charges, preferring to order his men around. Amy thought that was a bad way to do things. It wasn't Danny's approach, that was for sure. But now that the zombies were buried, everybody was idle, sitting around in the rec room or the dormitories, talking in quiet voices. This irritated Molini and Boudreau, the guards at the door. They were sure the conversation was about them. In fact, people were primarily talking about what they would do after things settled down. Outside, the torn-up dirt where Topper and Ernie had undertaken the plumbing project remained as it was. There would be no further improvements. Topper's right eye had puffed shut, and his lower lip had split open like a grape. As a result of the fight, he and Ernie were currently confined to the rec room, where they glowered in the corner. Amy did what she could to defuse the situation through Murdo, catching him as he passed through the terminal. "Hi," she began, wishing she had a better arsenal of conversation starters. "We should talk." "Yeah?" Murdo said. He had a way of getting about 5 inches too close when he spoke to people. It made him look even shorter. "See, we haven't been here all that long ourselves, and we've been through a lot the last few days. I'm sure you guys have too. The thing is, we need to all remember we're in this together, you know?" "So true," Murdo said. Amy was encouraged. "Because right now there aren't any police or the normal army, the regular army, you know what I mean, the official one. And there's a lot of looting and stuff, but we're not the ones doing it. We're actually a pretty low-key bunch of people, right? I mean, we are, right?" "Like newborn lambs. Are we having a chat, or are you going somewhere with this?" Amy took a long breath. "Here goes. I'm saying what I think we'd all prefer is if you could quit guarding us like we were some kind of prisoners, okay? Let us do what we were doing before. There's no point to all this Stalag 13 bullpucky. I fixed up your buddy's leg, I helped you out, and you are way not helping us back." Murdo nodded, an expression of great thoughtfulness on his squat face. "You've got a good point there. We come barging in like we own the place, we post guards, and we take immediate violent action against anybody that resists. That's what you're talking about, am I right?" "I'm so glad you understand," Amy said, letting the breath go. Murdo reached up and placed one of his thick hands against the base of Amy's neck. Her space-violated alarms went off, but she tried not to cringe.
He was cooperating, after all. She didn't want to offend him. "You're a reasonable woman, so I'll explain the situation, and I'm sure you'll be with me all the way," Murdo began. "This entire nation was placed under martial law during the first 10 hours of this crisis. You know that? No? It was, coast to coast. You know what that means?" Murdo didn't wait for an answer. Veins were rising in his neck, and his face was turning red. "We're the law. We're the Army, the Navy, and the FBI." Amy tried to speak, but Murdo's hand tightened on her neck, and he winched his face to within inches of hers, his voice rising. "Our job is to maintain order, you understand? Not, I repeat, not to babysit a bunch of fucking helpless fucks like you people. You got some kind of idea we're not hardcore? Is that what you're saying? You think we're not killers?" He threw Amy away from him. She stumbled backward into a table and gripped the edge of it with both hands, and he closed in on her, raging. "You don't know shit! We're the baddest of the bad, stone cold. So you back the fuck off. You keep the rest of these fucking shit stains organized, and once we regain contact with command, you're free to go wherever the fuck you want to go. You can have cake and ice cream, I don't give a shit. Meanwhile, the best thing you can do is keep your fucking people under control. I don't want my boys to mistake anybody for a zero." Without waiting for a response, Murdo turned and strode away. The interview hadn't gone as well as Amy hoped it would. By late afternoon, the Hawkstone men were sick of patrolling the fence. Some of them argued with Murdo, out on the runway at a good distance from the terminal, but their voices bounced off the sheet-metal hangar walls and straight into the rec room, where the survivors listened in miserable silence through the open windows. Murdo was barely in control of his men, that much was obvious. He didn't keep them occupied enough, except standing around guarding things that didn't need guards. And they had been on the move for days, so sitting still felt weird to them. Reese and Ace seemed especially antagonistic. Amy caught one of their convocations, a hissed argument just outside the terminal's front doorway. She could see them through the open rec room window nearest the door, if she pressed up close to the frame. It sounded to Amy like the subject was a recurring theme between them. "Murdo, give me a fucking break," Reese hissed. "They said find a secure location and wait for orders? How could they say that if they didn't know they were going to drop out of contact?" "Maybe they did know," Murdo replied, almost whining. "I don't question my orders. Neither should you, Reese. So either they knew they were going to have a communications blackout and didn't tell us, or they didn't see it coming. Either way, we should get the fuck up there and see what's happening, not sit here blowing farts with the fucking Partridge family." Reese and Murdo were less than a foot apart now. Ace stepped back from them and spat on the tarmac by Murdo's boot. "Murdo ain't got the guts to go up there," Ace said, his voice as expressionless as his features. Murdo rounded on him and shoved his lumpy face right up under Ace's nose. "Stand down, boy." "Ain't your boy." "We stay right here until word comes down. We don't know what's happening with HQ. We weren't authorized to speculate. Our job is to hurry the fuck up and fucking wait." They moved away from the building, and the rest of the conversation wasn't audible to Amy. The gunmen had only arrived 24 hours earlier, and already things were badly off track. She didn't know how to make it better. If Danny had been here, she might have figured out what to do, or they might have shot her by now. But Danny wasn't here. Amy felt responsible. She had to keep the situation under some kind of control, but control had been taken from her, if she ever had it, and Murdo didn't seem to be able to handle it himself. Half an hour later, Murdo strode into the terminal and zeroed in on Amy. "I want another little meeting with you," he said. "I'm right here," Amy said. "Alone." Amy was intimidated by physical men. She liked Patrick because he was not physical. He lived in his emotions, his thinking. A guy like Topper was different. He frightened Amy. He was big and fierce and expressed himself through his arms, steering, building, dismantling, dominating his environment with massive strength.
the brachioradialis muscles thick as rattlesnakes coiled around his forearms. And Murdo's men had dominated him. So now Amy was walking behind the hangar with Murdo, a short, solid, physical man with cords of anger in his neck. She remembered walking behind the Skyline High football bleachers with Sean Mackey, a brawny kid who looked 25 at age 16. He was an athlete, a consummate jock. He lured Amy back there, where nobody could see but the trees, and made her do things. His pretext was her superior knowledge of the assigned book in English class. He said he needed help, but he was embarrassed to be seen discussing it in front of anybody. Discussing it with me, anyway, Amy had thought at the time. It was an inspired strategy on Mackey's part. Amy's miserable self-image was certain he had no physical interest in her. She genuinely believed he wanted to pick her brains. So she was flattered, too. What made it even worse was Amy's realization, in hindsight, that he probably didn't have any physical interest in her. He was simply taking away power from a brainy chick who threatened his sense of absolute mastery. Once she'd been talked into letting him come in her mouth while he tugged at her small nipples, her power went away. She was no better than the cheerleaders and debutantes who willingly gave themselves to him. Not so smart after all, Amy had chided herself. It still made her face burn to remember the flattering things he'd said back there at the tree line behind the stadium, how he sounded surprised to find her so pretty, how smart was beautiful. Can I touch your skin? She never told anybody at the time, not even Danny, although Danny sensed something serious was amiss. Nobody would have asked to touch Danny back then. She had the worst case of pimples. Amy never called it rape, what Sean Mackey did, because she'd gone willingly to the slaughter. Not that she found him attractive or interesting or anything except intimidating. He didn't force himself upon her. He merely stepped behind her defenses. This old, sore history was bubbling hot in Amy's mind as she followed the squat, intent Murdo behind the hangar. He had better not try anything, she thought. He'd better only have something private to say. But this was not a man with private thoughts. Amy wondered if she would scream or fight back until he knifed her or shot her or used his pepper spray on her. Even as she planned her defense, she knew deep inside it was all bullshit. She would do what he wanted, take the abuse rather than risk her life, and tell nobody. No, someday she would tell Danny. They were standing in the shadow of the hangar, which reached up onto the flank of the nearest hill past the fence. Copper-colored light glazed the desert and made it look like the work of a metalsmith's hammer. It was hot and dry, but a light breeze signified that the night would be cool. Amy's arms were knotted across her chest. Murdo leaned against the fence, looking out, his weight on one arm. His breathing was thick. Amy felt a chill inside her. If this blustering, dangerous little man decided to do something to her, he would kill her when he was finished. The act itself wouldn't satisfy. He'd want to erase the evidence, too. Amy waited. He could do the talking, make the demands, but Amy did not intend to meet him halfway, or most of the way, as she had done long ago. Murdo scrubbed his bristling scalp with his free hand, then spoke without turning to look at Amy. "Don't freak out. I ain't gonna fuck you." "What?" "Said I ain't gonna fuck you, so quit standing there like I had my cock out." "I didn't think you were. I mean, I don't think you have your thing out, and I don't think you're going to do what you just said. No. I mean, why would you, right? Actually..." Amy was babbling with relief. She literally stopped her voice by putting her hand over her mouth. Murdo didn't remark on it. Now Amy recognized what emotion he was radiating. It wasn't aggression. It was defensiveness. He looked almost beaten. And in that instant, she discovered this frightened her more than anything. He locked his fist through the wire of the fence. "What you ain't got is the big picture of the situation at hand. See, I got that. I'm the type can see a long ways. That's why I'm in charge. And what I seen is some bullshit of the first water. Me, my boys, then you and your bunch. That's the hierarchy. Now, you're in charge of these other people. I want you right where you're at, so I don't have to babysit nobody. You babysit, because that's the hierarchy, like I said. But the thing is this. My boys are concerned. They seen some action and they ain't afraid, so I got 'em this far, and we're on our way to Potter. But we're supposed to wait till we get word from the top before we move in on Potter, because that's where we meet up with a shitload more of our boys, and then we form a big ass-kicking unit and we sweep this whole fucking sector of the map so clean you could eat off it. Murdo started to pace, slowly along the fence. Amy couldn't believe it. He really did want to meet behind the hangar to make a confession. Or he was insane. She didn't know anything about men, apparently. He was still talking. Like I said before, we haven't heard from nobody, top or bottom, because we ain't got the new radio codes for our digital squawk boxes. Conventional band is down. So the boys are thinking. I can't stop 'em thinking. Gotta keep their minds occupied until the time comes we roll out of here, and I gotta diffuse the situation. There's no fuse, Amy broke in. Big boys like these? You got a few big boys yourself. You think they're not gonna mix it up? Already did last night. Your boy got his ass whooped. But that ain't good for nobody's morale. He'll want a rematch. Maybe you don't get it, 'cause you're not real desirable, but all them boys are fixing to fight. How come? On account of the women. What women? Amy was incredulous. What the hell was he talking about? All them ones in there. You got 18 twats on you all told, and near twice that many tits. That little one with the blue hair, Jesus Christ, she's all right. You think those men of yours ain't done the math? They want to defend their supply. If we're stuck out here for 6 months, hell, 6 weeks, 6 days, you think there ain't a problem on the way? Amy was speechless. With all this awful stuff going on, this little man thought everybody was going sex crazy? He was the crazy one. As far as she knew, nobody had even thought about sex since the dead fell down and got back up. It wasn't what you thought about in situations like this. Maybe it was different when you were shooting 100 milligrams of epiandrosterone into your ass every day. You're kidding, she said, when she could find her voice. Here's the deal, Murdo continued. I gotta keep my boys happy. They're not happy now. I can't keep 'em happy with your boys getting all up in their grills. Somebody's gotta get out of the way. He's going to kill them, Amy realized. He plans to shoot Troy and Topper and Simon and all the men. Now, I ain't gonna shoot them, Murdo said, and Amy jumped. I ain't a mind reader. You're staring at my gun. He croaked. It was supposed to be a laugh. So we agree on all that. Good. Now, what to do, right? What to do. He pretended to think about it. I know, he continued 2 seconds later. Here's what we do. Your guys leave. Our guys leave? Great idea. We won't stop them. Good luck, Godspeed, and we'll all have a laugh and a few beers after all this shit is over with. Leave where? Anywhere they want, as long as it's outside the range of our 20mm. Amy could think of some things to say about Murdo's 20mm herself, but her head got crowded. He didn't just want to get rid of the civilian men because they were a threat. He wanted all the women. Amy's guts coiled up tight. He was telling her what was going to happen, and he expected her to handle the transition. To make it easy for him. Amy thought of the men she'd arrived with. Their party was more women than men, for whatever reason. Troy, Topper, Ernie, and Simon the accountant were the strongest ones. Then there was Patrick, and the college kid named Martin, very skinny, an older bald man whose name Amy didn't know, a thick jowly man named Juan, who always held his head tilted back as if he were looking for something up in the sky, although his eyes were pointed forward, and another 2 or 3 men of modest build. She figured if she couldn't remember their names, they probably weren't threatening. Amy realized Murdo was looking at her, waiting. What? Amy said. I'm waiting for you to get on board with this thing. Mister, Amy said, her voice high and tense, your idea sucks. You think I'm going to tell my guys to leave so your guys can have your way? Whoa there, Murdo said, his palms held upright in front of him. Nobody's saying we're going to turn this place into our own private whorehouse. We're saying we got to separate the competing males before somebody gets hurt.
Somebody already did get hurt.
I rest my motherfucking case.
Murdo called everyone to stand out in the parking area, with his men ranged around the perimeter holding their guns like so many jointed plastic action figures. It wasn't much of a crowd. Amy found herself appraising the women. Who would be first? She was most worried about Michelle, and after that the college girl, Pfeiffer, Martin's girlfriend. There was Cammie, the freckled, red-headed African-American woman, too, with the tiny baby that never seemed to cry. She was very pretty, and had a kind of innocent surprise on her face that would interest the men. The baby wouldn't pose much of an obstacle. Amy herself might not be in much danger. She wasn't unattractive, but she had asexuality about perfected. Her head was swarming with scenarios for how the situation could devolve into mayhem. A couple of women who were older than her, milps or milfs or whatever the term was, especially the one with the big unlikely boobs, would definitely end up on the roster. The boob one was flirty, the kind of person who got attacked and then told she was asking for it. Heck, they were all going to end up in trouble if these guys turned out to be into the gender power trip. As long as a woman cried, she could be 80 years old and they'd still get the jollies they were after. Adrenaline had been steaming through Amy's bloodstream since she walked back behind the hangar, and now she felt ill and wired and crazy. But there was no plan. She couldn't think what to do. They had the guns. It was their show. Murdo said, "We need some volunteers, scouting party. You go out there, find an alternate safe location, and stay put. We'll find you later on. Here's who's on the list." Murdo pointed at the men he wanted, and Ace and Parker separated them from the herd at gunpoint. Everybody was worried now. They'd all seen the movies about World War II, and they knew where this was going. The only thing missing was the boxcar. Topper started to protest, and Amy didn't think. She shouted, sudden and loud, "Topper, no! Just do what he says." The anger and fear in her voice sliced through Topper's bravado and left him silent. He stood with the others. Patrick was crying, though silently. 15 minutes later, the chosen ones were walking down the road through the desert, each carrying a couple days' worth of food on his back and a change of clothes if he had one. There was a touch of the epic about it, with the others who stayed behind clinging to the fence, some weeping, some daring to complain, but not loudly. Pfeiffer cried out Martin's name once, and he looked back. One of the Humvees was turned to the fence, with Molino manning the rooftop machine gun. They were unarmed, these men going out on foot into the deadly landscape. Troy was carrying 2 gallons of water in a polyethylene container. That was it. They had nothing else. The sun went down, the tips of the mountains cooled from fiery red to pitch black against the glowing azure horizon, and then it was too dark to see as the little band of figures receded into the distance. The remaining survivors were herded into the rec room after the call, where they sat quietly. A couple of the women were cooking spaghetti in the kitchen. Boudreaux was detailed to keep an eye on them. Amy kept to herself, sitting on the floor in a corner with her hands twisting between her knees. She didn't respond to questions from any of her people. She only scowled at Murdo, who stood in the foyer, studying the group. For Murdo's part, he didn't have much to say to the doctor. She'd been useful to him, patching up the incompetent Jones and keeping her men under control until the gates were locked behind them. Now she could go fuck herself. Murdo sure as hell wouldn't. Murdo's primary focus was on watching the other civilians, see who showed signs of defiance. Anybody decided to act out, they were going to get made an example of. It was Management 101. Somebody has to get fucked up good real early on, and then everybody else toes the line. He thought beating up that fat, hairy biker asshole would take care of it, but these people expected men like him to get into fights and lose. Somebody else was going to have to get a hurt on. He thought he knew who.
His eyes kept returning to the little blonde they called Patrick. Amy fell asleep sitting in a chair in front of the women's dormitory at the top of the stairs. She was going to postpone the inevitable as long as she could. Maybe it wouldn't be inevitable if help came, or Murdo's headquarters radioed him to go to Potter, or who knew what else. Zombies or Zeros might come down out of the hills and eat everybody. Amy didn't know what she was hoping for. Anything would do. Even bad news was better than the worst-case scenario in front of her. She woke up every few minutes, never sleeping more than half an hour at a stretch. Occasionally she would yield to the alarm that was going off inside her, get up and tour the beds, looking for knife-wielding steroidal rapists. She wasn't the only one awake. The dishwatery woman, Linda Moss, was crying on a lower bunk, shiny trails of tears running from eye to ear as she lay there on her back in the dark. Once, sometime after 3 in the morning, Amy went to where the mercenaries were sleeping, only 4 at a time, the rest on guard duty, except Murdo, who had privilege of rank and claimed one of the private bedrooms. He slept with the door ajar. Amy slipped past, trying not to look at Murdo, obscene even in sleep, his mouth hanging open as if to shout. The rest were in the men's dormitory, although most of the mercenaries had dragged mattresses onto the floor and slept there. Beds weren't macho enough, apparently, or they didn't feel comfortable in beds they'd emptied by force. She explained to Parker, who stood watch at the dormitory door, that she wanted to check on Jones. Jones was awake, too. "It hurts," he whispered, as if confessing his sins. "I mean, it really hurts, and it's itchy." "Don't scratch it," Amy said, "or chew on it. Otherwise we have to put a cone around your neck." Jones didn't understand the joke, and Amy thought better of explaining it. The poor man had enough worries. "Pain is good, means the leg is still alive. That tourniquet could have killed it. And the itching is good, too. It means you're healing." Jones was young and scared. He had little more in common with these others than the uniform. But he was still a good German, Amy thought. It wasn't enough to be better than the bad guys. You had to resist. Amy undressed the wound and examined it. "Looks pretty good," she said. "Did you really shoot yourself?" "No way," Jones said. "I'm not that stupid. Ace did it. He was shooting a Zero that came up on me. Missed it." "Murdo said you did it yourself." "He's got his reasons." "I guess he must. So, Jones, has he said what the next step is?" "Next step? To what?" Jones was a little groggy, and none too sharp on a good day, Amy suspected. "You know, I mean, you're not going to stay here very long, right?" "I'd like to." "Sure, but we'll run out of water and stuff, right? And food? I guess he told you when you'd be going up to Potter, probably." "He doesn't tell me anything. Did he say something about going to Potter?" "That's where you were going, I thought," Amy said. "Yeah, but we didn't hear from Control, so we went to Plan B or C or whatever plan it is by now. Find a secure location and stay there until further orders." Amy nodded as if only half listening, examining the wound closely, although there wasn't anything to see or smell. She had brought fresh dressings for it and took her time wrapping the leg up again. She didn't want to appear interested in anything other than medical matters. She thought Danny would find this clever. Danny would have slapped him until he talked. "Right, that's normal procedure, sure," she muttered distractedly. "Yeah." Jones winced. There was a lot of damaged muscle knitting itself back together inside his leg. Amy had known the shot came from a distance the moment she saw it. No contact burns. The slug didn't make it all the way through the leg, and the wound path went at a very strange angle for a self-inflicted injury. It made a lot more sense to imagine a man standing 100 feet away fired that shot. "So," Amy continued, just making idle conversation, "what happens if you never get further orders?" "I guess Murdo would... Shit, I don't know." It had obviously never occurred to Jones that there might someday not be somebody up higher to answer to. He was struggling with the idea.
Amy pressed on, sensing she had an advantage. What I don't get is why he sent most of our men away. When was this? Jones looked bewildered. 2 nights ago. Murdo's pretty ruthless. I'm surprised he let you live. We had to shoot one of our dudes that got bit on the arm, Jones said. We called him the Sledge, right? Sledge was all, sick and infected, and Murdo told Ace, damn, And Ace was like, bam! Jones made a gun out of his hand and mimicked the recoil of a pistol shot. Amy wasn't ready for that. They'd shot one of their own. It explained their lack of remorse. Shoot your buddies? It gets a hell of a lot easier to shoot a stranger. 5. Danny understood the martial law thing. She'd been an enforcer of lockdowns not long before. People would go crazy, holed up in some stranger's house with 20 other people, unwelcome, not wanting to be there in the first place, stuck until the curfew was lifted for a few hours, which sometimes would be days on end, surviving on canned goods and whatever you could make with flour and water, assuming there was any gas to cook with, or any water. No power, so these squeezed populations were sweltering in temperatures that would eventually prove deadly. There would be inconsolable infants, some little kids suffering loudly, crazy just to be allowed to run around, to be alive. They hadn't mastered suffering and stillness the way the adults had, so they were wild, screaming. The mind doesn't stop thinking in these circumstances. Rage breeds, fed upon the stench of urine and shit and unwashed skin, the fetid, motionless air, the rumble of armored vehicles down the pavement outside. Hunger makes it stronger. Thirst gives it urgency. Something happens, a house-to-house search or a death in the street, and the rage explodes into action. Danny went back to the office building after her shift on patrol was over, to rest on the floor beside Yanaba. The woman slept on her side with her fists up by her face, beads of sweat on her skin, a posture Danny thought looked very much like a sleeping infant. Danny slept on her back, the reptilian scars compressed by her weight in such a way that the itching was lessened. She had her hands laced behind her head, elbows out, staring at the underside of the desk atop which some anonymous information workers had done their day's work. Wad of old gum up there, a sheet of particle board above her, a thin carpet beneath. Nevertheless, it beat the hell out of sleeping in the driver's seat of the Mustang, with the seat back tilted down as far as it would go. She wondered how she was going to find Kelly, and she wondered how long it would be before she could get out of the city. This place wasn't going to survive. Danny dozed off without being aware of it, and knew nothing until she awoke to the sound of shouting. It was mid-morning. They let the night shift sleep in, of course. Yanaba was gone. Danny felt a moment of irritation that she'd slept through people moving around in her space, but then she hadn't had a proper sleep in living memory. She was secure enough here. She was a part of the machine, invisible and functioning according to plan. She rose, pulled on her cold, sweat-damp boots, and went to the window wall. Outside there was a plaza bounded on 2 sides by streets and the other 2 sides by office buildings, with rows of buildings opposite. Danny overlooked it from the 2nd floor. The plaza was paved with brick, and there was some kind of modern fountain in the center of it, rising up out of a series of low, curving brick walls. Fair cover in a gunfight, Danny noted, although you'd be stranded when the ammunition ran out. Everything was covered in a shroud of cinerary dust that whirled and billowed when the air shifted. The far side of the plaza was almost obscured by smoke from the fires. It was raining fluffy ash. A small shift in the wind, and now the fires were threatening to choke those it could not burn. Something was happening. People were running down the street, some of them cut diagonally across the plaza. One of the Hawkstone Humvees came racing through the crowd and came to a halt across the street at a guillotine angle, bisecting the crowd. Probably 200 people, Danny estimated, were running around out there. Men jumped out of the Humvee and started knocking civilians down. There was a gunshot, and the Hawkstone mercenaries took cover. Their weapons came up, and they started shooting. Danny hit the floor, scooting back away from the window, but continued to watch the action. At first it didn't look like anybody got hit. The civilians changed course and scattered like a school of minnows, disappearing down alleys and into doorways. Some crouched behind the fountain walls, their backs to Danny. Now she could see 2 people were lying in the street, one waving an arm, the other motionless. The Hawkstone men advanced, pointing their weapons around, until they were able to drag the 2 wounded people back down the street to the Humvee, yanked them up inside it. 3 grumbling Bradleys rolled up now, parking in the plaza. More men jumped down out of them and started to round up whoever they could find. They had machine gunners covering the plaza with the snouts of their heavy weapons. There was a commotion downstairs in the building, shouting and pleading. Something heavy fell over, maybe a filing cabinet. After a couple of minutes, during which time Danny reasoned with herself that she should get involved, but didn't move, there was the sound of doors banging open below, and then 3 struggling people, a woman and 2 men, were led out of the building, dragged along by a dozen others. They must have been part of the riot, and they'd been found hiding inside. Everybody knew who belonged or didn't belong. 10 minutes later, it was as if nothing had happened. The street was empty again, except for the occasional officially sanctioned vehicle crammed with supplies and gunmen. Danny had a vague plan in mind. It required she stay put for another couple of days, watching for opportunities. Sitting tight was always the hardest part of action. With a great show of calm, Danny went downstairs in search of coffee. Little things had become incalculable luxuries again, the way it was in a theater of war. Private toilet stalls, hot coffee, the occasional shower, water that didn't taste like a swimming pool. She should enjoy these things while they were available. Danny came down the grand staircase toward a group of people in the lobby, all of them speaking in low, urgent voices about the excitement outside. The consensus was that it had been a riot. Somebody said it wasn't a riot, but that people were only fleeing the fires. The wind had changed, and the flames were reaching inhabited areas. Danny drifted over to listen to the conversation. She might need the information. "People are flipping out," said a white kid with dreadlocks and large metal grommets in his earlobes. "Dude, they can't take the heat from the man," an older woman retorted, imitating the kid. "Knock it off, Carol," said a tall, thin man with enormous spectacles. "People got shot out there. We could be next. They're animals." "Those man-eating things out there are the animals," Carol replied, turning on spectacles. "I'd rather have to put up with a little extra security than get eaten by monsters." "A little extra security?" the dreadlocked kid said. "You saw that. They just shot people. That's not security, it's Nazi bullshit." It occurred to Danny that this very conversation had probably been had regarding her own squad of Marines, but in Mesopotamian Arabic or Farsi. A shorter man in a torn mustard-yellow cardigan chimed in. Danny recognized him from one of the minivan teams that had been on patrol the previous night. "You have to be out there to see what's happening," he said. "The safe zone is getting tighter every day. We went into an apartment building last night that literally had people sleeping upright on the stairs. There wasn't a level square foot of floor space left. It stank." "At least they have somewhere to stay," Carol snapped. "We should be grateful those brave men are keeping us safe, not only from those things, but from the mob, people that don't know when they've got it good." "Carol," Spectacles said, cleaning his glasses and the tail of his shirt, "we've worked together for years, right? We go way back. So don't take it the wrong way when I say you're one of the least sympathetic human beings I've ever known." "Okay, then what happens to everybody," the dreadlocked kid said, "when there's no more room? They end up in the streets, but it's martial law. You can't be in the streets. It's a pressure cooker, man. That resistance out there, that was only the beginning. The situation is going to devolve." "Freedom," said Carol with staunch finality, "isn't free." The man in the cardigan saw Danny and nudged Spectacles. Heads turned in her direction. The chatter died out. Her appearance lately tended to have a conversation-stopping effect.
Maybe once her hair grew out and the injuries faded, she'd blend in a little better. It wouldn't hurt if she had eyelashes or eyebrows. Wait till they saw her in a bikini. She passed among them, not making eye contact, and was glad there were not more of them. She hated the staring. Danny went down to the room where the laundry was kept for pickup, then changed into the remains of her uniform, clean but ragged, in the nearest bathroom. Attired in a way that suggested she might have some pretense to authority, she inquired of some competent-looking people in the lobby if there were any convoys headed in the direction of the Pyramid Building. An hour later she was on her way, rifle in hand, riding guard duty on a load of canned soup and packets of dried ravioli. When she got to the guards in front of the pyramid, she was carrying a box of cans on her shoulder. The driver of the truck, also laden with boxes, asserted her legitimacy as a critical member of personnel. She hadn't been given any papers to flash around, but it didn't matter. Despite the lockdown, few people seemed to have any credentials. "That's it? You're with him, you're cool?" Danny muttered to the driver as they entered the building. "You're as legitimate as the guy vouching for you," he said. "I bring these guys smokes. They like me." In the lobby, they didn't cross to the elevators, but went around behind the elevator core to the stairs, which led down into the basement storage areas. Danny would have kept vital supplies on an upper floor to make them easier to defend, but this wasn't her fight. The entire basement of the building was stuffed with dry goods, medical equipment, and canned food, besides caches of ammunition and weapons in accessible locations. There were loading doors down there, some kind of access possible by truck, but she could see why they made everything come through the lobby. One less access point, one less hole in the defenses. Keep the loading doors shut so nobody in a nearby building decided to make a raid, and keep an eye on what came and went. The place smelled strongly of vegetable soup and diesel fuel. Danny imagined there must be a couple of ruptured cans in there somewhere. The diesel was for the generators, rumbling away in a sub-basement below the supplies. She could feel the vibration through her boots. Once the groceries were all carried into the basement, Danny excused herself and asked at the front desk where the personnel files were being kept. The woman at the desk raised her eyebrows. "I'm a cop," Danny said. "I'm looking for some known criminals." What the hell? At this point, anybody would take anything for an excuse, as long as it sounded urgent. She'd thought her story out in advance. It was quite a melodrama. If anybody asked, Danny was going to say she'd come up from Los Angeles in pursuit of some fugitives from the prison system down there, the worst of the worst, who broke out when everything went nuts. She had a list of names. Kelly's name was on the list, of course. As it transpired, nobody asked her what her story was. She was directed to a windowless, beige room on the first floor. There was a tired man with a white mustache at the desk she approached. He and a dozen others were transcribing names from handwritten sheets into a computer database. Danny asked to see the list of refugee names. "The list we got isn't going to do you any good," the tired man said. "I'd like to have a look anyway," Danny said. "Come back in a week," the man said, shaking his head. "Sir, it's important." The man's eyes narrowed. He turned his screen squarely away from Danny's field of view. "Who are you with?" "I'm from a small town outside Los Angeles," Danny said, preparing to tell her story, and got no further than that. The tired man waved his hand at her. "You're not with Hawkstone or the city, am I right?" "No," Danny said. "Please let me look at the list. It's important." "They didn't ask you to come down here?" "I'm not supposed to be here," Danny admitted. "This is a personal thing. I've traveled 300 miles for this." The man leaned back in his squeaky chair and chuckled. It was a dry, mirthless sound, the sort of noise that follows a cruel, not especially funny joke. "The joke's on you. Those goons upstairs told us we each had to input 500 names an hour, or we'd be out on the street. So they hand us these piles of names they gather at the checkpoints." Here he gestured at a carton filled with grubby scraps of paper. "And we type any goddamn name in on the computer, and at the end of every shift we dump all this crap in the incinerator." In other words, there is no list. Danny's eyes stung. The air outside was dense and gritty. The wind had shifted again, carrying with it a burden of filthy smoke and ash. If Danny wept, she could tell herself it was only the smoke. There was no difference in the end. Either way, all that was left was ashes. She looked back at the pyramid building and wondered how long it would be before the place was inhabited only by walking corpses. It was time to get out of San Francisco before the whole place went down, get back to Boscombe Field and do what she did best, brood on her own failures. Danny drove out to the perimeter with her patrol team, rifle propped up between her knees, a knife in the pocket of her uniform pants. Her mind was fixed on a single goal, to get out of the fortified city. She took her first patrol of the assigned block. 2 buildings opposite had caught fire during the day, and they were excusing the former inhabitants for coming and going in the smoldering wreckage during curfew hours. The entire block was illuminated by the small fires that ate at whatever was left besides charcoal and masonry. As the night wore on, people found places to lie down and were not seen again. Danny found herself alone, sometime in the hour between very late and very early. She stood below the smoke rising over the city, its sound like the sound of falling snow, a kind of pressure in the ear, almost a non-sound. Beyond, the fires rumbled and muttered. Turbulent, muscular smoke rolled up into the atmosphere, candescent at the skyline where the red flames leaped up inside it. The smoke bellied overhead, black and hot and dry, raining down ash and cinders. The stench was awful. Sulfur and poison and the destruction of ordinary things filled Danny's nose. She was desperate to be out of the city before dawn, on her way back to Boscombe Field, but haste at this point would be fatal. She decided to patrol in the usual fashion, looking for some opportunity to slip away and get through the barrier between the living and the dead. It would almost be safer among the Zeros. At least they were predictable. Halfway through Danny's first shift standing watch, her shoulders heaped with ash, she heard an engine approaching. A Humvee rolled up the block and came to a halt directly in front of her position. A man in camouflage with a shaggy chin beard leaned out of the passenger side window. "You Danny?" he asked. Danny didn't say anything. She had her T-shirt pulled up through her collar over the lower half of her face to keep the soot out. She thought fast. What did he want? Why? Who sent him? He shone a flashlight in her eyes to verify she was the one he was looking for. Then he hooked his thumb at the back of the vehicle. "I can't leave my post," Danny said. "This is the side the Zeros will come from." The man in the Humvee said something into his radio. "It's covered," he told Danny. Danny slung her rifle down from her shoulder and climbed in the back, that familiar, wide, flat space with benches along the sides she'd spent so much time bouncing around in during her tours of duty. There were 2 Hawkstone men in there with her, both wearing hardware store respirator masks. She sat close to the open tail of the vehicle and kept her rifle at a careless attitude, one that would make it quick to aim if they decided to try something. In her rapid analysis of the situation, she couldn't come up with any good news reason for the attention. She was in trouble. Probably her useless stint down in the records room of the pyramid building. The tired man with the mustache might have ratted her out. They drove in silence for a few minutes, first westward, then what looked like due south. The west side of the road was bordered by a massive barricade, composed mostly of crushed vehicles and chunks of architecture, bulldozed into a rough wall and bound with accordion wire. It ran as far as Danny could see, all the way along the street, crushed up against the facades of the buildings and piled across the intersections to form an unbroken boundary twice the height of a man. The smoky, fire-blown darkness outside was punctuated in this new area by battery-powered area lamps, so the world alternated between deep, bloody brown shadows and pools of sickening green light. It appeared to be snowing heavily, but the air was parching hot. The windshield wipers scraped ash off the glass. The driver was hunched over, visibility poor. Choking grit swirled in through the back of the Humvee. One of the lights caught the blade of a street sign, and Danny saw they were traveling along Guerrero Street. This meant nothing to her in terms of navigation, but she knew what the word meant. Warrior. Ramirez had taught it to her, in the desert on the other side of the world. They came to a broad intersection where a Bradley fighting vehicle stood, a gunner in night vision goggles manning the .50 caliber weapon on the roof. The cross street was barricaded with razor wire set up on pylons. Close behind the barricade were fresh, bright flames and the lumpen silhouettes of massed undead, clawing at the barrier, eyes flashing yellow when they reflected the lights. There were thousands of them. The air boomed with fire and moaning from voiceless mouths. Danny had come to the literal border between life and death. She climbed out of the Humvee, her rifle swinging casually within a few degrees of the men she was with. They stood around waiting for someone. The man with the chin beard spoke into his radio again. Danny very much wanted one of those radios. She also wanted one of the machine guns. Most of all, however, she wanted to not be standing here where the roar of the fires and the moaning of the undead mingled on the hot, gusting breeze. The air was pregnant with combustion, as if it might itself burst into sheets of flame, so full of gas and heat. This, Danny thought, is the apocalypse. These were the possibilities. First, they would shoot her on the spot. In that case, she was going to try to take out a couple of them before she died. Not much of a plan. Next option, they were going to send her out there to die. In that case, she would simply follow her original plan, run like hell. This plan lacked detail. The third possibility was that they wanted her to look at the situation they were in and suggest some strategic ideas based on her experiences out there on the other side of the line. That was the most logical conclusion to come to, and the least likely scenario as far as Danny was concerned. Nobody, in her considerable experience, did anything for good, logical reasons. They did things based on their own narrow, preconceived ideas of how the world ought to work. It might only be that, but Danny could feel the presence of death. After she and her escort had stood in the sickly glow of the battery lamps long enough to gather a fresh coat of ash, a new variable entered the intersection. It was a motorcycle, some kind of fast Japanese thing covered in plastic fairings. The rider let the bike drop on its side and walked away from it. It was nothing but a tool. Danny noticed that Chinbeard and the rest of the men around her stiffened at the approach of this figure. They didn't come to attention. The slack simply pulled out of their postures. They were tense. Danny held her rifle carelessly, as before, but her muscles were taut. If this was the executioner, she was taking the first shot. As the rider approached, emerging from firelit outline into dimensional figure, Danny thought Death himself would have approved. Maybe this was the presence she felt. He was clad entirely in leather. Against human teeth, there were no vulnerable points on this man. He was sealed into a thick, scraped-up leather riding suit, stiff with crash pads. The boots were overkill, Danny decided, about 50 buckled straps from knee to toe, which meant they were heavy as hell and inflexible. But Danny thought the elbow-length gauntlets were a great idea. The man looked like a lean black alligator, seamed and stitched with zippers. On his head he wore a yellow plastic construction helmet over a leather aviator's cap, ski goggles, and a respirator. Around his waist was a belt bristling with ugly instruments for piercing and striking, and a holster containing what looked like a Luger automatic from the Second World War. For a few seconds Danny was intimidated by this bizarre, invulnerable creature that strode toward her. In the next moment, it was all she could do not to laugh. He looked like he was late for a Halloween party as much as anything else. Very beyond Thunderdome. He was so heavily clad he couldn't move half as fast as Danny. He probably couldn't hear very well, and his peripheral vision was shit. She could fuck this guy up. The apparition before her pulled the face-concealing respirator down, and Danny got her next surprise. It was a woman. The tool belt and leathers had hidden her shape. The woman snapped the ski goggles over the brim of the safety helmet and stared around at the men in the party, then examined Danny like a conquest of battle. Danny didn't say anything or show any reaction, her expression bland. "So you're the tough guy," she purred. "They call me the Zero Killer." Her voice was like honey and bourbon, pitched low. Her face was clean and smooth where the soot couldn't reach, a tribal pattern of grit marking the narrow, exposed margins between goggles and mask. Chin-beard hawked and spat into the feathery ash at their feet. He thumbed in Danny's direction. "She don't know shit about the mission. Figured you could tell her," he said. He was being evasive, Danny thought. So there was going to be a big lie in the next part of the conversation. Or maybe something was going to happen. This was exactly how people died. Your executioner turns out to be a bondage chick, you let your guard down, and you're dead. Danny couldn't let it happen like that. The woman turned squarely to Danny, dismissing the men from her attention. They kept standing around, their roles subtly shifted to that of entourage. "Heard you fought your way up here from L.A.," the woman said. "Yeah," Danny said. "What's up?" She didn't want to fuck around. If this is it, let's get to the fighting. She was getting tired from the long period of keeping her body tensed for the defense. "I have an assignment out there," the woman said, "but I can't do it alone. It takes 4 hands. So far, everybody's died before we reach the objective. Not that I blame them." "Huh," Danny said. The absurdity of her position was making her careless, but she couldn't find the edge. She was sinking into a state of disbelief. She might as well be talking to Bozo the Clown about a trip to the moon. But if this assignment would get Danny out of the city? "You're smiling. What's funny?" the leather woman said. "I just remembered an old joke," Danny said, no longer interested in these people. They weren't going to kill her, at least not on the spot. They had some elaborate plan worked out. Get Danny's back turned and sick some zombies on her a mile out there in the wasteland for whatever reason. Shoot her in the head on a long walk to some photo opportunity the senator thought she'd enjoy seeing. Danny now realized she was more interested in why all this was happening than what was supposed to happen next, which, of course, could be fatal. She focused her attention again. Stay on point. You against the world. Starting with these weirdos. The men who flanked Danny were shifting uneasily. This woman clearly scared the shit out of them. Danny decided to dial the amusement back. Play the seasoned professional angle. Make Ms. Thunderdome feel like she was with an equal. Danny spoke into the silence. "Look, I was walking the beat. These boys drugged me all the way to the back of Beyond here, and I don't know a goddamn thing. So how about you tell me what's happening? Because we're wasting time. I hate wasting time. Not much of it around." Half an hour later, Danny and the leather-bound Liz Magnuson, a.k.a. Zero Killer, were on their way into zombie territory. They had made a brief stop at a generator-powered construction trailer where Danny was knitted up with gear. Over her uniform, she wore a police-style motorcycle jacket of horsehide, yellow buckskin gloves, and a knit watch cap to keep her ears tucked away. They had lost a lot of people to infected bites on the ears. Danny refused the heavy riding chaps, calf-length linesman's boots, and leather skull cap. She gladly accepted one of the loaded belts of equipment they had hanging on coat pegs in the trailer. It was a standard police belt with the basket weave pattern stamped into it. The little sleeves that normally held pepper spray, spare clips, knife, and chewing gum had been opened up at the bottom to allow the shafts of weapons to pass through them. Other implements were held on with Velcro bands. Magnuson demonstrated the use of them, with several admiring onlookers keeping well back. "We got some welding equipment, and we've been making things up as we go along. This one is brand new. It's a brain pick." It was a steel bar with a cruciform end, each of the 3 tips of the cross sharpened like nails. "Thrust with the middle point. Go for the mouth, up and in, or you can swing it side to side like a hammer. I find it's easier backhand than forehand. Female wrists," she added, and a couple of the onlookers laughed. Danny was intrigued by the woman's face. She had a Scandinavian name, but she looked at least half Asian. Could have been a showgirl, except for the crooked nose and the old white scar that ran along the top of her upper lip. Magnuson went on.
These brain picks have changed the game. I carry 4 of them. You have 3 on you now. If they get stuck in a 0, you definitely don't want to dick around trying to pull one out while the rest are coming at you. Just grab another, like Kleenex.
Yeah, no shit, Danny said, thinking how handy these things would have been the last couple of weeks. She didn't notice that the attention in the trailer had shifted to her. In her element now, she sounded as tough and competent as the Zero Killer. No nerves, only professionalism. Magnuson continued. There's a bunch of other pig stickers on there as well. Jab 'em and leave 'em is my advice, but you can't have too many weapons. One thing I found, aim for the nose. That slows the Zeros down. Danny nodded. They hunt by sense of smell. I think they can smell our breath. I noticed you stop breathing, their attention kind of wanders. Magnuson herself seemed impressed by this. Right, exactly. That's why I wear the respirator. Cuts down on my human signature. She detached another Velcro-affixed device from her belt, a length of iron pipe with a small loop of wire at one end and a screw-on cap at the other. The onlookers shifted even further away. Danny figured that one for a homemade grenade. Magnuson had 6 of them along the back of her belt, which also made an effective kidney protector, assuming the wire loops didn't get caught on something. Yank the wire and throw. Even if the wire doesn't come all the way out, assume you have 10 seconds. We make 'em long-fused because this isn't man-to-man combat. This enemy never get out of the way when they see one coming, filled with ball bearings or dimes. Who says money isn't worth anything anymore? Everyone but Danny laughed at that. I want one of those radios, too, Danny said, indicating Magnuson's satellite unit. There was a rack of them charging on the wall. No can do, a man said from the end of the trailer. Why not? Danny asked. This is life and death. Because you are not authorized, the man began. Magnuson interrupted him. Give her one, Sheldon. Set it to 677. The man shrugged and complied. Danny took the precious radio and inserted it in her belt. But now Danny found her pants were coming down. She'd lost a lot of weight in all the excitement of the past couple of weeks, so she lightened her belt. One of the brain picks would do. All those other pointed weapons hanging down around her legs could end up in a self-inflicted wound that would leave her at the mercy of the zombies. She'd rather improvise than crawl. She'd done all her crawling elsewhere in the world. Besides the brain picks, she kept 4 grenades and a big hunting knife. There were some other, more common implements, a multi-tool, a butane pencil torch, and a stubby high-intensity flashlight. She kept those, too. You aren't equipped for the assignment, Magnuson said when Danny was done cutting down on her armament. Then why don't you tell me just exactly what the fuck it is, Danny said, and stepped outside. They trudged through the rubble and charred remains of what had been the Glen Park neighborhood of San Francisco. The corner where they crossed through the barricades was, to Danny's grim amusement, the intersection of Guerrero and Army Streets. Cesar Chavez was in there somewhere, but the street naming scheme didn't make sense, major routes blending into each other at odd moments. They sprinted down Guerrero until it became San Jose Avenue, and then walked for a long way through the pre-dawn darkness. Zeros were everywhere in the beginning. They were massed up behind the barricade, and it took considerable diversion to get Magnuson and Danny over the wall without a horde of the moaning creatures descending on them in such numbers they couldn't have gotten through. There was no question of using the gates. The Zeros seemed to have figured out that was the way to the meat buffet. "Anybody want anything while we're out?" Magnuson quipped, and again the others laughed. "I'm going to be famous when this is over," she whispered to Danny. She's an attention freak, Danny realized. She's doing this like it's a reality show. The situation was slipping into insanity. Reality was rapidly losing its hold on the world. They had to go up and over the obstacle, cross a ladder laid horizontally to the upstairs window of an apartment building, and then emerge on a fire escape on the opposite side. By that time, they were a block away from where their Confederates were acting as decoys, shouting and throwing debris at the undead. Danny wasn't sure the survivors should have been taunting such a huge crowd of the things. It seemed to energize the Zeros, to make them throw themselves at the barrier. But diversion was the only way to get past them. What was most disturbing about the hellish scene, besides the hideous burns and injuries evident on so many of the undead, was the way the zombies were streaming toward the barricade from all quarters of the city. Danny and Magnusson ran for the first quarter-mile once they hit the pavement below the fire escape, their flashlight beams whirling. There was no other way to avoid being overwhelmed by the sheer number of their enemy. It pleased Danny to observe she had better endurance than her counterpart, and it wasn't only the heavy road warrior boots. Danny was more fit. They were headed for what Magnusson called 280. In Los Angeles, it was the 405 or the 134. Here they only said the number, which was confusing. The 280 ran diagonally from the southwest to the northeast of the city, heading for Oakland. The mission was fairly simple, but it had so far claimed a number of qualified lives. Magnusson had made it by herself as far as their goal, but one person couldn't simultaneously take care of business and take care of herself. She'd heard from the people back at command that Danny's exploits had marked her as maybe the best potential scout to have entered the city since the fall of Chinatown. They compared notes on the abilities of the Zeros. Danny related her experiences with faster, more adept ones. Magnusson had seen some relatively bright examples, but didn't entirely believe Danny's tale of problem-solving zombies. The door must not have latched, she said, of the old female zombie that had attacked Danny in the Potter Hotel, turning a doorknob to get at her. Then Magnusson added, "Because if they get smart, we're done." So far, those in the San Francisco area were the slow, stupid variety. Magnusson certainly took the situation seriously enough despite her quips. She was at the top of the zombie-fighting heap in this town, but she had contempt for her foe. That would end in disaster someday. For that matter, Danny didn't trust her companion in the least. She was positive she'd been chosen to go on this mission with Magnusson because they needed someone expendable. Even if Danny made it back, she had a feeling the gates wouldn't open for both of them. Not if it meant Magnusson would have to share the limelight. Not if Vivian Enka wanted to get her back. But maybe Danny was getting paranoid. Sure she was. That's why she was still alive. It didn't matter what they had planned for her in the city anyway. She had no intention of returning. Magnusson was leading her straight out of the hot zone. In return, Danny would get Magnusson to the objective, wish her well, then commandeer a vehicle and bug out back to Boscombe Field. "What's your story?" Danny asked as they marched along double time. There was a long tail of Zeros coming up behind them, but Magnusson didn't seem concerned. The women were moving faster than the zombies, and the undead lost interest once the human scent faded, so the numbers that followed along never increased beyond 30 or 40, and they were well behind. Since running the gauntlet outside the perimeter barricade, they hadn't come within 20 feet of a Zero. No point in seeking a fight. Almost all of the undead in this area were burnt, some profoundly so, barely able to move. They had shambled in from the nearby fire-swept districts. Danny kept her eye on the freshest-looking specimens, because those could have traveled from outside the fire zone. They might be smarter. Magnusson didn't answer her question. Danny didn't press the point. They fast-walked, sometimes jogging, for 3 or 4 miles through the night. The best way to see ahead was to flick the flashlights rapidly back and forth across their path. It created a 3D effect that made human shapes leap out of the background darkness. Magnusson raised her hand and stopped. She drew a brain pick from her belt. "There's a hell of a lot of them up ahead, and then we're at 280. There's a fence, and they collect up against it. We're going to take a shortcut down Cuvier Street, where it's not going to be populated as bad, but it's real narrow, and there's cars all over the place. 2 blocks and a U-turn at the end. There's a wall and an embankment down to the freeway there. You can't see over the wall, so we're going to do a Hail Mary." Their objective, as Magnusson had explained it, was to reach a convoy of army vehicles that had gotten bogged down during the second day of the crisis, northbound on the freeway in what was known as the Sunnyside neighborhood. Helicopter flyovers by Hawkstone men had revealed the convoy included a flatbed truck with a highly desirable military payload, the deployment of which could create an exit corridor from the downtown area to a safe zone outside the city. Danny didn't point out that there was no safe zone outside the city. Anywhere had to be better than this. There must have been 500,000 Zeros massed around the downtown with its chewy, delicious center. Magnuson warned Danny that there would be numerous Zeros in uniforms and body armor around the objective, which made them a hell of a lot harder to kill. None of them were living. She shouldn't hesitate to take them down. In addition to the Army unit that had originally been driving the armaments, they had subsequently lost a Hawkstone helicopter unit there, back when Hawkstone was still at the leading edge of the fight. Now the remains of the Army and Hawkstone men were shuffling around, hungry for prey, still inadvertently guarding their payload. Danny and Magnuson had briefly discussed who would do what. Their task was to get the flatbed moving. The freeway was a mass of wreckage and destruction to the north, where it became the Embarcadero and formed one of the boundaries of the inhabited zone of the city. But it looked like they could drive a machine as heavy as the flatbed through the light scatter of abandoned vehicles up to that point. From there, it would be possible for a good-sized squad of people to come through the defensive line, retrieve the payload, and make it back to safety. The problem, however, was that the foremost vehicle in the convoy was one of the massive dinosaur-like Cougar MRAPs, a cross between an armored car and a cement truck. It was squarely blocking the freeway. The monstrous vehicle would have to be moved. The flatbed couldn't shove its 32,000-pound mass out of the way. Magnuson could operate a non-synchronous gearbox, so she would drive the flatbed. The MRAP was an automatic. Danny was entirely on board with the plan, except for one detail. There was no way she would be returning to the cab of the flatbed with Magnuson. She was on her own after Danny got the Cougar out of the way. In fact, Danny was going to commandeer the Cougar to get herself out of the urban area in high style. Somehow she didn't think Magnuson would mind very much seeing her rival for the Queen of the Zombie Killers crown leave town. Although it wasn't entirely fair to abandon Magnuson before the return journey, Danny had a feeling she would be far better off ducking out early. She tried to tell herself she was thinking too much. Ms. Zero Killer seemed, if not friendly, at least professional. Danny had been observing her unusual companion in action. She obviously got off on the superhero stuff, dressing up like Batman and carrying a belt full of weapons. A show-off. Danny had also noticed Magnuson playing up the dangers for her colleagues back behind the perimeter. She was making the most of the situation. Danny didn't think she had any mischief in mind. The situation was dangerous enough as it was, without any cloak and dagger stuff. But she would have to be very alert for the moment when she was no longer indispensable, and maybe get out of there before that moment arrived. One never knew. After all, none of Magnuson's previous companions had come back alive. They stood looking down the shortcut of Cuvier Street, with dawn beginning to creep up the sky out past where the fires burned, glimmering through the pall of smoke that hung over the entire horizon. The Zeros that had been following them were getting closer, moaning with lust for flesh. Others emerged from the buildings around them. This neighborhood had so far escaped the fires. Danny assumed there must be living people in some of these structures, drinking toilet water and living on canned beans or handfuls of flour or whatever they had. Could be thousands, still alive, huddled in terror. Nothing could be done for them. This entire exercise was for the benefit of what was left of the urban core. She saw nothing beyond the common, stupid zombies that infested most places, none of the fast ones. Maybe it was a fluke, the clever ones found only in Potter. She didn't dare hope so. The dark street was a tangle of automobiles and furniture. It looked like some people had attempted a crude barricade in the middle of the block. There were bodies in the street, several torn to pieces, several others intact. Danny knew those would come after them. They had only paused for a few seconds. Danny's mind was racing. There wasn't much to think about now. She and her leather-clad companion simply had to sprint through that obstacle course and get over the wall, and once they got to the freeway, there was going to be an entirely new fight. Danny drew her own brain pick and slipped one of the primitive grenades out of her belt. "I think we should blast ourselves a little room," she said. Magnuson nodded. She wasn't wearing her respirator now. It hung loosely around her neck. No point masking her breath signature if there was someone without a mask by her side. They took hold of the wires in their bombs. "How accurate are the fuses on these things?" Danny asked. "Don't wait around," Magnuson said, and they pulled and threw at the same moment. Danny threw her grenade down Cuvier, arcing it high up into the darkness. It rattled to the pavement and rolled under a Plymouth skewed across the street. Magnuson threw hers back the way they came, lobbing it low so it came to rest against the feet of one of the zombies pursuing them, a male in the middle of the nearest pack, which had around 20 individuals in it. Both women threw themselves full length on the ground. Danny had never used anything with such a long delay. After 3 or 4 seconds, she expected to hear an explosion. It took so long for these delayed fuse grenades, she thought they must be duds. She could hear the one behind them clicking along the pavement as the zombie shuffled over it. Finally, she looked up. At that moment, both weapons exploded. Hers produced a satisfying concussion, blasting apart the tires of the Plymouth and shredding everything around it. The car rose in the air at least 6 feet, then crashed straight down on its axles and began to burn. Danny was momentarily blinded, her teeth rattling together. The explosion was several times greater than that of a military M26 grenade. All the glass in the buildings on both sides of the blast disintegrated, and the siding and stucco of the walls belched fragments and dust. Shrapnel whickered over their heads. Magnuson's grenade was closer, and the ground shock bounced them off the pavement. Danny didn't see what damage it did, but she heard pattering in the rooftops and on the asphalt. Gobbets of reeking flesh rained down on them. "Go," Magnuson said, although Danny's vision was still swimming with amorphous green afterimages of the explosion. She went. They ran like Olympic sprinters, hurtling over debris, dodging cars and pickups. The Zeros were torn to bits at the near end of the first block. They made it to the end of the block without anything even getting to its feet. Across the intersection on the second block, they were in some trouble. A lot of the undead had come out to see what made the noise. Fuck it, Danny thought, and ran as fast as she could, her boots slapping on the road, arms pumping. Simple plans worked best. She was going to run so damn fast they couldn't catch up with her. She got 3 houses down the block before it was time for a new plan. Magnuson wasn't with her. Danny looked back. Her companion was out of sight. She had taken a different route when they reached the intersection. Or, for all Danny knew, she was heading back to base, mission accomplished, Danny dead. As she looked over her shoulder, Danny lost track of the Zeros nearest to her. One of them stumbled into her path, and she slammed into it, knocking the breath out of herself. She tumbled and rolled and thumped heavily into the side of an old Volkswagen Beetle, the running board crashing into her ribs. There was no air inside her. She got to her feet, winded to the point of panic, and as she tried to refill her lungs, the next 2 zombies arrived. They reached for her, and their fingers, now soft and decaying, slithered across the leather of her jacket. She ripped the brain pick from her belt and shoved it into the nearest face, yanked it out, and stuck it into the temple of the next one. It didn't work very well. The heads rocked back, decreasing penetration. The thing she had run into was at her feet, crawling. It grabbed her legs, and the tattered fabric of her uniform trousers was not going to stop its teeth from taking a chunk of meat. Danny kicked it in the head, shoved past the ones she had wounded. The brain was farther back in the skull than she had imagined, and made herself run again, breathless as she was. This was Forest Peak all over again, except this time she wasn't going to get help. It was shoulder work now. She shoved through the mass of stinking wet bodies. They were forcing her to a standstill with their numbers. Yet she realized the fingers weren't holding her. The teeth couldn't crush into her flesh with force enough to break the skin. The dynamics of the attack had changed. These hadn't fed in a week or more. They were coming apart, slimy as spoiled chicken. Their limbs moved poorly, senses dull. They often fell. Danny understood why Magnuson didn't believe her story of advanced skill zombies. She'd been coming out here where they got less capable, not more so. Magnuson's reputation as a Zero destroyer was probably founded on these trips out into the distant areas of town, where the fight actually got easier. It was Magnuson's best-kept secret. Danny was still electric with fear, but she found herself plowing through the things like a quarterback. She could almost tear their arms off. She was soaked in stinking fluids and scraps of gooey dead skin like the flesh of an octopus. She was a destroyer of monsters. Now, there was a weapon she could work with, a pry bar stuck through the windshield of a car. She dragged it out and swung it like King Arthur, and heads burst, jaws tore off, arms cracked and spun wildly on rags of flesh. She didn't have to destroy them. She could disable them, turn them into twitching meat. Without arms, without jaws, without teeth, they could only rot. She remembered the great numbers of fire-damaged Zeros back at the barricades. Hideous, terrifying things, red and black, webbed with fissures of white where the fat and tendons showed. Ears and noses scorched away, eyeballs like skinned knuckles. They were almost harmless, she realized. Those roasted muscles would have little success holding, biting. And with every day that went by, they got weaker. Danny hacked her way through the things, and now she had her breath back. The fear had solidified into strength in her limbs, and she was easily destroying her foes. She was still afraid, but it was the simple fear she'd felt when hunting boar, or crawling across some high ridge on a rock face in the mountains. It was clean fear. All she had to do was perform, and she would succeed. She reached the end of the second block and waded through a bed of ivy and long-abandoned shopping carts to the wall that overlooked the freeway. Danny had made it this far because her enemies were weak and she was strong. That suited her fine. She smelled the stink of herself, retched, spat, and started to climb the wall. One of these days, Danny thought, Magnuson would report back to headquarters and announce, "The Zeros are dying," and she would be hailed as the greatest champion the city had ever known. Meanwhile, she would have accomplished what? She might be hoarding money or jewelry, gold and stones, government bonds. She might be collecting material for the finest good life possible, scavenging herself into a retirement of luxury and comfort. Or maybe she wanted to be a superstar. Danny felt hands grip her leg as she swung it over the far side of the wall. Strong, fast hands. She recoiled, preparing to kick where the face ought to be, when she heard Magnuson's low, simmering voice. "Step down and let's find some cover," she said. Danny was seething. She wanted to break the exotic face of her guide through the wasteland, smash her with the pry bar. Magnuson had left Danny among the zombies without a word of warning, and now everything was supposed to be hunky-dory again. Danny didn't think so. "What the fuck was that?" Danny hissed through her teeth. "There were too many," Magnuson said. "Why didn't you follow me?" Danny realized there was no point demanding explanations. "I was ahead of you is why," she said, and dropped the subject. Their weird partnership was almost done anyway. Their objective was straight ahead. 6. A couple 100 feet away, the army convoy stood on the freeway among all the vehicles of everyday life abandoned there as well. It looked almost like a freeze frame of ordinary traffic on a busy day, but this traffic was going to stay right where it was for a long time. The light in the sky was gathering. Sunrise was less than an hour away. The light was sufficient to reveal at least 24 huddled shapes lying on the pavement among the military vehicles. There were others as well, scattered as far as they could see among the civilian vehicles. Both women had doused their lights. No point providing an early warning. Behind the wall, the wailing of hunger could be heard, but it didn't seem to have any effect on the Zeros littering the freeway. They could be too rotten to move, Danny thought, but they'd been able to feed, of course, so they would be in better shape than the ones on the other side of the wall. That seemed to be a factor. Danny hoped the fast variety wouldn't be found in this area. They were still close to the epicenter, less than 6 miles. The smarter ones appeared 80 miles or more from the source. That would explain Magnussen's cavalier attitude toward the undead, although not her hanging Danny out for bait. Danny would get herself up into the Cougar and get it out of the way of the flatbed. Then she was going to leave San Francisco behind forever. She kept repeating this idea to herself. Another 5 minutes, and she was on her way back to Boscombe Field. "Give me one of your brain picks," Danny whispered. Magnussen reached back and eased one of the weapons off her belt, careful not to let the Velcro make its unmistakable sound. The women's attention was fixed on the flatbed, which was 3 vehicles from the front in the 20-vehicle formation, its payload obscured beneath camouflage-printed canvas. It was flanked on both sides by Humvees and utility SUVs, painted in an assortment of green and Desert Army camouflage patterns. Several of these had crashed into the passenger vehicles in front of them. Down the road was the massive Cougar MRAP, slewed across lanes just as Magnussen had described. Although Danny and Magnussen had done little to advertise their presence, the shapes of corpses on the roadway were beginning to stir. Danny's equilibrium was briefly thrown by the sight of the flatbed truck. The low-slung configuration of the vehicle, which resembled a construction crane tractor with the cab down between the front wheels, indicated it was a purpose-built missile carrier. Danny had seen them many times before. Although the payload was not visible, the only missile system in Danny's experience that would require a truck so large— the trend was always to smaller and smaller tactical missile deployment systems— was a Patriot Transporter Erector Launcher Unit. A Patriot launcher would hold 16 missiles in 4 cans, or boxed launch tubes, each missile with a payload sufficient to vaporize a large building. It was far too much firepower for their purposes. It would be a disaster. Tough shit, Danny thought, dismissing her qualms. It's a disaster already. It was time to move fast. Danny hustled down the embankment alongside Magnussen. Then they separated, Danny running for the Cougar, the Zero Killer cutting straight across lanes to the cab of the flatbed truck. The zombies were struggling to their feet, moaning, some already lurching toward the living prey. They were wrapped in body armor and Kevlar helmets, as Magnussen had said they were. The jaws were free to work. Danny kept clear of them. The pre-dawn light was at that tricky stage, like moonlight, when it appears to reveal much, but what it conceals is far greater. Any of those shadows could have grasping claws and slicing teeth hidden inside it, so Danny also kept clear of anything she couldn't see under or around. This meant her route through the vehicles was sinuous. It took far longer to reach the Cougar than she had anticipated. Some of the stumbling Zeros were converging on her target, not because they anticipated her goal, but because they were traveling the shortest route to intersect with her path. 2 of them got there first. Both wore the Hawkstone camouflage, big, once brawny males. One was bareheaded, with the face skinned off from the bridge of the nose down to the chin. The thing had upper eyelids, but none below, eyeballs sagging in a matrix of congealed flesh down to the exposed cheekbones. The teeth showed in the lipless jaws like a picket fence. The other's uniform was black with old blood. It was missing the meat off its upper arms. The forearms hung uselessly from the stripped humerus bones, ragged uniform sleeves swaying in shreds from its shoulders. This one wore a helmet. Behind Danny, 3 more were lurching toward her position, about 10 feet from the driver's side door of the Cougar. The mutilated pair stood between her and the vehicle. Danny hefted the brain pick in one hand and the pry bar in the other. She decided to do things the bold way. She swung the pry bar at the one with no face, shattering its teeth. Her soul recoiled to see the damage done. It was one thing to smash the face in its bag of skin, and another thing to see the teeth shatter and the pieces spill to the ground, with some of them dangling on ropes of nerve tissue from the jaws. She swung again, and the hooked cat's paw at the end of the bar caved in its temple. One of the eyes burst on impact, spurting thin gray liquid. The thing went down. It was still in action, struggling to get to her, but she'd scrambled its brain enough for her purpose. The second was protected by the helmet. That made things difficult. Danny had been in the fight for less than 10 seconds. The space between her and the Zeros behind her was closing by the moment, and she had to get up into the cab of the MRAP, which was not at all like climbing into a Suburban. The tires alone were chest-high on Danny. She had to scale a ladder up the side of the vehicle, then swing the door out above her head. If she opened it wrong, she would fall off the ladder. She had to make this quick and get up there immediately, or she was going to get pulled down by the others that were closing in. The stench of them seemed to fill the air with invisible rotten jelly, making it difficult to draw breath. Danny saw she wouldn't have to pierce the helmet to stop the zombie in front of her. It didn't have arms. Danny struck it savagely on the knee. The thing fell over sideways, and with 3 bounding strides she reached the side of the gigantic vehicle. Up the ladder, the latch handle was inset at the bottom of the door. She pulled down on the handle, and the pneumatic swung the door open. She grabbed the frame to pull herself up, already aware of how close the half-dozen undead behind her were, and how easy it would be for one of them to tear off a chunk of her calf right now. The smell was mind-blowing. With a thrust of her arms, she lunged up into the cab of the MRAP. The stench hit her first, the swarm of raisin-fat flies next. The reanimated, decaying soldier hit her an instant later. The thing had been in the cab of the Cougar for a long time. The soldier must have climbed up in there, wounded, and bled to death. When it returned to animation, it was trapped inside and went into its hibernation state, all the while liquefying in the intense heat of the enclosed vehicle, baking day after day in the sun. That it could still move in its advanced state of decay was testament to the durability of the human design. Ropes of festering meat slid from its limbs, fizzing with bacteria. Its uniform was a sack filled with the liquor of burst guts. The stink of it was beyond endurance. Danny's mind shut down. She simply hurled herself away from the thing as it threw its weight against her, snapping its jaws so that the lips tore free and hung like storm-drowned night crawlers. Danny flew through the air, 5 feet down and 6 feet out, and hit the pavement on her back with such violence that only the pain told her she wasn't dead. The grenades at her belt slammed into her vital organs and threatened to burst them. Her skull bounced off the asphalt, the knit cap offering no protection, and Danny saw the universe contract to a pinpoint, but consciousness came back in a fraction of a second, in time for the waves of agony from her back. A moment later, the rotten thing in the cab of the MRAP fell upon her. It exploded. What seemed to be 10 gallons of sewage belched into her face, then bowlfuls of warm rice. Not rice, though. Maggots. Danny might have screamed. She couldn't tell. She struggled with stunned senses to get away from the thing, her head whirling from the blow on the pavement. Her body hurt to move, but she had to do something to get away from the nightmare of rotten meat and bones that sprawled across her body. Beneath her, something else was moving. She had fallen on the Zero with no arms. Somewhere it was questing with its mouth to find purchase on her body. The rest of the monsters were reaching down to get their piece of her, moaning, snapping their jaws. Danny got her legs under her. The left one was not holding weight. She fell. She pushed herself away, rolling beneath the Cougar's powerful V-shaped undercarriage. She didn't have anything to lose, and she had very little bandwidth available to think. Mostly she was trying not to pass out. So she reached around for one of the time delay grenades, pulled the wire with clumsy fingers, and skidded it back the way she had come. Then she crawled as she had in the desert. Her clothes stuck to the pavement, glutinous with corpse ichor, larvae spilling in fistfuls from her hair. Her mouth writhed with them. Danny dragged her unresponsive leg all the way beneath the vehicle, then into the approaching dawn light on the other side. She curled herself into an aching ball behind the wheel. She wondered how long 10 seconds could possibly last. She wondered if the vehicle was equipped with the run-flat tire inserts. If it was, she might live. Otherwise, she was about to get blown in half. She put her hands over her ears and closed her eyes. Her brains were working again. The grenade went off. The shock wave threw Danny away from the wheel of the Cougar. She hardly felt it. On both sides of her, a haze of shrapnel, organic matter, and fire filled the air. She received none of it in the silhouette of the massive blast-resistant tire. The vehicle itself hardly rocked on its suspension, although the paint caught fire. Danny crawled on elbows and knees away from the site of the explosion. She had no idea if she was the center of interest for a swarm of undead, or the only thing moving on that section of road. She kept crawling and found she was moving back behind the MRAP. The foremost Humvee was right in front of her. She dragged herself toward it, then took a rest against its side. She didn't have a whole lot of energy. She spat to clear her mouth, then spat again and dry-heaved. Then she wanted to go to sleep. She couldn't go on fighting. It was her time. Her fortune in seconds was spent. But there was something happening around her. The cavalry must have come. She saw people passing among the vehicles. They weren't Zeros. They moved with purpose, hunched over for cover, slipping silent and intent between the cars. Danny supposed she should be pleased. These must be civilians who were holed up in this area, outside the so-called safe zone, and they came out of hiding when they heard the grenade go off. Maybe they would have a working shower and some whiskey. She didn't call to the people who were now encircling the blast site. They would find her. She didn't have the breath in her body. Then she heard something else. It was cursing. She turned her head slowly, the vertebrae that carried it protesting at the strain. It was the Zero killer, Magnuson. She was trotting toward the MRAP, enraged, cursing hysterically, and she hadn't seen Danny. Fucking idiot, Danny heard, and amateur, and asshole cop. Magnuson efficiently stabbed one of the nearest Zeros in the skull, leaving the knife in its head, and reached a brain pick from her belt. The Luger was in her other hand. Danny was almost touched at her devotion to duty. Magnuson was going to move the MRAP herself. Danny wondered why the others who had come out to see what was going on didn't emerge from hiding to help Magnuson at least. They were so quiet. They probably figured Danny was dead, or undead. The sun was a few minutes from rising now. Color was seeping into the world. Birds would be singing, if birds sang anymore. Danny painstakingly rotated her head back around to see what the new folks were doing. She felt a wave of ice water spill through her veins, the pain of her body overridden by fear. These weren't survivors circling around among the vehicles on the freeway. They were undead, and Danny realized what it was they were doing. They were hunting. In a pack. 7. Patrick walked past Ace at the wrong time, or in the wrong way, or Ace just wanted something to do. "Don't you fucking look at me, faggot," Ace said. "Why, does it turn you on?" Patrick replied, and continued on his way into the rec room. He didn't hear Ace coming until it was too late. Suddenly, Patrick was spun around and a fist crashed into his nose and blood spewed out of it, and Patrick was stumbling backward, his hands at his face. Ace punched him again in the belly, and when Patrick jackknifed, the wind knocked out of him, Ace grabbed the smaller man's hair and propelled his skull into the wall, caving in the plaster. Patrick collapsed. After he didn't get up for 15 minutes, Amy was called in. She didn't know how bad the damage was, but Patrick was practically comatose, so she went to Murdo. "Boys will be boys," Murdo said when he'd heard the story. "You can't let this happen," Amy said. "You have to punish that Ace of yours. Otherwise, something worse is going to happen. Patrick might be brain damaged." "His kind are all brain damaged," Murdo said, but agreed to let Amy move Patrick out to the White Whale, just to make sure none of the men decided to take another crack at him. It was civilians who carried Patrick out to the motorhome. Michelle volunteered to stay and watch over him. Jimmy James went with her. Amy was relieved at this, at least. Michelle was definitely in danger around these men, and her brother might be next in line for a beating. They could play computer games and listen to Patrick try to breathe. Amy got the wounded man arranged on his bed, and although she couldn't reset the shattered bones of his nose, she was able to pry open an airway through the damage on either side, using a tongue depressor and wads of gauze pushed up into his nostrils. His face was a terrible mess. Both eyes were swelling up. He was probably better off unconscious. Back in the terminal, the day wore on forever. The survivors were dividing into uneasy factions now. Some wanted to do something about the situation. Others wanted to try to make nice with the Hawkstone men. And the rest didn't want to do anything. They wanted to sulk in silence, if only because it bothered the hell out of Turdo, as the women had taken to calling him. Juan kept fawning over Boudreaux and the rest. At one point, Maria happened to walk past him and let loose a low, rapid stream of Spanish that sounded like a lot of dirty words to Amy. Juan cringed and scuttled away. Amy was sympathetic to Juan's plight. He was eligible for the next beating if Jimmy, James, and Patrick weren't around. He was also the next thing. They wanted to sulk in silence, if only because it bothered the hell out of Turdo, as the women had taken to calling him. Juan kept fawning over Boudreaux and the rest. At one point, Maria happened to walk past him and let loose a low, rapid stream of Spanish that sounded like a lot of dirty words to Amy. Juan cringed and scuttled away. Amy was sympathetic to Juan's plight. He was eligible for the next beating if Jimmy, James, and Patrick weren't around. He was also the next one in line to get sent out into the wasteland if the mercenaries decided to get rid of anybody else. Juan would do anything to avoid that fate. Maybe even join the cause of his captors. As it happened, the next victim was a woman. It began at dawn with the screaming of the usually silent baby. Amy bolted out of the chair she was sleeping in. The baby was at the far end of the dormitory. Amy dashed down the aisle between the bunks and found the child alone in bed, wiggling his little arms and legs, his face a red puckered ring around the screaming toothless mouth. The bedclothes were rumpled and still warm, but his mother was not there. By now most of the women had gathered to see what was going on. Amy shoved through them. They would handle the baby somehow. She didn't know what to do except offer him a glass of water. She ran out of the room. There was no guard by the exterior door, only an empty chair. Amy tried to think what was happening. The washrooms. She turned on her heels and ran down the stairs toward the aviatrix's room, taking the steps 3 at a time. The door was jammed shut. Amy shoved hard, shoved again. She could hear chair legs shuddering over the slick floor tiles. She kicked the door and it squeaked open another inch. Now she could get her hand through the gap. She felt the back of a plastic stacking chair wedged under the door handle. Shook it free and swung the door open, just as Murdo and Ace came racing down from the men's dormitory, guns in hand, wearing their cargo pants but no shirts or boots. They could all see inside the bathroom. They all saw the same thing. Murdo wasn't going to be able to play this one as a he said, she said, because Cammy was jammed up in the corner by the paper towel dispensers, and he, the flamingo, was crushed up against her, one hand twisted down at her groin, the other at her throat. The woman was terrified, the whites showing all the way around her eyes. She looked at Amy and there was pleading on her face, but silent pleading, because the flamingo was choking her silent. Amy didn't make a plan. She simply grabbed the plastic chair, raised it over her left shoulder, and charged. She swung it at the pink-skinned, pink-haired man, her eyes fixed on the back of his neck. I hope I kill him, Amy thought, and an instant later the chair wasn't in her hands. She careened into the man, his hard muscles unyielding, and because the chair was gone, she was off balance and fell. She was back up on her knees within half a second. Flamingo hadn't even turned all the way around. Amy started punching, aiming for his legs, his crotch, anything to stop him. He kicked her away before she landed a single worthwhile blow, and then strong hands were dragging her backward. Ace towed Amy along the floor with one hand twisted into her hair and the other hand shoving his pistol in her face. She could smell the tang of the gun oil. She was spitting with fury, injustice like a cliff towering above her, and she wanted to smash it down. Flamingo, she saw, had turned to Murdo. Murdo was holding the chair he'd pulled out of Amy's hands. There was a Crazy Daisy sticker on the chair. Flamingo had his back to Cammy, his hands held out to Murdo, shaking his head in a now-let's-be-reasonable kind of way, a bashful little smile on his piebald face. It might have ended there. Boys will be boys, everybody back to your own beds. Except Cammy's foot appeared from behind Flamingo with the suddenness of a magic trick in the fork between his legs. His trouser legs jumped halfway up his shins. The blow made a noise like a preacher whacking his Bible in mid-sermon. "That's for Patrick, you asshole!" Cammy shouted. Flamingo went down in slow motion, his neck rigged with tendons like a schooner in a high wind, teeth bared, eyes bulging. Ace let go of Amy's hair. One moment Cammy was there, blazing with life, tall with defiance. The next moment there was a crisp, ear-splitting report that buzzed off the tiles, and the wall behind Cammy was blooming with red roses. Her head snapped back and she fell to the floor, dead. Flamingo lay on his side, clutching his testicles, while the blood flowed out of Cammy in the shape of a monstrous red hand, its fingers crawling along the grout lines, oozing toward the fallen man, as if to avenge its dead. Amy looked away. Jones was leaning against the doorframe, his wounded leg held stiffly at an angle in front of him. His face was sheet-rumpled, his hair awry. He stared at the bloody scene, then spoke to Murdo. "Sir? What the fuck is going on?" 8. Danny tried to shout, but her voice was gone along with her strength. She didn't want herself or Liz Magnuson to die at the teeth of the undead wolf pack that was encircling them. Her mind was still tumbling around from the crack on the head she'd received. Magnuson, oblivious to the approaching danger, continued to curse out loud. She put 2 shots from her Luger into one of the sluggish undead by the MRAP that Danny's grenade hadn't blown apart. The others were motionless, or struggling with shattered limbs, unable to attack. Danny croaked, then tried again. It sounded more like the zombie moan than anything else. She tried to wave her hands. One of them lifted up a few inches, then fell back. She turned her protesting neck to follow how far the Hunter-Zeros had gotten in their careful stalking of their live prey. There was one 8 feet away from Danny. It was so close she could hear the rustle of its scabby tongue behind yellow teeth. The thing was looking directly at her with frost-dimmed eyes. When it saw her, it froze in position, knees bent, one leg forward, both arms held crookedly out before it with fingers extended. It stood like that, motionless, for several seconds. Then it scented the air like an animal, hooking its shrunken nose into the dawn breeze. "It smells me," Danny thought. She was helpless. It had her. The Zero moved, but not toward Danny. It hunched down low and slunk away to the next position of concealment, behind a dusty hatchback. Danny's heart flooded with emotion. It saw her and didn't want to eat her. It smelled her and moved on. She could hardly move, and her throat would not speak. An evil thought came to her. If the thing didn't attack, she must already be one of them. Yet she felt pain, not hunger. She felt fear for the living woman who was now up the ladder of the MRAP, shouting her disgust at the stench inside the cab. "Get in and shut the door, you stupid bitch," Danny screamed inside herself. She tried to make the words come out, but her vocal cords were unstrung and she could only gasp, sucking in a throatful of putrid gas. Then Danny understood why she herself was still alive. She was soaked in the sludge of the far-rotten soldier's corpse. She stank so powerfully it would make a graveyard rat puke. On her, the zombie couldn't smell the living breath, the warmth of her blood. It could only smell its own decaying kind. Danny bent her eyes toward the Cougar MRAP. Magnuson didn't get into the cab, having discovered the same unbearable filth that had knocked Danny back. Instead, she waved her hands around to clear the flies from her face and started searching the pavement for something, maybe a rag to wipe up the rotten guts on the front seat. She kept an eye on the nearest of the shuffling, slow Zeros that were making their way toward her, but Danny had cleared a considerable radius with the explosion. Magnusson thought she had plenty of time. What Magnusson was not anticipating, because you wouldn't fucking listen, shouted the voice inside Danny's head, was the stealthy approach of undead with fast reflexes, hunting instincts, and the ability to use concealment to get close to their prey. Several others of the stalking pack had moved within 20 feet of the cougar. Magnusson had something less than 15 seconds to get inside that vehicle and slam the door. If she did, she was safe as houses. She was surrounded by inch-thick steel plate, triple bulletproof glass, and a variety of armaments and survival gear. "Who gives a shit what it smells like, in the name of God?" Danny shouted silently. "Get in!" Danny tried again to wave her companion away, to get her attention, and this time she was able to lift both hands. Life was returning to her limbs. She wasn't dead. Her body was only rebooting. She still couldn't speak. Then she had an idea. Danny dragged her numb fingers around behind her belt, knuckles scraping on the pavement, and groped them across the tattered band of leather, looking for the satellite radio. It was gone, but there was a single pipe grenade left. She willed her fingers to close around it, and they did, in the same slow, imprecise way as the artificial hands she'd seen at the Veterans Rehab Center when she was learning to use her legs again. She got the grenade clear of the belt and pulled her arm around by force of will until she could grasp the pipe with both hands. She probably couldn't throw it far enough to avoid killing herself, but she didn't particularly relish surviving much longer anyway. This was a better way to die. There were 6 or 7 of the hunting zombies gathered behind vehicles all around Magnusson now, and Danny couldn't figure out why her companion hadn't seen them. But she knew the answer already. Because she doesn't believe in them, of course. Danny turned her eyes to the grenade. She gathered her will, sending conscious commands to her arms. She pulled the fuse wire with all the force she could muster, and it didn't move. She pulled again, and now that her arms were familiar with the orders, they yanked apart, and the wire came smartly out of the grenade. There was a little whiff of fuse smoke that nipped inside Danny's nostrils, breaking through the stench of corpses. This was it. If things went the way she thought they might, she was about to be blown apart, either by dimes or ball bearings. She preferred dimes if given a choice. Classier. She turned her body like a rusty spring and threw the grenade as hard as she could. To Danny's surprise, the missile sailed briskly into the air and clanked down among the cars, not far from a pair of the crouching Zeros. Magnusson heard the noise and turned, pistol raised, searching with her eyes. Danny tried once more to shout. At last Magnusson saw the zombies. They broke cover at the same moment, oblivious to the importance of the grenade, but recognizing their quarry was alerted to them. Silent as lions they came on, jaws open. Magnusson fired 3 shots in rapid succession, pivoting her arm straight out in front of her to sweep the pack as it charged. One of the things went heavily down, then the rest were upon her. She screamed, a low, angry cry, that honeyed singer's voice lending melody even to this. The Zeros slammed her against the hull of the MRAP. Danny couldn't see clearly. Magnusson was obscured between the fenders of the vehicle. Danny saw the monsters grabbing her arms, biting, trying to tear through the leather. How long had it been since she threw the grenade? 5 seconds? 6? It seemed as if 10 minutes had passed since the fuse had flared to life. Magnusson had one arm free of her tormentors and was shouting, swinging a brain pick side to side. She nailed one of the things, caught it in the head, and it fell, its legs kicking as if electrified. But now Magnusson's hands were empty. Another of the undead lunged in, teeth flashing, and she was shoved back completely out of sight, and her hoarse shouts turned to a high, gurgling whistle. Danny was too far away to tell if it was human blood or zombie ink, but something squirted through the air. 7, 8. The grenade exploded. A blazing automobile door sailed high overhead and crashed down out of sight beyond Danny's position. She blinked as the explosion drove a wave of hot, gritty air into her face. The MRAP rocked back on its wheels, then lurched down again. Cars burst into flame. Gasoline tanks ruptured and blew. Black, greasy smoke coiled into the light of the newly risen sun, which was burning a bright crescent into the eastern horizon of rooftops. One of the undead hunters stumbled out of the smoke, flames clamoring over its ragged flesh. It stumbled, sought balance against a car, then continued. Eventually the thing fell down, and struggled, and lay still. Danny drove the Humvee along the obstacle course of the freeway, away from San Francisco. She bulled the heavy truck through the smaller vehicles. This wasn't detail work. She simply had to make some distance. The military Hummers were equipped with an on-off switch, not keys, so it had been the work of a few seconds to get the machine running and maneuver her way into the maze of motionless vehicles. All along her route she saw the hunting undead, dozens of them at first, then hundreds, then thousands of these alert, swift-moving Zeros, all swarming in the direction of the city and its stench of living things. The sun was not long up in the sky when she saw another phenomenon that made her pull up onto an overpass raised on concrete pillars high in the air. Half Moon Bay Road, the sign said. She stopped the Humvee. She was fairly safe inside the vehicle, which had a fully enclosed cab, but it was extremely dangerous to be out in the open. There was a backpack on the floor of the passenger side. Danny found a couple of vacuum-packed meals in there, a copy of Car and Driver, 2 clips of 9mm ammunition, and a pair of compact binoculars. Danny checked her position carefully before she emerged, the overpass giving her a commanding view of several miles of road in both directions. She climbed up on the roof, carefully because her legs were weak as a newborn foal's, and sighted through the binoculars. Danny didn't know exactly where she was. The road was on high ground. Downhill from the freeway were master-planned subdivisions, identical houses on streets that branched into ever smaller streets, like limbs on a tree. Beyond that was the bay. On the other side was a long, narrow reservoir fringed with trees. It butted up against forested hills. Danny had seen something happening out among the houses that made her wonder. She saw it for mile after mile and still couldn't comprehend it. So now she searched the distant streets with the binoculars. They were there. The figures she discerned were tiny this far away, but she could see they were upright, human, the undead. In some places there were 1 or 2 of them. In other places, hundreds had gathered. They were all facing north, all of them. Danny sought out the nearest streets, not far from her elevated position, and there were more of them there. She feathered the focus ring, and now she could see the faces of the nearest ones. They were chomping, or rather, they were clacking their jaws. They looked like wooden puppets, nutcrackers, mouths snapping open and shut. Now she thought she could even hear the sound, which she had originally believed to be the rustling of grass. It was the snapping of hundreds of thousands of hungry teeth, all biting at the air, all facing north, all aimed toward the city. 9. Since the incident that morning, Murdo was never without a pistol in his hand. Discipline with his men had broken down completely by midday. They were arguing among themselves. There was a fistfight between Ace and Parker, Ace accusing Parker of siding with the slain woman because she was half-coon. Murdo brooded alone in the control tower for several hours. The civilians were rounded up and locked down in the dining room, with guards on every exit. It was Reese and Boudreaux who carried Cammy out of the ladies' room, wrapped in a plastic drop cloth, her bloodless yellow-gray feet protruding from the polyethylene. Maria demanded to know what they were going to do with her. "She's dead," Boudreaux replied, as if Maria was suggesting necrophilia. They wrestled the bound corpse across the parking lot, threading between their hulking vehicles. Estevez unlocked the gates, and they carried Cammy's body away out into the scrubland. Both men came running back into the compound within a minute and a half, reporting to their compatriots before Reese trotted up into the conning tower to inform Murdo. None of the civilians could see what the fuss was about, but the normally macho men were clearly shaken. The dining room was on the runway side of the building. None of the windows looked out on the front gates. As it was, the civilians didn't have long to wait before the news reached them. Estevez climbed into the M1117 ASV and manned the gun turret, and when Murdo came down out of the tower, he shouted, "Zeros!" and pointed out into the desert. There were gunshots. Several of the survivors got down on the floor. Pfeiffer posted a lookout by the window. "They're shooting outside the fence," she said. Minutes later, the mercenaries came back in, this time with Murdo among them, chest out, head thrown back. They had their old swagger back, as if they'd been out hunting bear. "You'll be glad to know," Murdo said, in a too loud, expansive voice, "we took care of about 10 Zeros that were on their way here for the free buffet." He looked around at the civilians as if he expected them to thank him. He met the hostile eyes and took a step backward, then drew himself up to his modest full height. "Let's all try to remember that we had an accident here, an unfortunate accident. But now we saved all your lives. We did it without hesitation. We did it without making any demands out of you people. We did our duty as sworn contractors to the United States government, if any. I didn't come back in here expecting to be hailed as a conquering hero, but I do expect you people to show some fucking respect for the men who just saved your asses." By the end of his speech, his face was red, and he had his head thrust forward again in that characteristic belligerent posture that was his natural stance. Nobody spoke for a few seconds. Then Linda Moss, who seemed to have found some inner fire, stood up and raised her hand. Without waiting to be acknowledged by Murdo, she said, "Were they attracted by the smell of fresh meat? Was it the body out there? You creeps didn't even bury her, did you?" "We didn't have time!" Reese shouted at the top of his lungs. His hand rose up to rest on the pommel of his automatic. Murdo stepped in front of Reese with his back to the civilians. "You listen here," Murdo said to Reese, but for the general audience. "These people are spoiled, soft, and ungrateful. Civilians are like that everywhere in the world. They don't know the cost in blood, sweat, and tears it takes to bring peace to a troubled land, you hear me?" By now Murdo was inches from Reese, looking up into the taller man's face with glittering, bloodshot eyes. "Now you and me, we get no respect. We're not Army, we're not Marines or Air Force or Navy." Murdo stepped back so he could take in all his men with an encompassing look, warming to his speech. He placed his hand on Reese's arm and squeezed. "Hell, we're not even National Guard." This got a laugh out of the mercenaries. Murdo continued, on a roll now. "We're plain old Americans, except we have a code of discipline and loyalty and duty. In all this excitement, hell, we made some mistakes. Freedom isn't free. But," here he thrust a blunt finger heavenward, "the highest authority will forgive us what happens on the bloody fields of war, because it's not the dead that mourn, it's the living. Let's remember that. We mourn the dead. Fuck if I'm not mourning the dead right now, right here in my heart, and I will kill the first cocksucker says otherwise." "So what happens now?" Amy asked. This speech of his was leading somewhere. Murdo ground a fist into his other hand. "I'll tell you what happens now. We're pulling out," he announced. "Too many Zeros. This is no longer a secure location." The sun was setting behind a mass of thick, shapeless cloud low on the horizon. The sky was shot through with faded purple and scratches of bright orange as the light drowned and the world fell into darkness. Supplies had been hurried into vehicles over the course of the afternoon, with most of the edible stuff going into the ASV and the back of a Humvee controlled by the Hawkstone men. As a concession, some food was left in the RV so the civilians could eat on the road. Toilet paper, batteries, and the first aid materials, whatever occurred to people, were piled up around Patrick's bed in the motorhome. The urgency of the situation wasn't clear to anybody but Murdo. Amy thought he must be going stir-crazy, and this was his way of dealing with it. There were undead out there in growing numbers, but she thought the living were safer at the airfield, at least until morning. Who knew what would happen out there in the dark? But she kept her own counsel and did what she was told to do, like everyone else. Once the vehicles were loaded to Murdo's satisfaction, the survivors were marched double-time to the White Whale. Murdo ordered them to halt at the door. "You and you," he said, indicating Reese and Estevez. "Throw the fag out. Put him over there." Amy surprised herself by shouting, as loudly as she could, "No! He's not even conscious!" Murdo turned to her with his eyes strangely blank. "I don't give a sideways fuck what he is. I'm not having another wounded on this bus. Jones is all we can handle. Reese, Estevez, do it." "At least," Amy said, her voice quaking, "bring him inside the building." Reese and Estevez muscled the unconscious body into the terminal. They were going to dump Patrick on the floor a foot inside the front door, but Amy barked, "Upstairs!" and rather than argue, they carried him up the steps and tossed him on a bed in the men's dormitory. Amy tried to arrange Patrick's limbs in a restful pose, then threw a blanket over him. "Okay," Reese said, when Amy didn't move from Patrick's bedside. "Let's go." "What the fuck, man?" Estevez said, looking to Reese. "Let's get the fuck out of here." "Let's go," Reese repeated to Amy. "Come on, man, we ain't got a whole shitload of time." Estevez slapped Reese on the arm. Reese turned on Estevez. "She's the fucking doctor, man. We gotta take the doctor with us. She don't need to stay here nursing Boy George." Amy had an inspiration, beautiful in its simplicity. "I'm not a doctor," she said. "I'm a veterinarian." That got them. "Bullshit," Estevez said. "You sewed up Jones." "Same as a dog, except taller," Amy said. "Serious?" Reese asked. "I'm a horse doctor," Amy said. The men looked confused. Reese pointed in the direction of the parking lot. "Go tell Murdo," he said to Estevez. "Maybe she ain't shit." She was an animal doctor, nothing more. Murdo was embarrassed, and that made him angry. The refugees in the motorhome had gotten a huge laugh out of it. Murdo couldn't believe they were laughing at him, of all people, who held their lives in his hand, like that cocksucker who threw the shoes at the president a while back, and everybody thought he was a hero. So what if Jones got doctored by an animal expert? It was all meat, right? But Murdo still felt the blush flaring away in his face. Maybe he should shoot the bitch, teach them a lesson. But he had a feeling if there was one more act of violence like that, these people would no longer come along easily. "Tell you what," Murdo said to Estevez, "we're going to leave her here like she wants. But on our way out, we're going to chain the gates to the ASV, rip 'em off the hinges, and drag 'em a mile down the road. Then let's see if the lady veterinarian thinks it's so funny when all the Zeros come pouring in looking for chow. What do you say?" "I say hells to the yeah," Estevez replied. So the engines were fired up on the M1117 armored security vehicle and the two Humvees. Ace piloted one of the Humvees around in a broad circle until it was up behind the White Whale, which was the only civilian vehicle they were taking. Reese got back in beside Malini in the cab of the motorhome. Murdo was in the ASV because he was the boss. Parker was at the controls. Jones was laid out in the back of the second Humvee. It took Flamingo 5 minutes to get down the terminal stairs. His testicles were so sore. Boudreaux shot a couple of nearby Zeros, unlocked the big gates, and swung them open. He had 30 feet of chain ready to attach the gates to the ASV when the time came. The next nearest undead were probably 5 minutes out in the desert, maybe less. The convoy was ready to go as soon as Flamingo quit fucking around. He was trying to urinate against the side of Hangar 1. "What the fuck, asshole?" Murdo said, climbing down out of the ASV. I can't piss, Flamingo said. It feels like I gotta go, but I can't. She busted my dick. You got 10 seconds to stow your junk, Flamingo, then we roll. The night was swallowing up the world, cold and dark. There was a wind rising. Murdo thought he could hear the moaning of the Zeros out there in the dark, barren country. Then he thought he could hear an engine. Murdo turned to face the road, and Boudreaux was watching as well. There were headlights bouncing along out there in the distance, coming down the road for the airfield. The vehicle couldn't have been headed anywhere else because there was nowhere else. Moments later, they watched a grime-coated, candy-apple-red 1968 Mustang roll to a stop 100 feet from the gates. 10. Danny's ass was sore. So was everything else. But she was relieved to be back on the road to Boscombe Field. The return trip to the Mustang had been problem-free, but she was troubled by the thought of what was happening back in San Francisco. They might not have attacked yet, but those Zeros with their canine intelligence and their silent, crouching stealth were going to overrun the defenses. There was no question. The urban core was surrounded by a perimeter of wire and rubble and cars. This barricade was designed to keep out rotting, two-legged things as stupid and single-minded as sharks. These new ones were cunning. They could work together in packs. They were exponentially faster and smarter than the ones Danny had encountered in the hotel in Potter, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. She was afraid to speculate on how much further the living dead would evolve before the virus that animated them decided it was finished improving its kill ratio. Would the Zeros someday be able to communicate? Use weapons? If that happened, the living would be destroyed. To confront an opponent that could think but felt no pain, no fear, and was incapable of mercy, that meant extinction. Danny decided to ditch the Humvee in favor of the Mustang. She had all kinds of reasons for this, but the truth was she couldn't leave the Mustang behind. It represented everything: the last vestige of Kelly's trail, the last vestige of Danny's attempts at a real life. And it was such a sweet ride. Danny didn't have a lot of pleasures left. The 302 V8 might be the last of them. That, and the bourbon. Danny allowed herself a few pulls on a fresh fifth, but didn't drink herself stupid the way she had on the road north. She was on her way back to known things now, and there was refuge in it. She wouldn't need the bottle for company, merely the occasional sip, enough to take the edge off the pain that a handful of Vicodin couldn't get to. Danny took a few more chances before she lit out again. She was there at the seaside where she'd left the Mustang. It was exactly as she had left it some days before. The coast was deserted. Climbing into her beloved vehicle wearing such stinking, filth-saturated clothing seemed blasphemous. She wondered if Zeros could swim. The beach was empty, and the nearby marina and the motel, the boatyard, and all the little houses. She had swept the area for Zeros previously, and none seemed to have wandered in since. She had never been so alone. The water would be cruelly cold. But you only live once, she thought. If you're lucky, the voice said. Danny stripped off her clothes and raced her battered body into the creaming surf. Despite the frigid water and a persistent worry that the severed head she'd seen at Fisherman's Wharf would rise up from the bottom and bite her on the ass, she floundered around in the surf for almost half an hour. She scampered back out of the water only once, to retrieve her long-suffering boots and swish them through the water over and over, scooping up the sea and pouring it out again, until the leather lost its slimy feel, and they smelled like nothing except ocean. Then she swam, for the sheer joy of swimming. When she emerged from the sea, she felt thoroughly alive. Her limbs were numb, so they didn't ache. The thick mat of scars that covered her back seemed to enjoy salt water, its astringency softening the raw hide until it almost felt like skin again. The air was a lot colder than she remembered it, and she didn't have a towel, or any clothes at all, unless she wanted to put on the reeking garbage she'd been wearing before. She scanned the area around her. It was truly deserted, this little seasonal village tucked between the sea and the headlands. Fuck it. Danny arranged her boots to drain onto the sand, then walked up the beach, stark naked. Between the scars and the bruises, she figured anybody who saw her from a distance would think she was wearing a tie-dyed wetsuit. Besides, wasn't the world getting beyond modesty now? It didn't matter if you were clothed or naked, only if you were alive or dead. It didn't matter if your thighs were laced with surgical scars and your back looked like the surface of Neptune, just so long as you were a human being. Still, she hoped nobody would see her. Danny walked along the strand until she came to a surf shop. For protection, she was carrying the tiller off a derelict sailboat. It would make a handy club. Although there was light overcast, she thought she was getting sunburned, and then she thought, "Not on your back, you aren't," and she laughed to herself. She laughed out loud. It sounded like gunshots. She was quiet again. The surf shop was unlocked. She went in, stilling the bell at the top with her fingers so it wouldn't jingle. She found some cargo shorts and a long-sleeved tee with a cartoon shark holding a surfboard on it. She scuffed on a pair of flip-flops. They were no good for running, though. She found a sleek pair of surf shoes in her size and tried those on. She'd always thought they looked stupid, like ballet slippers. But now that she had them on, they were quite nice, snug and light, with a sole as thin as an extra layer of skin on her foot. Danny didn't look much like a cop now. If, on her journey, she met people, she would prefer to have whatever authority a uniform could convey. It was shorthand for "take me seriously." Then she thought there might be a police station here. Summer cops for when the crowds showed up to go boating and lie in the sun. Anyway, she didn't fancy running into any of the agile zombies in her current costume. She hadn't had to fight in slippers before. Danny made her way down the lone street in town, past the shuttered-up beachwear shops, the art gallery with its driftwood sculptures and whale paintings, never to be admired again. There was a real estate agency with the usual "for sale" sign on the door. She found what she was looking for without encountering anything that moved, except a seagull that watched her from atop a telephone pole. Her objective was a tiny building of concrete blocks. One door, one window, garage on the side. She said a silent prayer for forgiveness and lobbed a rock through the window of the Madras Bay Police and Beach Safety Department. Half an hour later, she was gunning the Mustang up the hill out of town, attired in a fresh tan uniform. The arm patches said only "police." It was cut to fit a man, and the pants were 3 inches too long. But Danny tucked the cuffs into her soggy boots and looked enough like a cop so she could almost imagine she had her dignity back. She buckled on her heavy police belt and pistol. Better yet, all that remained was to tuck Kelly's letter, secure in a plastic sandwich bag, into her breast pocket. Danny buttoned it up. As she drove back to the highway, Danny thought of the scene she'd observed from the overpass outside the city. Thousands of Zeros, jaws working in concert with each other, like the realization of some shared instinct. Something locked up since before mankind stood on its hind legs, possibly so ancient it came from a time before animals walked at all. Why did the undead chomp the air like that? The sight of so many monsters clacking their sinewy jaws together reminded Danny of armies on a medieval battlefield, beating their shields with their spears as they marched to the slaughter. The Zeros might have been anticipating the kill, tearing at warm throats in what was left of their imaginations. But those things couldn't imagine, could they? Danny rejected the idea. They couldn't create or build or grow. They were only capable of destruction, however clever they became. So it must have been those things in their thousands were warming up for the kill, nothing more. How many of them would taste fresh meat? How many would rot away of hunger because there were no more living things to destroy? Danny was driving toward the sunset. She was worried now. She hadn't been able to contact Boscombe Field by the police radio in her glove box. It didn't necessarily mean anything. If things were quiet, they might have stopped monitoring the radio, but she would much have preferred to hear from them in advance of her arrival. There was a massive bank of clouds on the horizon, stealing the sun away before its time. She turned off onto Ore Creek Highway, and her pulse picked up a little. She was avoiding thoughts of Amy and Patrick and the rest, Topper and Ernie, Maria on the radio, Troy Huppert, the city fireman. They might all be dead, overrun by the undead while she was gone, but she didn't think so. Behind that fence with supplies and soft beds, and so far from major human settlements, they should be fine. They'd be pissed off at her, of course, and she would have to act contrite, but they'd get over it. It hadn't been that long since Danny left. What could possibly have gone wrong? A few miles of blacktop, the night coming down like an opera curtain. By the fading light, she saw Zeros wandering in the desert. They were going the same way she was. The flat desert floor seemed to have become a kind of caravan route for the things. That couldn't be good. There weren't as many as up there in San Francisco. There weren't enough people within 200 miles of here, but there were a hell of a lot of them. They were the slow kind, she thought. They didn't have any coordination, and they didn't crouch walk or attempt to keep out of sight. But then, she didn't know if the fast ones reserved their stalking technique for the kill. They might shamble along like all the others until prey came along. Danny had to force her foot up off the gas pedal. She was driving much too fast for such a poorly maintained road. Then she saw lights in a hollow of the dark line of hills, and before long she could see the airfield. She slowed down. The yard of the airfield was brilliantly lit by pole-mounted fixtures. Lights meant life. That was good. Then, as she approached, she saw military vehicles in formation, lined up to drive out through the gates, including one of the thick, gun-turreted M1117 Guardian ASVs. Almost immune to attack, those were, except they had a distinct tendency to flip over on their backs because of a high center of gravity. Behind that was a Humvee, then the motorhome, then another Humvee. Regardless, Danny would have driven right through the open gates to meet them, except she was now close enough to see the camouflage with which the vehicles were painted. Her blood went cold and thin. Hawkstone. Murdo crammed in next to Estevez in the turret of the ASV and watched as a cop stepped out of the vintage Mustang. A lady cop. She stood by the car. Left the door open. Cautious type. She must be the one the civilians talked about like she was the Queen of Sheba for getting them to the airfield alive. She was here precisely in time to fuck things up even further. The cop walked toward them, a dozen feet in front of the Mustang, but no closer. Estevez, you be ready to open up that big gun, you hear? Murdo said softly. I don't need this shit. Murdo clambered back through the hull of the ASV and lowered himself down to the ground from the side hatch, pulled his uniform straight. Then he walked across toward Boudreau and stood in the middle of the gate, arms folded. You better come in, he called to the cop. Shitload of Zeros out there. His voice was pitched loud to cover the distance between them. I saw them, the cop replied, in a big voice accustomed to authority. I'd like to speak to someone there. I'm the one in charge, Murdo said. What he didn't know was what to do next. The cop had no authority in this time of privatized martial law. He could kill her on the spot. He probably would. But he wanted to make sure she hadn't come from headquarters with fresh news. Could be the rest of the world was already on the rebound, and they were sitting in the desert kicking each other in the nuts for no good reason. I'm looking for Amy Cutter. She's a doctor, Danny said. The short, thick man spat on the ground. The tall man with the prize-fighter's face shook his head. She had definitely stepped in something. Danny was mortally afraid for Amy. She realized she had pinned the hopes she'd lost of ever seeing Kelly again on seeing Amy again instead, which was not very smart. Hope didn't get you through. The short man spoke again after thinking a while. You mean the veterinarian? She left. She was here, but she left. We're relocating to command headquarters, so you need to get out of our way. Danny couldn't see the motorhome clearly, shielded as it was by the blaze of the brilliant headlamps of the ASV. But she didn't recognize whoever was sitting in the driver's seat. She thought she might be making a very serious mistake standing out here in the open. There was a man on the 20mm cannon in the turret of the security vehicle, and these others were armed as well. There was a big 50 on the roof of the foremost Humvee. Also, Danny could hear the moaning. There were undead moving through the dark brush all around her. They would be changing course, heading in her direction. This was going to have to be a short conversation one way or the other. She tried again, guessing where headquarters would be for this man. "I was just in San Francisco," she said. "It's gone." "Bullshit," he said, but Danny could tell he was rattled. "The zombies, the Zeros, are getting faster," she added. "You're a world-class bullshitter," the man said. Danny didn't feel like pursuing that line of discussion. "Look, mister," she said, "if Amy Cutter left, where is everybody else? They in the Whale?" "The Whale?" The man was looking at his comrade now. They were whispering. "The motorhome there," Danny amended. "You're taking it. I'd like to see who's inside." "They all left," Murdo said. "I'm Sheriff Adelman. Who are you?" "Squad Leader Murdo, Hawkstone Security." "So, Murdo," Danny said, pronouncing his name like it was stuck to her boot. "What I want to know is this. Under what authority have you taken control of this location? What have you done with the civilians? We're on American soil. These are American citizens. They got some rights, and you got some restrictions. Posse comitatus and shit." Murdo shook his head. "The entire fucking nation is under martial law, Sheriff. Section 1076. Posse comitatus is suspended." "Don't blow smoke up my ass," Danny said, anger giving her voice wings. She wanted to go right up there and get eyeball to eyeball with this prick, maybe even shoot him. "That crap was repealed in '08. I know the law. You don't know shit." Murdo scuffed the ground with his toe, then laughed. It sounded like an effort. "I'm gonna give you count of 10 to decide whether you're coming or going, okay? We're on a timetable." He pantomime tapped his watch. Then he whispered something to the gunner in the turret of the ASV. The gunner nodded and hunched over his weapon. Danny knew the posture well. He was braced to open fire. At that moment, the terminal door banged open, and Amy came hammering out of the building, shouting and waving her arms. Danny's heart squeezed halfway up her throat. Amy was alive. She was right there, and these bug fuckers were in the way. "Danny, go! Go, go, go!" Amy shouted, and now one of the uniformed men was running at her from the Humvee, and Amy was down on the ground. Fury burst inside Danny's head. Her friend was being attacked, and she couldn't do anything about it. In fact, she needed to retreat now. That upgraded 20mm cannon would blow her apart like a dog food balloon. She'd seen it in the war. A single round could pass through Danny, the Mustang's engine block, and the rest of the vehicle, yet still have enough power left to punch a 2-foot pothole in the road. She was already throwing herself into the Mustang when the big gun opened up and the world around her turned to hell. She'd kept the Mustang idling and the door open. The first burst from the 20mm cannon went high. The supersonic crack of the rounds passing overhead at 3,400 feet per second had Danny instinctively bent double as she leaped behind the wheel. Her left foot was still on the ground when she slammed the old pony into reverse and slapped the accelerator to the floor. In a stinking cloud of tire smoke, she twisted the wheel around and the car reversed itself. The rear window and the windshield simultaneously exploded, and the driver's side door, which was still swinging open, let out a deafening bang as one of the 20mm rounds whacked through it. The window glass turned to snow. Danny braced herself with her left hand on the windshield pillar to keep from being thrown out of the car as she bashed the shifter forward. The car got traction and jumped up the road. Danny was losing Amy and the Mustang to these sons of bitches. She yanked the steering wheel left and right, fishtailing the car even as it accelerated to break up the gunner's aim. The road ahead of her leaped into the glow of the headlights as if struck by a tornado, the heavy gun blowing the pavement apart. She pulled the wheel over and drove the Mustang off the road into the brush. It was never going to be the same car again, but this was no time to worry about the paint job. It had been 8 seconds since the first burst of cannon fire, and Danny was still alive. She whipped the car through the rough desert brush, caught a zombie in the headlights, smashed it into the air over the hood, and now she had one headlamp, not two. She should douse the lights, she realized, but then they could see her tail lights, and she wouldn't be able to see shit. She kept on driving and wondered why the cannon wasn't turning the entire desert into a blizzard of steel. There were Zeros coming toward her through the bush. It had been 15 seconds, and she was still alive. Then she heard the bark of a grenade launcher. The first burst of fire came down in a tight formation close in front of the Mustang, and the desert floor was blasted into the air, rocks and dirt and bushes at once. Danny drove, blinded by smoke and debris, into the explosions. The Mustang was choked by leaves and dust. The second salvo came down behind the car, except for the grenade that erupted beneath the rear axle. Everything turned upside down. The Mustang, the liquor, the first aid gear, the hoard of ammunition and weapons and food and whatever crap Danny thought she might possibly need on a road trip through the zombie-infested American landscape. Gravity disappeared, then came back in the wrong direction. Danny was caught by the force of the blast and thrown against the steering wheel, then whiplashed back into the seat, and then she was flung at the ceiling because down was up. The Mustang slammed on its side into the dirt, upside down, and slid down an 8-foot drainage ditch until Danny could almost rest her head on the ground below. Red flames lit the world up. It was all red and black and yellow. Nothing else. Half deaf, half blind, and nearly senseless from the impact, Danny tucked her knees up under her and slid her feet through the empty frame of the driver's side door window. It couldn't have been more than 3 feet down to the bottom of the culvert she'd landed in, but she couldn't get free of the car. She needed to figure out why, because there were zombies and militiamen trying to kill her. A high, clear note rang in her ears, and there was pressure in her head, as if she was at the bottom of a swimming pool. Her thoughts were scrambled like old-fashioned television reception from the pre-digital days. What was keeping her dangling under the car? Somehow her arm had gotten hooked around her chest, her left arm twisted around. Danny tried to reason the thing out. Something else exploded nearby, but she wasn't concerned about that. She attempted to get her arm free of the obstruction. No go. So she used her right hand to feel out what the problem might be, and now she understood. She had been holding the A-pillar, the one that rose up from the hood to roof and held the windshield in. The door had been open then, banging on her knuckles. Now the door was firmly closed, jammed tight against the stony wall of the culvert, but her fingers were still wrapped around the A-pillar. That posed an insoluble problem to Danny's fuddled mind. The Mustang had become like a great big rat trap, and Danny was trapped in it. She smelled gasoline. She loved the smell of gasoline on a man, but not the smell of gasoline running out of the Mustang, especially as the car was on fire. The threat of fire, combined with the stink of gas, cleared Danny's head enough so she could panic. Things couldn't get much worse. She needed to pry the door open and release her crushed fingers, which she expected was going to hurt like a motherfucker. Otherwise, she was going to be burned alive, which was the thing she feared most. So Danny groped around her for something to get the door open with. There were tools on her belt, nothing that would fit in the gap of the door, unless the barrel of her revolver. She pulled the weapon from the holster. Pain was beginning to converge on her shoulder where her weight hung awkwardly on the trapped arm. She strained to get one knee on the window frame of the door and the other foot on the ground. Now she had a little leverage. She got the barrel of the gun into the rumpled gap between door and roof. She pried at it with all her weight. The gun was coming apart. She was bending the frame around the cylinder. The door shifted slightly. She could flex her fingers. Then the Mustang settled another half-inch, and Danny saw the gap tighten on her hand. The skin of her left index finger split open like a frying sausage. She needed to make a plan come together fast, or she was definitely going to die. Danny tried prying the door open again. Now the barrel of the gun wouldn't even fit into the gap. The space was half the width of her fingers. She heard herself whimpering and made it stop. Now she could hear the moaning out in the darkness. Danny lowered her head down below the roof of the Mustang so she could see along the length of the culvert, lit by burning creosote bushes and fragrant mesquite. 2 Zeros were lurching in her direction, bent silhouettes in the leaping firelight. She couldn't come up with a plan. By fire or teeth, she was going to die in the wreckage of her beloved 1968 Mustang unless she got herself clear of the vehicle, and her left hand was jammed into a sandwich of steel less than 3/8 of an inch wide. Danny knew what she needed to do. All the bright hope inside her was still there, but she couldn't use it for anything. Someday everybody had to die, and this was her day. She raised the revolver to her temple and didn't think any grand last thoughts or send a prayer up to God or even say goodbye to Kelly's memory. It was easier than that. She squeezed the trigger to send the fat bullet through her head, to blot out the stink of gasoline and the flames and the biting jaws that were coming for her. The gun didn't fire. She'd distorted the frame so much the hammer wouldn't fall. Danny fumbled at her belt and found the knife she'd gotten in San Francisco. That was something. She could cut her throat. Or, Danny's pain-clouded mind saw a possibility. It was as bad an idea as she'd ever had, but it was better than cutting her throat. Danny took the nickel-plated handcuffs from her belt, let the jaws fall open, and snapped them onto her left wrist, one bracelet at a time. The pain in her trapped fingers was unbelievable, filling the world. She cinched the cuffs tight. They ratcheted down until the bracelets sank into the skin of her arm. Still, she squeezed them, until the flesh wouldn't compress anymore, and she was working against the density of her own wrist bones. That would have to do. She could feel the pulse hammering in her arm against this obstacle, these constricting bands of steel. Good. Danny reached down with her good hand and drew out the knife. The nearest zombie was 20 yards away at most. There were several more behind it, lurching down the ditch toward the fire. The smoke from burning tires and gasoline was choking her. It didn't seem as if the gas tank was going to explode. It was going to burn itself out, which could take all night roasting her, but meanwhile flaming gasoline was streaming down the rear frame of the car, spattering in bright flaring droplets into the boiling pool of motor oil collected near Danny's foot. The heat was intense. There was a rhythmic thumping in her ears, like a helicopter passing overhead. It was her own heartbeat. Danny raised the blade of the knife, a good sharp edge 4 inches long with a few serrations down by the hilt. It was a tight space, but she was able to get the blade in close to where her fingers were crushed against the frame of the Mustang. She held her breath, thrust the knife into the gap. Blood spilled out despite the handcuffs, and a wire of white-hot agony snapped across Danny's brain. She dropped the knife. It bounced to the ground and skittered away under the roof of the car. Danny couldn't reach it. Her heart contracted to a pinpoint. She had nothing left to free herself from the coffin the Mustang had become. Teeth. Danny grasped her handcuffed wrist and stretched the flesh back as far as she could. She maneuvered her jaws until her teeth were jammed against the frame of the Mustang. Her knuckle, salty with blood, was between her lips. Danny thrust her head forward and bit down. The pain was so much bigger than her hand, crushed into its outline with punishing force. She jammed her teeth into her flesh with strength renewed by fear, and the skin broke. Blood flowed. There was meat under there, rubbery cables, then the hard joint. She worked her teeth between the 2 bones that made up her knuckle. They fit together so closely. There was a pop when she forced them apart. She chewed until she was choking in her own blood, the pain making her writhe. At last the finger snapped away from her hand. The zombies were so close, moaning with hunger, but they hadn't reached her yet. Danny got through 3 of her fingers before she was released from the Mustang. She fell to the dirt floor of the ditch and tucked her mutilated limb up against her chest. The sole of her boot was on fire. She crawled away from the blazing motor oil and hunched herself along, but the Zeros were there. So after all that, she was going to get torn apart anyway. She struggled to her feet. The boot, at least, wasn't burning anymore. There was a transcendental giddiness in her now, all the pain and terror like vast electrified wings that could bear her away. The Zero was there. It reached out to her, almost in welcome, its mouth open, teeth exposed. She could see the firelight reflecting off the back of its mottled throat, and then its head blew clean off its shoulders. A comical little spurt of black blood popped up from the ragged meat of its neck, and the thing collapsed. Then a great dark shape leaped down from the upper world above the culvert, a shaggy, ugly thing with a wild, broken face. Danny did the only thing left. She blacked out. Part 4. Heaven. 1. Amy got her butt kicked. There was no question about that. It was almost worth it, the way Danny hightailed it like a jackrabbit back to that beautiful old stupid Mustang of hers. Danny did a fancy dive into the car, and it was moving before she was even all the way in. Then the guy with the face tattoos was shooting at Danny with his huge tank gun. Buck, 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 buck. Danny got the car spun all the way around back to front and hit the gas. Amy could hear people shouting inside the motorhome. Then Reese was pounding Amy silly, and she couldn't really look anymore because she was taking a severe beating. Reese stopped hitting her in order to watch the shooting. Murdo was screaming in a high-pitched voice and jumping up and down, waving his fists. The flame from the huge cannon leaped 10 feet from the barrel. The lights of the Mustang turned from crisp outlines into dim glows as the landscape blew up around it. Amy could hear metallic hammering noises and assumed that Danny was getting blown to pieces. Amy was so used to Danny turning back up again, from that motorcycle accident when she was young, then from the war and the war again and another war, and now coming back from her mission in the world of the undead, that she didn't experience shock or grief, but disbelief. This couldn't be it. Danny couldn't finally be gone. Then it looked as if Amy's faith was vindicated. Danny took the Mustang off-road, so much dust kicked up you couldn't even see where it was. It was like a smokescreen, and the gun was shooting up all over the place, but they could still hear the Mustang's engine roaring away out there like a wounded bear. Danny was so smart, especially if everything was going wrong. She wasn't so good in a non-crisis, but this was right up her alley. The shooting stopped. Were they going to let Danny go? Please let it stop, Amy thought. You have no idea what she's been through. Then there was a ching-thud sound, 2 bursts of 10 repetitions each, and a long moment later, the desert blew up. They were shooting bombs at Danny. There was an explosion, and Amy saw the shape of the Mustang flip end over end, silhouetted against the halo of fire, and then it dropped into the flames and smoke and dirt, and that was that. Reese kicked Amy one more time, spat on her, and walked away, whooping with triumph. Murdo himself was hollering victory, clapping. Boudreaux stood there watching the fires out in the desert, framed squarely in the gateway to the airfield. His posture was one of satisfaction, like a weary man admiring the snug house he had just finished building. Amy felt real hatred for these men. Hate and rage weren't things she understood, but they had roosted inside her, and she was going to have to deal with them. They wanted her to hurt and kill, to get revenge. That's all the world had in it. Amy rejected these things, but the feeling, the black rage burned on, like the fires in the desert that marked Danny's grave. Murdo clapped Boudreaux on the shoulder as he walked toward the ASV. Boudreaux rocked his fist in the air. They were yelling many things to each other. Apparently, they were the winners. Then Boudreaux's ear blew off, and he lurched backward and fell to the ground, dead, his skull emptied out by a high-velocity round. A second later they heard the gunshot. Murdo threw himself into the dirt, covered in blood and brains, and crawled under the ASV. 2 more shots snapped through the night, but nobody else was hit. Reese sprinted inside the terminal building. The gates were still wide open, and now above the whoosh and crackle of the flames out in the desert they could hear them moaning. Undead were coming. Zeros. Amy didn't feel as good as she usually did. She had never been physically beaten before, beyond the occasional parental spanking. It wasn't the pain so much as the fear it wouldn't stop. Reese had clearly gone easy on her. He couldn't incapacitate the medic, veterinarian or not. He was only trying to slow her down, which had the opposite effect, of course. If he couldn't afford to kill her, she could afford to give him the bird. Still, she was very sore. She felt a fresh wave of empathy for Patrick and didn't blame him for having a nice, quiet coma. Amy got creaking to her feet and hobbled across the parking lot. She could hear Murdo down low, arguing with the men huddled inside the ASV as she limped past. She could hear agitated voices inside the White Whale. She skirted around Boudreaux's corpse to the gates and swung them shut, one at a time. She closed the padlock. One thing she wasn't concerned with was getting shot by whoever was out there in the night. She had a feeling it was somebody she knew. She could see the Zeros coming now, some as rough outlines crossing in front of the firelight, some moving into the glow of the headlights on the vehicles. They were slow and shuffling and slack-jawed, that sound like the wind in winter trees coming out of their throats. The undead were finally here, and it seemed to Amy there were an awful lot of them. Dawn took its time coming. The Hawkstone men were no longer in control. They used the civilians as a human shield to extricate themselves from their vehicles. That was Molini's idea. He suspected whoever shot Boudreaux must be one of the men they'd ejected from the airfield days before. Gun in hand, he formed up a weeping ring of survivors and sent them scuffling across the parking lot with himself in the middle. They pulled up next to each of the military vehicles until all his comrades had been able to climb out and crouch behind the circle of human cover. They didn't know from what direction the gunshots came, although it seemed likely to be along the road. Not worth taking chances. They forced the huddle of civilians back into the terminal and then made them close all the roller blinds on the windows while the mercenaries remained firmly on the floor, shoving their guns around. Becky, with the fake boobs, had the baby in her arms again. She pulled down a roller blind in the men's dormitory. Flamingo was pressed against the wall with his gun aimed at her head. Patrick lay still between them. "Goddamn coward," she said. "Fuck you, whore," Flamingo said. "This baby's mother had more balls than you." She strode past him, ignoring the gun. 2. The sky grew light that morning in a silvery overcast, the bank of clouds that had been on the horizon the previous day having moved in over the desert. It was hot and still. The overcast did nothing to cut the heat of the sun. All it did was dim the colors of the world, making the undead, with their leathery gray skin and ragged, dingy clothes, look even more monochromatic. The trip through the desert had dried them out. Lips were pulled away from long teeth, eyes shrunken, bone structure telegraphing through the thin flesh. The fat ones in life had become as dry-skinned as all the rest, but the fat formed liquefying sacs around their waists, their thighs, and the upper parts of their arms. These dangled and swung like the infected udders of cows, leaking serum. The weight of this putrefying flesh dragged the loose skin in folds from their necks, their heads, giving them something of the look of droop-eyed hounds, their mouths pulled down in a caricature of a frown. The ones that had been slender in life were now angular stick insects, skeletons bound in hide, moving with difficulty as their tendons shrank and stiffened. Around 6:30, once the light was full, a bulky figure in the Hawkstone camouflage stepped out of the terminal. He looked around, his body poised for flight. Then he walked toward the corpse of Boudreaux, unwilling, his steps as halting as if he were crossing a minefield. He made it to the body. The moaning of the undead went up loud and urgent. They could smell him. They wanted him. The chain link of the fence and gates bellied outward with the mass of the things. They wrung the wire with their fingers, clawing to get in. The man took hold of the corpse's sleeve and started pulling it across the parking lot. The corpse was heavy, heavier than the man dragging it toward the terminal building. He stopped halfway across to wipe the sweat off his face with his sleeve, taking the opportunity to scan his surroundings. Then he turned back to the task. He got the body another yard toward the terminal before a spray of blood leaped out of his chest and he fell across the corpse, his boots clawing at the pavement until he bled to death and went limp. The report of the rifle followed the impact by almost a second. Inside the terminal, Murdo cursed and punched the wall, leaving a row of dimples where his knuckles hit the plasterboard. For a while it looked like Juan, the fat Mexican, was going to make it. They had dressed him up in Jones's uniform, which didn't fit him very well, but looked convincing enough from the kind of distance a sniper would be dealing with. Then they forced the blubbering, shiny-faced man out the door at gunpoint. He could go out there where it was a 50-50 chance he'd get shot, or he could stay in here where the chance was 100%. All the way to Boudreaux's body, Juan looked like he was still deciding which option suited him best. Then he seemed to gather courage. He was still alive, after all. Murdo thought the solid mass of zombies might be spoiling the shot for whoever was out there. It might have been true. But the sniper found a better angle, apparently, because he blew Juan's heart clean out of his body. Now the Zeros were going crazy, their hunger driving them against the fence, as if they could push themselves clear through it if they tried hard enough. Murdo's main concern was that they probably could. There were hundreds of them, with more on the way, and the fence rocked slightly as they thrust themselves upon it. Meanwhile, inside the terminal, the civilian hostages wept and cursed. 3. Wolf got another one with a trick shot. He'd spent the morning of the third day after he rescued the sheriff, getting himself into the high ground overlooking the airfield, and he was working his way along the ridge. These Hawkstone dipshits couldn't simultaneously search for his position and hide on the floor, so they had no idea where to find him, and they obviously didn't put on their thinking caps either. Because right now, there were very few safe places he could shoot from without getting eaten alive. One of them was the stony ridge that ran parallel with the runway. He had a good 600 feet of altitude at a fairly steep angle. From that height, he could see down into the rooms of the terminal building if the windows were clear. They had the place buttoned up pretty well now. All the blinds were drawn. But the blinds stood off the interior window frames a couple of inches. He noticed, in one of the upstairs sleeping rooms the men used, every now and then somebody would move the edge of the roller shade a little and have a quick look around. And when they did, Wolf could clearly see the silhouette of legs, a glimpse of them, between window frame and blind, invisible from below, obvious from above. Now, Wolf didn't want to kill any non-combatants. He wasn't sure about the fat guy he'd shot, for example. He wasn't built like a fighter, and his uniform looked borrowed. So that might mean they were dressing up civilians and sending them out to die. Far from troubling Wolf, this merely added to the interest of the assignment. The possibility of an unforgivable error made the stakes higher, sweetened the pot. Still, he had to make damn sure it wasn't a harmless woman, especially the one with the 10-gallon hats in her shirt. He thought he might have a chance with her, if he cleaned up a little. He elevated the barrel of the rifle, adjusted for windage and gravity. The legs were there behind the window blind, and then the weight shifted and the curtain fell back into its usual position. They were about to move on. Wolf fired, brought the target back into the scope, and waited. There was no sign of whether he'd gotten a clean hit or not. There was a tiny black dot where the bullet had gone through the blind, half an inch from the window frame, a little haze around it. That would be the broken glass. Nothing else. Wolf crawled backward on his belly until he was out of view. He didn't want to risk their locating him. That grenade launcher could turn the ridgeline into Mount Rushmore. He scrambled along a deep ledge until he found the notch that took him right over the other side of the ridge. It was getting harder and harder to travel, what with all the zombies down there. Looked like a wildebeest herd, but it was all walking corpses. Some of them were struggling along trails that a mountain goat would have trouble with. Wolf had seen a couple fall, tumbling down the mountainside to land broken in the rocks. One of them even kept on crawling. They weren't afraid of anything, that was clear. Wolf was only afraid of them, nothing else, except maybe that Sheriff Adelman, so he figured that was about as good as it was going to get. All he had to do was stay up high and not fall off anything and break his back. The irony alone would kill him, and then he might get up dead and start looking for fresh meat. Nothing else happened that day. Wolf was a man of infinite patience. He waited. Dawn came. Morning turned to day. Then the front door of the terminal building opened, and Wolf sighted on the figure below through the scope of his rifle. The man was wearing the hawkstone camouflage. The hunt was back on. 4. Danny opened her eyes. The sun was shining. The sky was blue. In the dream, she had been swimming. The water was warm and full of bright, flashing fish. She dove down among the rocks and coral. There was no question of drowning. She could hold her breath forever. She swam down through a gap in the rocks where the light was green and dim. Then she swam through a dark tunnel, ribbed and barreled like the inside of a cartoon whale. She swam upward toward the light, broke the surface, and found herself in a bathtub. It was in an all-white bathroom with a bedroom beyond. A fire burned in the fireplace. Then she woke up. "You look like Patrick," she murmured. "I am Patrick," the man replied. This surprised Danny. The Patrick she remembered was on the pretty side of handsome. This man was not. His face was a symphony of yellows and browns, with notes of deep blue like the USDA ink stains on a side of beef. His nose was very different from Patrick's as well, all dented in, and one of his eyes was a raw red slit between thick lids. Only his hair looked the same. "Hi," Danny said, and laughed a little. Laughing was physically painful, but it felt good anyway. It sounded like rocks grinding together. Of events at Boscombe Field, Danny had no recollection at all. She dimly remembered driving down the road, but nothing more. "Take it easy," Patrick said. "We got you stuffed with all kinds of painkillers. Might make you kind of lightheaded." "Who's we?" Danny asked. She was floating in a haze, unable to connect even the most rudimentary pieces of information with each other. The sun was behind Patrick's head, turning his blonde hair into a golden halo. He was wearing a white t-shirt. It occurred to Danny that she might be dead, and this was heaven. Then she was disappointed to remember what she had been avoiding the memory of since she awoke. The world was overrun by walking dead that ate human flesh, so probably this wasn't heaven. She was glad she hadn't mentioned it to Patrick. Patrick counted off on his fingers. "Topper and Ernie, Martin, Simon, Don, Troy's here. Even Wolf comes by every once in a while for food and water. He's not such a bad guy. He stayed right beside you the whole first night you were here. Went away before the sun came up." As much as she enjoyed lying on her back being stoned, Danny felt like there was a great deal of data she was missing, and her hypothesis was woefully out of date. She tried to push herself up into a sitting position, but Patrick gently glided her back. "Let me get you a pillow," he said, and hoisted himself up. Patrick was walking with the help of a stick, Danny observed. He was obviously in pain, but didn't make much of it. That was different. He used to complain about damn near everything. Now he had something real to bitch about. He was bearing it with grace. Danny drifted out of consciousness without knowing it. When she woke again, Topper was kneeling beside her. He had a fading black eye himself, though not quite as bad as Patrick's. Patrick returned. He arranged a balled-up overcoat under Danny's head. She was lying on, or very close to, the ground, inside something like a big turtle shell. That much detective work she could handle. Topper knelt beside her, and she smelled armpits and whiskey and motor oil. The motor oil smell disturbed her for a reason Danny could not summon before her mind. "How you feeling, Sheriff?" "Feeling no pain," Danny said, and smiled back. "There's so much dope in your bloodstream we could probably sell your piss for $50 a shot," Topper said. Danny wanted to laugh again, but it seemed like a lot of effort, so she passed out instead. They cleared the farmhouse room by room. 2 men inside, both dead. They were not locals. Danny thought they were from the city, not the middle of nowhere where they had been patrolling flat sand to keep the date palms safe. The woman in black was dead, someone said. Danny went outside again. She hadn't spared a thought for the woman since she'd run for the side of the farmhouse to get herself out of range of the windows. Now Danny went out into the broiling hot yard and crossed the dirt to the place where the woman lay, dead, her eyes half open and staring at a point somewhere beyond the center of the sky. Her lips were parted. Danny saw hard white teeth with dark patina between them. The satchel mine the woman had been holding was kicked several meters away from the body. Danny would secure it in a few seconds. First, she leaned close to the dead woman, wanting to ask her, "What were you doing? Why did he kill you? Who did you imagine I was?" But the woman's eyes opened, and they were not eyes at all. They were mouths full of crooked teeth. Danny returned to awareness at intervals throughout the remainder of the day and night. Unconsciousness, within which there was nothing, eventually gave way to sleep, where there were picture plays of the waking world. At last Danny was able to remain awake for as much as an hour at a time. Along with returning clarity of mind came the return of pain, to which she responded by demanding the others stop feeding her with tranquilizers. Her body needed a complete overhaul, and at some point the many things she had decided not to think about emerged and demanded to be known. To distract herself, she studied her surroundings. She was lying on an old mattress inside the stripped frame of an ancient automobile. There was no floor, there was only the hull. The roof formed a sunshade. There was no glass to keep in the heat of the day, and without the doors she could see a section of the scenery on either side. Piles of crushed and broken automobiles towered all around, flattened as if by their combined weight. There were heaps of chrome parts, old fenders, and grills. Iron racks bore windshields and door glass, arranged by make and model. Dumpsters full of alternators, engine blocks, motors, transmissions, and all the rest of the guts of cars stood in ranks below the walls of mashed vehicles. The place had been paved with concrete once, but the concrete had split and broken, and now it was pavement, dirt, and lank brown grass in equal measures. Topper explained to Danny during one of her brief lucid periods that they were in heaven. It was a wrecking yard, not 3 miles from Boscombe Field. He and Ernie had seen it on the day they arrived at the airfield. They made straight for the place when they were banished by the mercenaries. Danny asked about that, and Topper told her it was a long story for when she was fully awake. They had a big old Chinese-made diesel generator, welding gear, a machine shop, and all the raw materials a man could ever ask for, if he was man enough to ask for raw materials. They even had a fridge full of beer. They were surrounded by a fortress of crushed cars and a tall sheet metal fence. They had some projects going. "We're going to put some gear together and retake that motherfucking airfield for one thing," Topper said. "We're going to make ourselves some battle wagons." He was excited now, his voice raised almost to a shout. Patrick came back and shooed him away. Danny awoke in the night. There was a lump of moon in the sky and bunches of stars. She could see a couple of the planets, although, as always, she had no idea which ones they were. Patrick was sleeping beside her inside the shell of the old car. They were lying under a heap of second-hand clothing. It was cool, but not cold. Danny's left hand itched like fury. It was driving her mad, woke her up. It felt as if ants were inside the bones, making tunnels. She couldn't get her fingers to move. So Danny extracted her hand from beneath the pile of clothes and discovered it was bound inside a large wad of cotton gauze. She unhooked the butterfly clips that held the gauze in place, unwinding the long strips of bandage until her hand was exposed. It was too dark to see. Even the pale gauze was little more than a blue-gray smudge in the shadows. Her hand was an astringent-smelling darkness in the greater darkness of the night. So she felt her way up from the wrist with the other hand. The wrist was badly sprained, swollen and tender. Her palm was rough with abrasions. There was a crust, presumably blood, in all the creases of her hand. Then her fingers slipped up past her knuckles, and there was nothing. She closed her good hand over the injured one. Before she could understand what she was feeling, a massive fireball of pain leaped up her arm and blew her straight back into oblivion. "You chewed off your fingers," Patrick explained. "That's what Wolf thinks. He found something in your mouth, apparently." Patrick shivered involuntarily. Danny was trying to remember, squinting up into a pale gray sky, pink at the margins. Dawn was an hour away. She had bled a lot in the night. Patrick had awakened in the wee hours to find both of them sticky with blood. Despite his protestations, Danny had a close look at the damage by flashlight before the fresh gauze went on. She had a thumb and a pinky finger, then 3 swollen knuckles with the skin sutured at the ends like sausage casing. The fingers were gone, and there was blackening, ragged skin around the cinched-up wounds. "Do you remember what happened?" he continued. "If one of those undead things did this, you could have some kind of infection." He trailed off, leaving it unspoken. They could both guess what would happen. "I don't remember anything after seeing the airfield down the road. There was somebody there. That's it." "How long ago was that?" 2 days, Patrick said, as if admitting something shameful. 2 fucking days? Danny wanted to sit up again. Patrick held her down with both hands. She lacked the strength to resist and fell asleep again. When Danny awoke, the sun was close to rising. She kept her eyes shut and started thinking about her new situation. She felt she was at some kind of crossroads. She knew guys, people in rehab, soldiers and Marines dealing all the time with the Veterans Administration, who were missing a hand or both hands or a foot or a couple of legs. Eyes, faces, what have you, missing. They spent so much of their time trying to increase the amount they were considered legally disabled. This was the percentage. 20% got you a certain stipend every month. 30, 50, 80% disabled. They were all worth increasing sums. At 100%, you could practically live on the money the government allowed you, except, of course, you spent it all on the iron lung and diapers. Danny couldn't get a thin dime once she could walk again, because she had been deemed fully recovered. The VA didn't give a shit if you were ugly and deformed, as long as you could theoretically go out and get a job cleaning bedpans. But now she was properly disabled. She was sporting half the stock number of hands. She had phantom limb syndrome and everything. Her non-existent fingers continued to itch. She could probably get a handicap tag for the Mustang. A tremor of doubt rattled through her mind. The Mustang. There was some question about the car, but she couldn't remember what it was. The reverie fell apart. Danny wasn't fooling herself. She knew that even if there still was a Veterans Administration, she thought of Harlan again, presumably rotting away in a bed untended. Even if parking was ever an issue again, she wasn't somebody who could call herself handicapped. She was going to have to put this thing behind her. She was going to have to figure out a system for living the same way she was before, only one-handed. Which shouldn't be difficult, the voice said. It never slept. You weren't living very well before. She had lost a part of herself and come out alive. She was stronger than ever because she had even less to lose. She knew it was the painkillers, but Danny was exhilarated by this weird new situation. She had to share the moment with somebody. She didn't feel loss, as she expected to do. She didn't resent having to chew off her own fingers. Rather, she felt impossibly alive. She felt irreducible. What she was had been reduced to its absolute essence, then reduced again, and then she was supposed to die. But she didn't die. So everything ahead of her was extra time. Danny rolled over on her good elbow and shook Patrick. "Hey," she said in an urgent whisper. "What is it?" Patrick whispered back. "I'm invincible." She passed out again. By midday, she had a raging fever. Patrick kept asking for cool cloths to wipe Danny down, and the others kept bringing him filthy shop rags. Danny's face was getting progressively dirtier as the fever expanded, but if Patrick left her alone for 10 minutes, her sweat flushed most of the grime off. He'd given her some oral antibiotics they'd found, but of course, knowing nothing about antibiotics, Patrick might be treating her for malaria for all he knew. Whatever the stuff was, it didn't seem to be helping. Am I in love with this weather-beaten woman? Patrick wondered as he tried again to rouse Danny enough to drink something. Stranger things had happened, were happening all over the world. No, he decided. He loved her, which wasn't the same thing. But it was still a big deal. Danny was talking again. The fever brought up whatever was stewing in her subconscious, like dragging the bottom of a swamp with an oar. She murmured a great deal of gibberish and sometimes spoke of her sister Kelly. Never to her. She spoke directly to Patrick when she recognized him, to the Amy in her mind's eye at other times. She spoke to someone named Zero Killer, and even once to Weaver, begging him to get down. But Kelly was in the past now. Patrick kept her cool as he could, and frequently changed the looted thrift store shirts tucked beneath her to serve as diapers. It remained a miracle to Patrick how often women could pee. Danny was starting to stink, Patrick realized, not like body odor or the sickbed, but a rotten smell, like death. Danny's stump of hand had swelled to 3 times its original diameter. There was no question. That was where the stink was coming from. The wounds, which Patrick had sewn shut himself as he'd seen Amy do, were weeping and purple where the stitches dug in, but turning gray at the edges. He was losing her. After all that Danny had been through, after all the enemies she had faced, it was the microscopic army that was going to beat her. "Hey, Topper, heat me up a sharp piece of wire," Patrick said, "like red hot." Topper took one look at Danny's hand, said, "Oh, Jesus, fuck," and walked away, shaking his head. "It don't half fucking stink," Ernie said, handing the sterilized wire to Patrick at arm's length. Patrick examined the bulb of Danny's hand, swollen now to the size of her folded knee, purple and hot to the touch. He was wasting time. Go for it. There was a moon-shaped hubcap in his lap, upturned like a salad bowl. He held Danny's limp arm over the basin formed by the hubcap, then, with a sharp inhalation, he thrust the sharpened wire into the palm of Danny's hand. It popped. An incredible quantity of stinking, bloody pus spurted out, marbled with whirls of amber and greenish cream. It spattered his second-hand jeans, then the stream lost pressure and steadied. The stench made him want very much to throw up. He swallowed and kept swallowing, but he couldn't help crying out. He said, "Oh, God, oh, my God," over and over. The liquid continued to run out until it was dribbling. Much as he would rather have been stabbed to death with chopsticks, Patrick changed his grip on the purulent wound and started milking the puffy flesh. Gobs of congealed pus belched out of the puncture, things that looked like chewed fat. Finally, the wound ran blood. Patrick let it bleed for a minute, then doused the whole red mess in alcohol and wrapped it back up with fresh white bandage. The hubcap in his lap was almost full. The hot liquid sloshed over his thumb as Patrick carried it away and poured it down a storm drain in the pavement. Then he vomited down the drain and stayed like that with his head dangling and his hands on his knees for several minutes. Topper came by and slapped him on the back. "You done a hell of a thing," Topper said. "Fucking Florence fucking Nightingale, man." "After all that? She better not die," Patrick said, and heaved again. Danny didn't die. It had been 4 days since she bit herself free of the Mustang. She was feeling much better. Damn good, even. The fever broke, the black clouds that raged and stormed inside her mind cleared away, and despite the gleaming pain, she began to ask questions in earnest. That was the men's best proof that she was going to survive. She wanted to know what the plan was. The men had come to this place only an hour or 2 after they were banished. The junkyard was located behind a butte of rock at the base of the mountains, separated from the airfield by a foothill upon which the airfield was backed. If you scaled the butte, which was not difficult because the stacked cars made an effective stairway up its flank, there was a flat place from which you could see the airfield with binoculars, or, better yet, the Celestria 8-inch telescope they'd set up for that purpose. As Topper enthusiastically explained, because the bulk of the plan was his, They were currently beefing up a 9C1 Chevy Impala, the police car they'd found abandoned down the road. Danny remembered it. There had been an old, wizened zombie in the back.
"She looked like fucking King Tut, but she was still kicking," Topper chuckled. "I made Ernie do the braining on that one."
They had made some modifications to the basic police package that Topper thought Danny would like. In addition, they had an old Ford pickup running, not to mention Patrick's fire truck, and there were a couple of adequate Harleys that didn't need much work to be roadworthy. The plan was to creep up on the airfield at night, lights off, then all of a sudden ram the fence from the side behind the terminal building, not at the gates, where the grenade launcher and the 20mm cannon presented an obstacle, let alone about 400 zombies. The rest of them would get in there through the gap and start killing anybody over 6 foot. Along with her health, Danny's memory had returned. Not all of it, but she could now remember the early part of the confrontation she'd had with the Hawkstone men, and that the Mustang had gone to pony heaven. "Their leader is 5'9" at the most," Danny said, remembering Murdo. She heard the plan out. It was suicidal, violent, and likely to result in civilian casualties, failure, and death, in that order. But it was a hell of a plan, nonetheless. Something bothered Danny, though. "They were leaving when I got there. Where were they going, did they say?" Danny asked. "Their command was supposed to be in Potter," Patrick volunteered. Danny tossed her good hand in the air. "It isn't. Do they know that?" Patrick shrugged. "They don't know anything." "Potter is a death trap," Danny barked. Something was bothering her, some fact that didn't fit the picture. "Wait a minute," she eventually said. "It's 4 days later. How come they're still at the airfield?" Topper took off his greasy Kenworth gimme cap and scratched the thin, scraggly hair underneath. "That's where old Wolfie come in," Topper said. He looked uneasy. He clearly knew Danny might not approve of this part of the plan, but he bravely continued. "See, Wolfman lit out right before those fuckwads showed up, right? He just disappeared the way he does, and he was like living on jackrabbits in the brush because there weren't that many zombies around at the time. Watching the airfield, never more than 500 yards away, and them twats didn't even know he was there. And he had his rifle, too. So when we got tossed out on our asses, he followed us here, and we met up and told him the deal, and I already had this idea going, right? And he said he'd keep him there long as he could until we had ourselves set up." "You guys," Danny said, shaking her head. "So days are going by, right?" Topper was warming to his narrative. "Wolf is down there watching, and he comes and briefs us on the intel from the field. He hears shouting sometimes. Then a few mornings back he hears a gunshot, and that black chick with the little baby gets carried out dead. Those cocksuckers left her on the ground and ran. Once it was dark, Wolf buried her with rocks. By that time the zombies were showing up by the dozen, so he had to retreat to high ground. But that rifle of yours got a real good fucking scope on it. Wolf could see just fine. He sees they're pulling out, so he comes back here and tells us about it, and I says to him, 'Shit, we're not ready.' So he says he figures he can slow 'em down." "Slow them down?" Danny said, and Topper heard the disapproval again, but he pressed on. "Well, see, that's where you come in. We were going to put our plan in action when all of a sudden the long-lost Sheriff Adelman pulls up to the airfield in a fine example of vintage American iron. Then those pricks blew you off the map. We're all real sorry about the staying, incidentally. Wolf was right there. He saw it all happen not 200 yards away." 300, Ernie added. 300, Topper amended. "You fucked up my story, Ernie." "Sorry, Topper." "Mind if I continue?" "Please." "So Wolf is right there, under a quarter-mile away," Topper went on. Danny enjoyed simply hearing their voices, being among people she knew. They shared something. They survived together. "He took a chance and crawled to your position," Topper said. "Fucking zombies were right there on you, practically. You're hung up under the car, then you're doing something, and before he gets to you, you're free. He thought you were a zombie for a minute on account of what you'd done. Them cuffs was a good idea. He said your hand didn't bleed hardly at all. The Wolfman took out the zombies and carried you off a safe ways. calls us to come quick, no lights." "How were you communicating this whole time?" Danny asked. Ernie produced a toy plastic walkie-talkie in a magenta case with stickers of a cartoon girl all over it. "We got these at the store," Ernie said. "Toy department. You couldn't talk from one end of the trailer to the other with them goddamn toy radios we had when I was a kid, but these new ones got a good range on 'em. But the range ain't so good you can hear the whole way, so we done relays with 'em." "That was Ernie's idea," Topper said. "He ain't as stupid as he smells. We set up a daisy chain with the radios. Wolf talks on the first one, we got a man halfway back gets Wolf's message, and he talks on the next one to send the message to our lookout up top." Topper gestured to the butte, where Martin, the skinny college kid, was crouching above them. "Go keep watch, for Christ's sakes," Topper shouted, catching sight of Martin. Martin walked away out of view across the top of the butte. "Man, we're as bad as those pukes down at the airfield," Topper added, then went on. "Tell you the truth, Wolf was real mad about what happened to you. He shot one of those fuckers in the head right after he found you, just out of spite, and that give us all the idea to keep him where we want him. Anytime one of them pecker wipes shows himself, we shoot him. Shit, they keep peeking out the windows. They might run out of men before we're even ready to move on the plan." Having heard the whole story, what Danny meant to say was, "What an extraordinary series of actions. What an unprecedented situation. It is thought-provoking. I am impressed, and I am compelled." What she said was, "Fuck." And again, thoughtfully, "Fuck." They knew what she meant. Danny ate for the first time in days, and ate well. Macaroni and cheese from a box, followed by cocktail franks from a jar. Then she felt sick, but it stayed down, and the next thing was thirst. She wanted beer, something cheap and American if they had it, but no light beer. Patrick brought her 3 large bottles of sparkling water. She complained, then drank all 3 bottles inside 40 minutes. A while later she belched with such force that Ernie came to see what the noise was, a welding mask propped up on his forehead. "Nice one, Sheriff," he said, and went back through the piles of wrecked cars to report the occasion to Topper. Danny was back under the old car hull. It was a 1939 Buick, she had determined. Patrick was on radio relay duty at the listening post out in the desert, a spot relatively zombie-safe because it had an 8-foot cliff on one side and an old cow pen with heavy wire along the other. Still, an anxiety-producing place to be, easily surrounded. Topper came by to visit Danny. He was reeking of ozone from the arc welder in the shed. They were going to move her to the living quarters next, but they wanted her to be able to walk on her own. She thought she probably could. The men were shacked up inside a corrugated iron Quonset hut around the corner, where the interior parts and upholstery were kept by the previous owners. The men were sleeping on bench seats scavenged from old trucks. It was a bachelor's paradise, except for the absence of good-looking ladies. Pardon the implication, Topper added. "I don't know how you survive all this," Topper mused. "It's got me stumped, too," Danny said, and waited. When Topper didn't laugh, she prodded him with her good elbow. "That's just wrong," Topper said. Danny cawed with laughter. It wasn't a pretty laugh. It sounded like somebody sawing a sheet of tin, in fact. But then again, she wasn't accustomed to laughing. Danny wanted very much to get into action. Her friends were down there. She couldn't remember what directly preceded her getting blown up and performing the self-amputation, but she knew Amy was in trouble. Danny remembered that she had seen her friend alive, but not what she saw. There were the stories of what had happened before as well. The mercenaries from Hawkstone had beaten Patrick almost to death and killed the young mother. For all Danny knew, the baby was dead, too. According to the reports from Wolf, 3 Hawkstone men were dead or wounded, although one of them might have been somebody else dressed as a soldier, he had to admit. Danny admired the old man's candor. He might have shot a non-combatant. His bad. He accepted full responsibility. He also knew there wasn't a working jail or courthouse on the West Coast. Later, Danny tried to figure out how to eat with one hand. There was no physical rehabilitation anymore. She would have to invent new ways of doing a lot of things. Patrick knelt beside her and produced a rumpled plastic bag from his back pocket. Inside was Kelly's note. "You had it on you. Your uniform is cleaned up too," Patrick said. Danny was touched. Only he would have bothered. "I heard they beat you up pretty good and left you down at the airfield," Danny said. "How come you're here?" Patrick drew invisible circles on the pavement with a piece of automotive trim. "Those guys, those fake soldiers," Patrick said. "Murdo, the boss, he hated me. I think he was latent. He chose me for his special enemy. They all kept fucking with me. It was so obvious they wanted to make an example out of me, and I was so like, no way, not happening, but even that upset them. I don't remember getting my ass kicked, thankfully," Patrick continued. "I don't even remember the next, 3 or 4 days." They sat in silence for a while. Then Patrick made a couple of false starts at speaking. He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right way to put it. "Why did you go?" he finally said. Danny shook her head. "My sister. I was crazy to find her. I had to try. If it had been Weaver, you know what I mean? You went out to look for her. All the way to San Francisco. She's gone. It's all gone. I realized out there's nothing left. Each other is all we got. It sounds gay, I know. I mean, I know what you mean. Anyways, I shouldn't have left you guys. I guess you didn't have a choice." Patrick didn't sound convinced, but Danny knew she didn't have the right to insist on understanding. What had happened to him, and to all of the survivors, was as much her responsibility as it was the mercenaries'. Out of her emotional depth, she changed the subject. "So what happened?" "I woke up the next day. I was marinating in my own pee, but I was all bandaged up, so I know Amy was taking care of me. What happened was I was staring at this god-awful spray-on acoustic ceiling material, and then one of them comes in, one of these Hawkstone gangsters, the Italian one. He takes one look at me like I'm worthless, and then he peeks out the window. Half an hour later he comes in and does it again. This time the boss is with him, this guy named Murdo. He's such an overcompensator." "Was he the short one?" "Total Porsche driver. He tells me I'm lucky I'm even alive, which is debatable based on the state my beautiful face is in. Then he tells me somebody is shooting at us, and he wants to know who. He thinks it was Topper. Of course, I hadn't the foggiest, and I told him that. He comes over to smack me some more, and just then Amy arrives and tells him if he hits me, I'll die. He says, 'So fucking what?' I kid you not, his exact words. 'So fucking what?' And right then, the window breaks. I thought the Italian stallion broke it, but he's going like this." Here Patrick pantomimed pressing his stomach with the heel of both hands. "And he falls down. And I had no idea that much blood could come out of somebody. It was unbelievable. He got shot right then and there, just like Murdo said. Amy did whatever she was doing, tried to stop the bleeding, but she said it must have gone through his liver or something. He kept trying to fight her off. Then he died." "So how many of them are left, as far as you know?" Danny was caught up in the narrative, but she was also building up her calculations, adding in factors, trying to come up with a way to spring the others out of captivity that didn't involve making a big hole in the fence for Zeros to get through. Patrick shrugged. "Murdo, Parker, this guy with a neck like this, Reese and Flamingo. Don't ask where he got his name. There's this psychopath called Ace. Amy told me he killed Cammy, the one with the baby. And there's Jones, this wounded one that Amy patched up. That's what started the whole thing." Danny hadn't heard the story of Jones yet. Patrick told her about it, and everything else that had happened. It took much of the afternoon. By that time, most of the other men were fairly drunk and shouting obscenities, roaring with laughter as they carried parts back and forth and clanged around with hammers and built whatever it was they were building. Patrick was watching Danny's face. She didn't like the scrutiny. He seemed to be looking for something that ought to be there, but wasn't. "I found the Mustang in Potter," Danny said, for the sake of breaking the silence. "End of the trail. After that, Kelly was gone. Dead or alive, I don't know. It all seemed so long ago. Then you went to San Francisco, and did what? Nothing, Danny said, and meant it. The whole journey had been a waste of time. What happened wasn't worth recounting. I went for a swim in the ocean, Danny added, her voice freighted with guilt. You should have stayed, Patrick said, and contained within that small statement was the world of unintended consequences Danny had unleashed. He might forgive her someday, but she wouldn't. She felt a flood of grief and could have cried, but cleared her throat instead. So, how did you get out of Boscombe Field? Sounds like the place was locked down. Patrick could see Danny wasn't going to tell him anything else about her adventures, so he closed his eyes to summon the history before him. Yeah, and now with the Italian dead, the Hawkstone guys were really going cuckoo for their Cocoa Puffs, so to speak. Murdo went crazy. Not so much because he lost another man, I think, as because it could just as easily have been him that got hit. So, next morning I can walk a little, and Murdo dresses me up in the Flamingo's uniform. They all hide next to the windows with their guns, and Murdo tells me to go outside or they'll shoot me. I can totally see what the idea is, and everybody's yelling for me not to go out there because they did the same thing with Juan before and he's dead. But what do I care, right? I wanted to die at that point. So I went outside. If Wolf shot me, they were going to shoot back in the direction the shot came from. I guess he recognized me because nothing happened. Murdo was so mad he tried to shoot me from the front door, but Wolf shot the doorway up and all the big tough guys ended up on the floor. I went over to the hangar, got the fire truck out, and drove away. It's not that simple, Danny said. The airfield must be swarming with zombies. Everybody's dead by now. Amy, the rest. You didn't just open the gates full of zeros and shove through them and then close the gates behind you. I mean, you just didn't. You'd be dead. Oh, come on, Danielle. Give other people a little credit. It's a truck full of fire-retardant foam. The gate has a big padlock with a key in it. All I had to do was drive over, unlock the padlock, and after a couple of minutes, I figured out how to work the foam gun. I sprayed my way out. Just like that. Well, yes, that stuff is awful. The zombies went flying. They couldn't see or smell or hear or anything. They looked like Christmas decorations. They looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. No shit. I drove through the gates, and right away a bunch of the ladies' auxiliary came running from the terminal building and closed the gates behind me. I think like 2 zombies got through, and Wolf killed them both, he added defensively. Danny shook her head. If you don't believe me, Patrick protested, the fire truck is right over there. Ask anybody. So how the hell do you know how to drive a fire truck? Patrick blushed. Oh, so I'm not man enough for that? I can choose the curtains, but I can't operate heavy machinery? Sarcasm was obviously lost on Danny. She waved her hand stump dismissively at Patrick. Fire trucks are complex. They're not cars. It was only a small one, like a moving truck. Danny stared at him, her eyes slitted with suspicion. I used to date a fireman, Patrick confessed. Danny found she could move around now without getting lightheaded. She felt good, despite the pain. After years of prescriptions and drinking, she felt as if all the poison had left her body. Maybe it had, running out of the infected stump of her hand. With Patrick's assistance, Danny took a tour of the junkyard. It was probably originally a place for salvaging parts and selling the rest for scrap metal, but clearly someone had loved the bits and pieces, because there was now a comprehensive auto-building workshop there, full-scale, if hand-built. They had independent generator power, tools, a spray booth, pneumatics. It wasn't state-of-the-art, but it was everything a fellow needed. The front gates were a masterpiece of folk art. Coyote skulls and deer antlers sprouted from a deadly-looking metal sculpture surmounting a pair of huge iron doors on 2-foot hinges. The gate belonged on a medieval castle. The doors were studded with hubcaps and wheels. Each door must have weighed 5 tons, but they were nicely balanced. Topper gave Danny the tour of the facilities and lamented the previous owner was not among them. He was my kind of motherfucker, Topper intoned reverently. Then he helped Danny over to a rudely constructed garage, the door to which Ernie swung open on cue. "Ta-da!" Ernie said. "It's not beautiful," Patrick said, "but it has a certain something." Danny said nothing. She limped past Topper and circled the machine slowly. She could see the basic outline of the Chevy Police Special underneath. The paint was the same, but the vehicle had been built up from end to end. A frame of tubular steel, granular and blackened at the welds, mimicked the contours of the car, forming a cage around it. Panels of chain-link fence had been framed in iron and set into the tubular superstructure across all the windows. The doors had their own independent frames welded straight onto the sheet metal. A row of mismatched off-road lamps were mounted on the roof above the police flashers. At each end of the car, the factory bumpers had been pulled off and replaced with railroad ties, bolted on and bound with thick steel rope. Projecting out of the railroad ties was a pair of arms that extended 2 feet beyond the nose of the vehicle. Between the arms was stretched a length of slender cable. "That what I think it is?" Danny said at last. She gestured at the cable with her injured hand. "It's for cutting cheese," Topper said. When Danny said nothing else, Topper added, "It's not done yet. We'd like to reduce the weight some, maybe get some gladiator action going." "It's good," Danny said, realizing she needed to say something. "Damn good." When the following dawn came, Danny had been awake for hours, contemplating the options before her. There was a quotation she remembered from Sun Tzu's Art of War, good advice even 2,600 years later. "Do not interfere with an army that is returning home. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. Do not press a desperate foe too hard." It was time to create an outlet. 5. The shooting had stopped. Murdo sent several relays of civilians out. The women looked ridiculous in the oversized uniforms, but he even made Mrs. Tits go out holding a gun to Amy the veterinarian's head, and that didn't work either. The sniper was either holding fire, or, more likely, he'd been chased away or eaten by the Zeros. It was time to take a chance. Murdo had decided which of his men was going to take it. But when he brought the subject up, the first thing that happened was Estevez worked the chambering mechanism on his submachine gun and said, "I think it's your turn, Mr. Man." Murdo shouted at them. He raged. They all stood there, bigger and meaner than him. And then he saw it. In a single gesture, assuming he survived, he could make himself into the commander again, the respected leader. He could turn himself into a legend. All he had to do was get out that door and across to the ASV. Once he was inside, he was safe. He was armed to the teeth, and he was back on top. He told them they were all pussies. Fuck it, man to do a man's job. He went to the front door, splintered with bullet holes from Patrick's escape, and opened it a crack. Nothing. That wasn't how the sniper operated. He was sure the gunman was up on the ridgeline above the airfield. Where else could he be and not get bitten to death? But it was a mile of rough stone up there. A man could hide out for months in a place like that, picking off targets below. Murdo had spent time in Afghanistan with stone-cold killers who did exactly that for a living. Murdo knew what to do. Get into the gun turret of the ASV and blast off with the grenade launcher, blow that whole ridgeline to shit. Even if the gunman wasn't up there, it would sure put the courage back in his boys. He was hoping somebody would tell him not to go. Don't risk it. Let me take your place. Nobody said a thing. Hyperventilating freely, Murdo drew his pistol, then kicked the door open and threw himself outside. He hit the ground painfully and rolled this way and that, thrusting himself from roll to roll with his legs. But he lost track of the ASV and all the rolling and worked his way too far out into the open. He wasn't dead yet, so he took a chance and scrambled to his feet and ran, body bent double, to the shelter of the massive vehicle's flank. He climbed up into the side hatch, gasping for breath, soaked with perspiration. No rifle shots. He made it. That would show those assholes who had what it took. He reached down into the cockpit and switched on the power, then climbed up into the gunner's position. He would be exposed again, but he could keep his head down mostly because specific aim wasn't the issue here. Murdo powered up the weapons systems. There were still a few rounds left. Estevez talked like a big man, and yet he'd used up most of their explosives to blow up one little sports car. Murdo swung the turret around until the ridgeline crossed his sights, elevated almost as high as the system would go. The rock face towered above. He opened fire, swinging across the side of the mountain, then a second burst, swinging back until the grenades ran out. The first salvo hit while the second was still on its way. The entire mountainside sprouted blossoms of smoke and debris. Then the second salvo of grenades stitched along the rock face below the first impacts, and Murdo was extremely pleased to see the entire damn cliff come apart in long, smoking fissures, then collapse with the slow, rumbling majesty of an iceberg calving into the sea. The roar of so much rock coming down was deafening. The whole world trembled. A solid wall of dust and smoke billowed up and swept toward the airfield, and Murdo bellowed in triumph. He had won. Then the airborne rain of broken stones came down. Murdo dove for cover inside the ASV. For 20 seconds the rumble came whistling out of the sky. Glass broke, metal clanged and buckled, and the ground trembled with the hammering of rock. A boulder the size of a king mattress whirled down and cut the firefighting helicopter in half. Dozens of the undead outside the wire were struck down, some reduced to pulp. Then the cloud of dust from the hillside wafted across the rock-strewn asphalt, obscuring everything for 20 seconds. When the pall lifted, Murdo looked out of the turret to see what he had wrought. The airfield was almost in ruins. There were holes in the roofs, and the tower windows were shattered. Part of the fence at the far end of the runway had collapsed. The front of one of the Humvees was crushed in by a man-sized chunk of rock, and there were dents in all the rest of the vehicles, except the ASV, which had weathered the storm of rubble impassively, although it was thickly covered in debris. There were broken windows on the motorhome, but it appeared to be intact otherwise. They might have a hard time driving across the parking area, though. There was that much rock thrown around. Unintended consequences, but who the fuck cared? He was the man. Murdo waved at the terminal building. He saw faces at the broken windows, having a hesitant look outside, afraid. "Come on, you pussies. Roll out." Wolf was happy to see Danny conscious again, but he would have preferred to keep on plugging away until he got all the Hawkstone men. He was pretty sure he could do it. But, as usual, the sheriff insisted on moderation, on strategy. After all, the mercenaries might drive the women 5 miles up the road and leave them behind, not a shot fired or a life lost. So the men from the junkyard waited and watched. The spectacle of the mountain grenade bombing was worth the wait, certainly, although it looked for a while as if it had killed everyone below. "You still wish you were up there?" Danny asked Wolf. "If I was up there, he wouldn't have lived long enough to do it," Wolf muttered. The problem now was that the fence was compromised. The Zeros were gathered primarily at the near end, where the gates were, but there were some at the far end, and they had already discovered the breach in the defenses. It would take them some time to make it down the length of the runway, but they were inside the perimeter, and there would be more. However, as they watched, through telescope, binoculars, and rifle scopes, they saw knots of people coming out of the terminal building. The mercenaries were forming rings of civilians in case the gunman was still out there. "I could make headshots there easy," Wolf said, to nobody in particular. Danny was on the big telescope, but she couldn't discern who was who. She hoped Amy was down there among those hustling for the vehicles. Less than 5 minutes later, the convoy was rolling. They saw a bright flag of fire jump out of the 20mm cannon on the ASV, and the swarm of zombies at the gate seemed to glitter and burst into confetti. Something from a parade. They heard the distant rattle of the cannon a few moments later. The undead were falling, cut to pieces. The roadway turned black with guts and blood. Then the ASV jumped forward and rammed the gates open. The convoy rolled through the gap, slowly, the cannon still sweeping the swarm, then picking up speed. The ASV was plowing through the fringes of the crowd now, and then they were all driving away down the road, the motorhome in the middle, the remaining Humvee at the back, and behind that stood what was left of Boscombe Field, the undead already stumbling in to claim it for themselves. Wolf's toy radio spoke. It stuttered and spat fragments of words. Ernie thumbed his on as well, and it echoed Wolf's. "What band are those on?" Danny asked. "Fuck if I know," Ernie said. "Any damn interference cuts 'em out." Danny understood. Toy transmitters, like these radios or remote-controlled cars, were designed to be easily overridden by stronger signals. It was a guarantee that some kid with a foot-long RC dune buggy wouldn't inadvertently cut out a fire department signal or a police radio, rendering communications impossible during an emergency. Some devices that were supposed to be safe for use still did it. Certain cordless phones, for example, could break up a transmission as a squad car rolled past the house. As the convoy rolled up the road toward their position, the puny little toy radios were picking up transmissions from the transceivers aboard the vehicles. The digital band signals would make no sense, of course. The military favored them for that reason, among many. Scrambled fragments of noise that had to be assembled into ones and noughts before a computer turned those into simulations of sounds. But the White Whale didn't have a satellite radio. It was good old-fashioned citizens' band. That meant Danny might possibly get to listen in. They all watched and waited as the convoy rumbled away from the airfield, a plume of dust rising up behind it. They all listened as the toy radios muttered and squawked. Then chunks of intelligible speech came through, words and phrases, and finally Danny heard the word Potter. Patrick was right. "Is that thing gassed up?" Danny asked. "I'd like to take it for a spin." Murdo led the convoy down the highway and was relieved to find far fewer zombies once they moved into the rougher hill country. They'd had to grease dozens of the things on the way to the main road, blowing them apart with a cannon or running them down. The massive swarm inching its way north through the lowlands worried him, because Potter was northward. It also worried him, or bothered him, that his men hadn't given him credit for his courageous actions of the morning. Hadn't he gotten them out of that place? Hadn't he been the one who went outside and braved the gunfire? They had no appreciation. When he hooked up with command, he was going to request a new unit. These men were insubordinate. They would never stop laughing at him. Murdo understood that now. Never to his face, but the laughter would go on in private. It didn't matter. He had a plan, and he was going to make it work. Even if something was wrong at Potter, that was where the supply train had stopped. There would be material there. The train was presumably long gone, but the supplies would be there. He knew it because the last transmission they'd gotten from Command was 10 minutes before the train pulled into Potter. Command had been on the train, along with some fine war-making equipment and 50 seasoned men. It was all going to work out. Amy had seen the zombies surrounding the airfield, how dried out they looked and rotten. They couldn't last much longer. Their tissues would break down and they would collapse and die again, forever this time. If Murdo and his bunch of meat-headed killers could have been persuaded to pitch in instead of playing the heavies, they might have been able to hold out at the airfield even longer. They could have mounted some kind of defense. All of them together, the men, the women, the civilians, and professional soldiers, might have been able to accomplish something. As it was, all they had achieved was to render the airfield uninhabitable for the next people who came along. Yet another refuge from the undead, lost to stupidity and fear and violent thinking. When Murdo got to Potter, what would he find? More of his idiot companions marching around with their guns and gung-ho? Would they be driving around shooting up crowds of zombies, as they had done on the way out of the airfield? She remembered, when the gates swung open, how Reese, now in the driver's seat of the White Whale, had screamed with excitement. The claws of the zombies had torn at the outside of the motorhome, blackened fingers with the bones jutting out of them. The wheels of the heavy machine had spun in the greasy slick of bowels, dirt, and blood on the road. The smoke from the spinning tires stank of grilled meat, a smell that left a taste in the mouth. The survivors were weeping, holding each other. The baby, uncharacteristically, wailed. Then that huge tank thing of Murdo's had plowed a path through the bodies, and the tires of the whale had gripped, and they started to advance. They left the airfield behind, but the stink remained with them. Reese and Murdo were talking over the radio. Amy was listening. They all were. The question that hung over them was simple. Why had the mercenaries taken anybody with them? Before it made some kind of sense. They had hostages in case the menfolk tried something. But all the menfolk had done so far, and Amy was pretty sure this meant only Wolf, was shoot at them from a distance. Murdo made some cryptic remarks, couched in jargon that sounded like they might refer to the civilians. Mention of the cargo and tiger trap caught Amy's attention. But there was nothing specific. All she knew for certain was this wasn't a humanitarian gesture. They weren't being saved for the sake of saving them. Danny would have known what they were up to. Amy grieved for Danny, and on a bigger scale she grieved for the brief possibility that if they all worked together, they could make some kind of future out of the disaster that had befallen the world. She didn't mourn for the murdered world, at least not in any direct sense. It had always been a strange, unforgiving place to her, all those people out there making each other miserable. They were still doing it, alive or dead. What she wanted was the chance to start over. That's what all this horror and destruction offered. A new start. Typical of human beings not to leap at the chance. There was a series of curt commands from Murdo, and the convoy rolled to a stop at the intersection of the road to the airport and the Ore Creek Highway. Shoshone Springs, the place was called. Amy assumed this was because there were no Native Americans and no springs there. But there was something written on the blacktop. They couldn't read what it said. The mass of the ASV blocked the view. Flamingo got out of the Humvee and checked the paint, held his fingers up to show Murdo, leaning out of the ASV's side door. Wet paint, Amy guessed. A minute later the convoy was rolling again, heading in the direction of Potter. As they drove through the turn, Amy clambered over her miserable companions huddled in the living area and made it across the bedroom just in time to look out the back window and catch the message written in sprawling hot pink spray paint across the intersection. Potter equals death. Amy thought it looked like Danny's handwriting, but Danny, of course, was dead. Amy supposed she would be seeing Danny's handwriting everywhere for a while, until the memories faded. That is, if she was alive long enough for memories to fade. She might be seeing Danny quite soon, in the most morbid sense of the phrase. As the motorhome hummed down the open road toward whatever unpleasant destiny Murdo had prepared, Amy wished she believed in heaven. It was one of her favorite wishes, although she kept it a secret, even from Danny. She had a very specific vision of the afterlife. It was not white clouds and angels in the sky plucking harps. Amy's heaven was green fields and forests full of all the animals she'd ever known, and a few people, too. Danny would be there, at age 16, before life started beating the joy out of her. Amy thought of Danny again, probably half-eaten and rotten underneath the Mustang. Danny had a habit of mentioning things that would be heaven, but they were always excesses. If she could drink all night and not get hung over, that would be heaven. If she could fuck, eat, watch TV, and sleep at the same time, that would be heaven. The sun was starting its descent in the sky, its light glancing in across the floor through the rubble-starred windows of the RV, but there were many hours of daylight left. Amy wondered how many of those hours she would see, and once more wished her heaven was real. The convoy rolled over the last hill before Potter at 4 in the afternoon. They had made good time, but didn't rush it. Murdo knew there could be an ambush anywhere along the route. There had been 3 more graffiti warnings on the road, all of which he ignored. He knew that game. Get him to stop before he hooked up with reinforcements. Get him to doubt, sow confusion among his men. Parker had threatened to stop the ASV at one point. The message on the road was especially dire. The Zeros can hunt men.
What the fuck does that mean? Parker said.
It means they're using psychological warfare, dumbass, Murdo explained. Estevez, up in the turret, didn't seem upset by the messages scrawled on the road, but then Murdo was pretty sure Estevez couldn't read. There was some backtalk on the radio. Reese was on the verge of mutiny again, and Flamingo was shitting himself.
How do we know it's their people, not ours? Flamingo asked. They used Code Zero, he added.
Everybody knows Code Zero, Murdo replied. That fucking sheriff even knew it. It angered him to bring up the subject of that particular individual, so Murdo demanded 5 minutes of air silence. At last they were close. Murdo saw a cloud of birds in the sky. A dusty blue tarpaulin flapped across the road as they motored past a scenic overlook. And then they were on the hill above Potter. The town looked sleepy and dull and calm. There was a final remark written there on the road at the crest of the hill, so fresh Murdo could smell the aerosol without descending from the M1117. It was straight to the point. The fuckers must have been running out of paint. You're dead.
No, I'm not,
Murdo said aloud. The tarpaulin caught the breeze and tumbled away over the hill like a loose patch of sky. Murdo climbed up next to Estevez in the turret of the M1117, took the lens caps off his binoculars, and scanned the town of Potter, California, for signs of Hawkstone's presence. And he couldn't believe his luck. There was the train, 300 feet of glorious Hawkstone camouflage, with the Screaming Eagle on the side and some serious rock and roll hardware on the flat cars in the rear. 5 passenger cars that would carry upward of 90 men each. They were back in business. But things might not be as they seemed. He remembered the warning from the dead sheriff. The Zeros are getting faster. Murdo was no fool. He'd brought all those troublesome civilian assholes for a reason. They were going to walk into town. If they made it, Murdo was going to drive. 6. The visibility in the firefighting mask wasn't very good, and the oxygen cylinder on her back raised hell with the scars, but at least she wasn't leaving a plume of breath smell behind her. Danny was on foot. She knew something was wrong, even more wrong than the last time she was here. High overhead, a fleet of vultures was circling. The crows were watching from the trees and wires overhead. Days before, the streets of Potter had been strewn with ordinary corpses and comatose Zeros waiting for prey. Hundreds of them. Now there were only corpses. The Zeros were gone. And it wasn't because the Zeros had finally perished of hunger. There weren't enough bodies in the street. Something had driven the undead out. Danny thought she knew what it was. She remembered the way the undead were massed along the barrier that divided San Francisco. Tens of thousands of them clawing at the wire and rubble, trying to get in. At the time, Danny had thought it odd that they were struggling at the barrier in such numbers. If they hunted by sense of smell, surely the smoke of the fires would have masked the breath of living things. They weren't supernatural. They operated according to simple rules. She couldn't believe they were smelling the humanity huddled downwind of them with the fires upwind. But Danny had had other things on her mind at the time. She dismissed the question because it didn't influence her hypothesis of the moment. But now, her boots gritting in the thick dust settled over Main Street, Danny thought the question had become pertinent in the extreme. She had a theory about what the Zeros had been doing back there at the barrier. They weren't trying to get at the humanity on the other side. They were trying to get away from the hunters on their side. She thought of the hunters, how they moved so silently together, each working in concert with the rest of the pack. They had, was it discipline? Better instincts? They had the edge, Danny knew that much, and the more she thought about it, the more sure she became. The lesser ones, the moaning, stupid zombies, had been trying to escape the clever ones. Danny's mind was working fast, but her eyes kept watch on every angle of concealment, every possible approach. She needed to find a zombie. She didn't need them to find her. She thought of the mission she had undertaken in San Francisco, the slow specimens Danny and Magnuson had encountered on the freeway at first. They must not have known the swift ones were nearby. The hunters hadn't gotten onto the freeway until then. The clever dead were scavenging through the neighborhoods where the living could still be found, huddled in attics and back rooms, thinking they might survive. That was why the surface streets were unexpectedly crowded with the undead on the far side of the freeway. They were migrating, just like the ones out in the desert. Migrating away from the approach of the hunters from outside the city. It was the arrival of Danny and Magnuson that attracted the hunters to come up onto the road. Everything made sense when considered in this light. Danny felt sweat running down her sides, and the prickling in her back was fierce. She carried a length of iron rod in her good hand, useful as a club, among other things. Over her stump hand she wore something Topper had assembled to her specifications. It was a kind of steel glove, spattered with bright pink paint from the spray cans, shaped like a cowbell where it fitted over her hand, and strapped to her wrist with a long belt of tire tube rubber. Welded to the end where her fingers would have been was a 6-inch spike shaped like the tip of a fireplace poker, a stabbing point with a curved hook at the base. Danny's injury was encased in metal, only her thumb protruding through an opening in the side. Her main concern was avoiding infection. Not the zombie disease, to which she was apparently immune, but a rematch with the ordinary infection that had nearly killed her. She didn't anticipate using the spike as a weapon. It would probably hurt so much she would black out. It was a pity the Zeros were incapable of fear, Danny considered. They would fear this badass hook. Then it occurred to her the monsters could feel fear, but only of their own kind, and only of the superior ones. Just like the living. The problem Danny hadn't anticipated was the absence of zombies. Without them, she would soon be nothing but another dead cop. But somehow, with the ones she'd seen before missing from the street, she thought the problem wasn't that there were no zombies in town. They were here. They were just a hell of a lot better at not being seen. She saw one at last, one of the stupid ones. It had a broken leg, the foot pointing around backward. It was dragging the limb along a side street that bordered the park at the edge of town opposite the hotel. Its course would take it out into the open desert. The park was a small wilderness of trees, dead rose bushes, and low walls, a lot of places a capable hunter could hide. But Danny had very little time to waste. It was this specimen, or she would have to switch to Plan B, and she didn't have a Plan B. She abandoned caution. Move. She came up swiftly behind the zombie. It was a female of middle size. Perfect. It lurched along beside a big stone Spanish-style fountain that hadn't worked in years, the centerpiece of the park back when railroads still meant something. "Din-dins," Danny said, her voice muffled by the firefighting mask. "Yummy." She wished she could come up with better quips, but it worked. The zombie heard Danny and forgot its efforts to get away from town. It came for her, the broken leg bending at a nauseating angle as it reversed course. The thing was dried out looking, shriveled. The lips wouldn't close and the eyelids were stretched tight. The once brown hair now faded and dusty, missing in clumps. Its flesh looked too small for its skeleton. It followed Danny through the park. She hadn't anticipated finding one with a bad leg. It was taking forever. She could keep away from it at a stroll. But this was going to have to do. She only hoped the Hawkstone men didn't show up before she was ready. More than that, she hoped the hunters hadn't caught her scent. The breathing apparatus ought to help, but their senses were heightened. She could feel the cloudy eyes upon her, watching, waiting. She hoped that was only nerves. She checked the trees around her. The crows were still there. As long as the crows stayed in the trees, Danny was safe. The M1117 armored security vehicle idled near a small, square stucco house outside of town. There was a concrete Virgin Mary in the front yard. Estevez had his hands on the firing grips of the 20mm cannon, but Murdo had given him strict instructions not to shoot unless the women made a run for it. The civilians walked toward town with their hands up, except the woman carrying the baby. Murdo figured her hands were as good as up. The veterinarian was out front, stomping along so she would get killed first, or whatever her motivation was. Murdo guessed she was just trying to show them who was boss. "Knock yourself out, Doc. Hope there ain't any zeros around." Reese was back up with the motorhome, doing guard duty alongside the useless Jones. Reese was pissed about it, too, but Murdo wouldn't have minded being up there on the hill instead of heading down into this fucked-up town. One thing was for sure. Murdo wasn't letting Reese and Ace do anything together. He didn't trust them. Murdo stood beside Estevez, searching town with the binoculars. His confidence that they had found Hawkstone's regional HQ was shaken by the fact that there was nobody around, no guards on the road into town. There were no men on the roofs. There was nobody moving around down by the hotel, where he expected his people would have bunked up. They liked the best, did the Hawkstone brass. It looked like a comfortable hotel. Amy's heart was slamming so hard she thought her ribs might come loose. Potter was where Danny had gone to look for Kelly. Danny came back alone, so no Kelly and Potter. That wasn't a good sign. The inch of dust and sand over the street wasn't a good sign either. The dark traffic lights, also not a good sign. The shrunken bodies lying in the gutters, not good either. Murdo had frog-marched them all out of the motorhome at the top of the hill. He said they were going to walk because he didn't trust them to behave. That meant nothing. Rather, he didn't have the guts to tell them they were bait. Murdo looked sick. His face was waxy. Amy thought it was raw fear she was seeing, because Murdo had been so very certain things were going to go his way in Potter. Now it appeared they might not. There was a huge train loaded with stuff at the station, but it was covered in dust. It had been there a while. If that was Murdo's headquarters, things might not be 100% awesome in Hawkstone's command structure. That is, unless Hawkstone was in the habit of abandoning its command posts. A whirling dust devil made its way through town. Amy studied Main Street as she approached it. There were bodies lying on the ground. They could be zombies, or just dead bodies. She looked up at the vultures circling high overhead. There were crows in the trees. It was Troy Huppert who persuaded the rest of the men to let Danny go alone. He was the kind of man who kept in the background unless something needed doing. Troy liked Danny. He liked her a lot. While she was away on her adventures, he'd tried to figure out how he was going to take some role as a leader, and never got the hang of it. Too many alpha males in their group. It was a relief to have Danny back, the unstoppable alpha female. But now he understood something about her. She was going to do what she was going to do, and they would get by somehow whether she lived or died. Here she was, telling them she wanted to take her new car for a spin. She was surrounded by wrecked cars and a wrecked world. One hand chopped apart, beat all to hell, the customized police car idling at the open gates, and saying she was going into town alone. Topper and Ernie started arguing right away. The others jumped in next, and you couldn't hear yourself think. They were all fired up to get down to Potter and make some noise. This was their fight, too. Danny was trying to explain what she had in mind. They weren't listening. Finally, Troy did a sharp two-finger whistle. "Let the lady explain herself," he said. It worked. He so seldom pressed his will on the group, he had leverage just by the novelty of it. Danny nodded her appreciation. "Listen up, because there's not much time," Danny said. "I've been going solo for a while now, and I figured out it's a pretty good way to get things started. It's not a good way to get things finished." "She can be taught," Patrick muttered. Danny was unconsciously massaging her primitive steel hand protector. "Potter is full of the undead. These Hawkstone assholes are taking our friends there. They used Patrick as bait before, and I think that's what they're going to do with everybody else in Potter. That means they're not so sure Potter is a happening town anymore. The way I see it, they'll just keep sacrificing people until they hook up with their command unit. That means this is an ongoing situation." She looked around at the men, appraising them. Troy tried to imagine what Danny saw. Don, the plump older man, was starting to look like a tough guy, hands greasy, face suntanned. Patrick, with his busted face, looked like the toughest guy there. He probably was. The rest were looking pretty fit and capable, too. What had once been a random collection of isolated, scared individuals was now a team, after a fashion. And they were getting stronger, not weaker. Troy thought they might possibly get through this thing together. He hoped Danny felt the same way. Wolf, on lookout up above on the butte, broke into Troy's contemplations with a raucous shout. "You better move your ass, Sheriff. They're coming." All eyes turned to Danny. Troy's heart was racing. He wanted to get moving. He'd do whatever it took. "If we mount an assault," Danny continued, "they will fuck us up royally. There is a 20 cannon on that M11-17. There is a Ma Deuce on the Humvee. That's a 50 caliber Browning. They got all kinds of armament, and they're expecting trouble. What I got in mind is to use the Zeros in town to our advantage, right? I won't be alone. I'm going to have an undead army at my back. For that, I gotta work solo." "No, you fucking don't," Topper reasoned. "Just listen," Danny said. "I'm an expert by now. If I get killed, you all follow these boys and catch 'em at the next stop. But I'm not going to get killed." "Oh, really?" Patrick said, in his most arch tone of voice. "How do you know that?" "'Cause I can't fucking die," Danny said, and 70 seconds later she was spray-painting a message down at the intersection. Then she was accelerating her bizarre machine down Ore Creek Highway to Potter, opening up a long lead on the convoy still rumbling along the road that led from Boscombe Field. Somehow what Danny had said was frightening to Troy. It silenced the arguments. In a time when death was no longer final, immortality didn't seem far-fetched. But what chilled him to the core was the way she said it. With regret. In fact, Danny could absolutely die. That thought was uppermost in her mind. She saw the Hawkstone convoy at the crest of the hill into town, and she knew showtime was about to begin. The problem was, as far as she could tell, she had captured the only Zero in town. The desert around Potter was swarming with them, but the city had been cleared out. Without zombies, she had absolutely no idea what to do. When she had told her guys back at the junkyard she was going to have her own army of the undead, it sounded crazy, but she felt like a snake charmer by now. She knew what to do and what she could get away with. The men understood that. If they came along with her, somebody was going to get jumped on or bitten, and then the whole scheme would fall apart. This was Danny's show, and hers alone. But now, sitting in the Interceptor in an alley with a view of the hill and Main Street, she was starting to panic. Where the hell were the Zeros? It had never occurred to her the place would be free of the undead. She had taken it for granted they would be here. That was always the fatal mistake, taking anything for granted. She should be grateful the place wasn't swarming with walking corpses, and yet they had become part of her world. She needed them. Danny watched the convoy stop and saw the Hawkstone mercenaries shoving the civilians out of the White Whale. She saw her friends begin the march down the hill into town, hands raised like prisoners of war. She briefly lost sight of the ASV and the Humvee. They were among the buildings of town now, moving in and out of view, creeping along behind the hostages. Danny was positioned among the low wood-framed buildings on the hill that rolled down through Potter and ended in the steep embankment above the train station. She decided that Plan B was going to be Plan A without the possibility of her own personal survival. That would have to do. In a few moments, the hostages would cross the end of the alley that opened onto Main Street. She would let them pass. Then the ASV would roll by. She would let that pass. When the Humvee reached the end of the alley, she was going to charge. With any luck, she wouldn't break her neck on impact, and the attack would draw the attention and the fire of the ASV crew. At that point, with the guns pointing in the opposite direction, the hostages were going to have to scatter and run for it. Danny expected they wouldn't need coaching. Patrick and the rest would come get them later on. Danny was sure her men weren't far behind, probably waiting on the other side of the hill to see how things went down. By that time, the Hawkstone boys would be long gone. At least Danny would have the satisfaction of killing one of them if she hit the Humvee squarely in the driver's side door. Danny's good hand was slick with sweat on the wheel of the Interceptor. By now, the mercenaries would be able to see the decoy she'd set up, the decoy that required a street full of zombies. It would give them something to wonder about, but it was no longer part of the plan. Murdo told Parker to stop. He was up in the turret with Estevez, suffocating from the man's rank armpit smell. The women, led by the veterinarian, stood in the street ahead of the ASV. The hotel was off to the right, on a steep embankment with the train station below it, the rest of town to the left on a hill. There was a park up there, dying from lack of irrigation. Rows of shitty brick and clapboard buildings. This was a 2-story town at best. It was all mud-colored from the dust and sand. There were bodies on the ground, but they didn't look like Zeros. They were bird-eaten and stiff. There was no sign of a Hawkstone welcoming party, nothing. The town was deserted. Except up ahead, halfway down Main Street in front of the hotel, there was a police car, or what used to be a police car. It had some kind of frame built around it and wire mesh over all the windows, and a massive timber fender that made the front end look like a siege weapon. The roof lights were flashing red, white, and blue. Even 200 yards away, Murdo could see the silhouette of the driver inside, wearing one of those campaign hats. Whoever this lone wolf cop was, they had about 10 seconds to get the fuck out of town. Then Parker said, "Radio for you, boss." "Tell him to get the fuck out of the way." "It ain't a him, Murdo." A trickle of premonitory alarm ran down Murdo's back. He climbed awkwardly down inside the ASV and jacked himself into the passenger seat, from which he could see the cop car up ahead through the narrow fore-window. The civilian women were starting to put their hands down, looking around, looking back at the ASV. He thought of telling Estevez to shoot one of them to keep the rest in line, but he didn't think Estevez would be able to stop at one. Instead, Murdo took up the radio handset. "Police band," Parker said. "This is the unit commander," Murdo said into the microphone. "Let them go," a voice said. Low, dry, and cold, but a woman's voice. Murdo had heard that voice before. An iron fist clenched itself around his heart. My fucking God, he thought. Back from the dead. "I guess we didn't finish you off," Murdo said, trying for a jaunty tone of voice. He wanted to get a little patronizing chuckle in there, but it came out as a kind of click in the back of his throat. He swallowed. His mouth was dry. She couldn't possibly still be alive. "Let them go, and I let you live," the voice said. Murdo found himself studying the grotesque vehicle down the street. Was it wired up with explosives? Suicide bomb? Was there a rocket launcher on the back? He couldn't see anything. He cut his eyes up around the rooftops. Could be a trap. Could be that sniper was still around. "Quit bluffing with us, bitch," Murdo said. He was letting his nerves get away from him. He was sitting inside an impregnable steel fortress. Even rockets wouldn't be effective against the mighty M11-17, even a car bomb. Somebody might pick off Estevez up in the turret, but Murdo was untouchable. "Get on the horn to back up one," Murdo called up to Estevez. "Tell them to look for a sniper. Tell them to light up anything that moves." Estevez relayed the message on his satellite radio. Ace and Flamingo were back in the Humvee. With Flamingo on the heavy machine gun, Murdo had a further tactical advantage. Anybody who exposed him or herself to attack the ASV would have to face annihilation from the Humvee. "You got 10 seconds, the woman on the radio said. She has balls, Murdo thought. At least one aspect of her plan worked like a charm. Danny had watched the women troop past the alley entrance. Amy was out front. Danny's heart heated up at the sight of her. Maybe the last sight she'd have. Then the ASV went past, its huge wheels turning slowly. Nobody saw her. They wouldn't. She had thrown a couple of hotel bedspreads over the roof of the Interceptor and parked it in the shade of a carport well up the alley. It was only another abandoned vehicle in a town full of them. This Interceptor was the one she had parked on the scenic outlook during her first foray into Potter, leaving it behind in favor of the Mustang. Nobody had molested the vehicle in the interim. It slept beneath the blue tarpaulin, dreaming of high-speed chases. It was a damn good car. Almost, but not quite, a pity to destroy it. A few seconds after the ASV, the Hummer crept into view and stopped, 3/4 of its length exposed to the alley. The driver's door was dead center of the intersection. There was a man up on the machine gun and a man at the wheel. Danny could see their faces. She could see their mouths moving. She watched as the gunner spoke on his walkie-talkie. So they were, of course, strategizing their next move, while Murdo, the boss, kept her on the radio. She was using the radio in her car, but of course Murdo didn't know that. Danny had to time this thing right. If she waited too long, Murdo would instruct his man on the cannon to blast the customized police special apart, which would mean firing right over the heads of the women hostages, or possibly through them. If Danny attacked too soon, they might still have the advantage of adrenaline and get a bead on her. She was delaying only long enough for them to become accustomed to the situation, letting them focus their attention ahead, put their machines into neutral gear, maybe even switch off the motors. The decoy was turning out to be useful after all. Murdo thought he was talking to the figure inside the custom special, the one wearing the smoky hat. He couldn't possibly know it was a living corpse handcuffed to the steering wheel. The idea was to crush the Humvee's driver, then shoot the gunner before he could bring the .50 caliber machine gun around. If she could still move after that, Danny was going to draw fire from the ASV. The women were going to escape. She was in the groove now, like a sniper with the target in her sights, finger compressing the trigger, a couple of foot-pounds of pressure away from making the shot with the target completely unawares. And then a new variable entered the situation. As one, the crows rose up. Amy saw it at the same moment. All over town, the crows started clacking and cawing and flapped into the air. Survivors, those birds. They would be the dominant species someday. When Amy saw them take flight, she knew the danger was no longer from the cannon mounted on the rolling castle behind her. It was somewhere out there in town, not far away, coming closer. Possibly all around them. Where were the undead? She knew the place ought to be swarming, and yet she and her fellow survivors were the only bipeds standing. The vehicles had stopped behind them, and Tattoo Face had told them to stop, so they did, but now they were just standing around like idiots out in the open. They were staring at the strange police car. It looked like some squat prehistoric swamp creature, snouted like an alligator. At first, Amy thought it was some crazy local yokel playing road warrior to pass the time of day. Then she thought, maybe it's Danny. But the figure inside the car, although difficult to make out behind the wire mesh and steel pipe, didn't move like Danny. It almost appeared to be struggling. Besides, Danny was dead. "Hey, guys," Amy said, keeping her back to the ASV and her eyes on the custom police special. "Yeah." It was Becky who answered, but the other women stopped whispering among themselves. "Couple of things," Amy went on. "First thing, we got this cop in front of us and Turdo behind us, so I think there might be some shooting. Don't move." She added this when she heard feet scuffling in the dirt on the pavement. "Don't do anything sudden." It was important she keep her voice level and even, so nobody panicked, but they needed to do what she said. "What I think we better get ready to do is run both ways, okay? Side to side. If you run down the middle of the street, they'll get you. And everybody scatter, go a different way. We can get out of sight in a jiffy if we go left and right behind these buildings." "When do we run?" a voice hissed. It was Linda Moss. She was clutching Michelle and Jimmy James to her bosom, frightening them even further. "I'm not done," Amy said. "There's another thing. See those crows? They fly away when there's zombies around." "They just did," said Pfeiffer, her voice cracking with fear. "Yes, they did," Amy continued, her tone as level as she could muster. "Crows just love to do that. So when you run, don't run off anywhere you can't get out of, okay? Just get away from these bad guys behind us. If I were you, I'd double back the way we came in." It felt as if they had been standing in the street for a long time. In reality, it was under a minute since Murdo had called the procession to a halt, but with every second that passed, they got closer to something happening. The crows told Amy that. Even if the shooting never started, something else was going to happen. The shooting, however, was sure to begin. And soon. "Amy?" It was Michelle. So far, Amy had kept her feelings out of the situation. It was a simple matter of survival, like trying to get control of a car that was skidding on ice. When Michelle spoke, it added a personal element. She was reminded there were kids in the back seat of the skidding car. Amy took a breath. So little time left. "Yeah?" "Should me and Jimmy James go the same way, or should we scatter?" "You two scatter in the same direction." "Thanks." "Don't mention it." Amy thought she might choke up if the girl didn't stop talking. Although Amy was facing the wrong way to see anybody except the odd shape of the cop inside the custom car, she could picture Michelle, her scabby knees, the blue hair with the pale roots starting to show. The crows reached altitude and circled over town, the vultures above them, wheeling in the upper atmosphere. Any second now. "Amy?" It was Becky again. "You guys ready?" Amy was tensing to run, although she hadn't altered her posture. "Hang on, Amy. Who's that?" Amy looked over her shoulder. Becky was holding her friend by the shoulder. Amy couldn't remember the friend's name. She was pointing off toward the hotel. Amy followed her line of sight. She saw it too. There was someone watching them from the parking lot of the hotel, crouched behind a minivan. Amy looked around again at the silent town. There was someone else hiding up there in the park. A couple of people, watching, motionless, hunkered down among the dead bushes. "There," said Linda Moss. Amy looked where she was pointing. Beneath one of the dust-coated cars on Main Street beyond the police cruiser, the dark shape of a pair of feet was visible. There were others, too. The scene looked empty at a glance, but they were far from alone. Amy wondered who they were, and why they were taking this risk. "Don't point," she said. "Don't let Turdo know they're here." "There's something weird about them," Jimmy James said in his small flute voice. Amy saw it too. They all saw it. It crossed Amy's mind that things might have gone from bad to infinitely worse. Inside the ASV, Murdo was sweating and angry. There was always some fucking thing. He made an executive decision. "You know what?" he said. "Fuck it. Estevez, open fire." Danny glanced at the crows fluttering up in the air. A murder of crows, she remembered. A muster of storks, a parliament of owls. Amy had taught her those terms. A swarm of zeros. She couldn't tell which way the threat was coming from. The crows lacked discipline. They took to the air without direction, which could also mean the threat came from everywhere. In practical terms, what this meant for Danny was she was out of time. She reached her good hand to the ignition key, preparing to twist it and fire up the engine. The men in the Humvee were looking anywhere but her position. She could make the distance down the alley in only a few seconds. This was her chance. Just as Danny's fingers flexed to turn the key, she saw motion on the edge of her vision. She flicked her eyes to the rearview mirror, looking back along the alley. There was a human shape in the doorway opposite, staring at her. Hidden in the shadow, crouching down, still and intent. Its lard-colored eyes were fixed upon Danny. Its shrunken fingers were reaching out. Hunters, Danny thought. Almost got me, you fucker. She didn't know it, but she was growling. Then she heard the 20-millimeter cannon rattle into action. "Too late," the voice said. In the same instant, Danny fired the ignition, stomped on the gas, and the Impala sprang forward, the engine's ungoverned 200 horsepower devouring the length of the alley. Her ears rang with the machine-made thunder of the cannon. Too late. The driver of the Humvee twisted his head around and saw the interceptor roaring toward him. The noise of the big gun had masked the sound of the motor. It was the motion that caught his attention. Danny could see his blue eyes widen, black brows flying up, then his shoulder twisted as he reached for the starter switch. Too late. The gunner up above was already swinging the .50 caliber machine gun around, but he had a full 200-degree turn to make before the muzzle came to bear on her. Too late. The interceptor hit the Humvee with the force of a wrecking ball. Acceleration had raised the nose of the police car up several inches, but it still lacked the height required to clear the heavy chassis of the target. The impact, however, was of such power that the engine block of the interceptor was driven into the Humvee's front door, buckling the panel into the driver's position. The entire machine was thrust sideways 5 feet across Main Street, tires barking. Danny was wearing her seatbelt when she struck the larger machine. 1/25th of a second after impact, both front airbags were fully deployed. The interceptor's nose collapsed according to its design, crumpling like an accordion around the engine. Danny was hurled forward, then backward against her seat. The interceptor filled with cornstarch dust from the airbag. Small objects flew around the cabin. Danny had meticulously cleared whatever she could find from the front of the interceptor that might turn into a projectile, but there was always something. Loose change and paper clips. Every pane of glass in the interceptor shattered, bursting apart into sparkling crumbs. Danny's arms flailed helplessly on impact, human muscle incapable of resisting the G-forces generated by a sudden stop. Her hook hand slammed into the dashboard. The steering wheel bent. The interceptor came to a halt, puking gasoline and antifreeze from its guts. Danny's advantage was surprise. She knew what was coming. It was going to be another debilitating hammer blow to her abused body, of course, but she had made what preparations she could. Her mind blinked on and off for a few moments after the crash, but then she was present again, looking up past the flaccid caul of the airbag and the empty windshield frame at the side of the Humvee. There was blood on the remaining glass in that vehicle, and the gunner was slumping down inside the cabin, clutching his broken face. She hadn't wasted her chance. Then the pain from her crippled hand came roaring up, and for a few seconds, Danny thought she wasn't going to be able to do anything else. The pain turned her entire side into fire and blue light, screaming. Every severed nerve in her knuckles awoke and cried out. Danny gasped, her eyes rolling, and writhed against the seatbelt. Then the wave of pain became a steady hammering, and she was back in action. The door was jammed tight. She got the belt off and crawled out of the empty window frame. Danny's legs wouldn't hold her, but she was going to have to get around behind the vehicles, because the 20mm cannon up ahead would be coming around at any moment. She used the Impala for support and staggered behind it, reaching her shotgun out of the back seat. It was in working order. Time to get ill, as the saying went. Danny could feel the steel sleeve over her amputation filling with hot liquid, certainly blood. And then she remembered the zero. The hunters were in town. Despite everything happening in front, she was going to have to watch her back. Her feet were responding again, so she made it around behind the Humvee. She was about to commit to her next move when it came at her, talons outstretched. Amy heard the whine of the cannon powering up. They all knew the sound from the demonstration they had received back at the airfield. She didn't have to say anything. Whoever the watchers hiding in the shadows were, it was time to get moving. The women scattered. Because she was facing the wrong way, Amy didn't get a chance to see if anybody but herself survived the initial explosion of cannon fire. She took a single thigh-stretching step, then threw herself headlong at the building to her left. There was no sound except the pounding of the cannon. She felt the projectiles tearing her apart, but they weren't. She was still alive. She threw herself forward again and hit something hard. It was the wall of the building. She scrambled around the corner, got to her feet, and began to run. There was someone else beside her, and someone behind. Who they were, or how many, she did not know. Then the watchers that had been hidden all around them emerged from concealment, teeth bared, arms outstretched. Amy saw them for what they were, and her fear took wing. If time had slowed around Danny when she charged the Humvee, now it was accelerating. Things were happening at a furious pace, events flashing before her eyes in staccato bursts. Danny stabbed the Zero in the face as it reached for her, its momentum jamming her crude weapon into its head until the hilt grated against its eye socket. She pulled the spear tip out, kicked the creature back, and shot it. When the 20mm had opened fire less than a minute before, a strange kind of emptiness had come. With the sound of the cannon came the end of Amy, the end of old ties. Danny had come back for them, and this was her penance. She had only to complete her task, as much of it as she could, before she was herself cut down or torn to pieces. Then they would have to get by without her. She would die before she was done. There was an inevitability to that. None of this was articulated in her mind. She thought only 2 words. Too late. They encompassed all the rest. The cannon had stopped firing after a single burst. They would know something was happening behind them now. Danny fired the shotgun twice into the Humvee. She didn't waste time aiming, but held the weapon over her head through the tailgate and pumped the trigger. 2 of the undead swarmed into the cab of the Humvee as Danny got away from it, and there was the ASV ahead of her with white gun smoke drifting away in the sunlight. The periods of transition from place to place seemed not to occur. Danny was here and then there, where the next thing would happen. Another of the hunting undead was behind her. She turned and fired, and the thing was thrown off its feet. Danny shoved her back against the nearest wall, then ran forward. Up past the Humvee, the ASV's cannon was swiveling around in the turret. She had to get close, below the maximum depression of the barrel. All the deserts she'd ever fought in were blending together now, all the enemies. They were all thin shadows, flickering beneath a bright, endless sun. Murdo saw the dragon's beard of cannon fire leap out over his head at the civilians, who were already scattering in every direction. The boom of the gun was deafening, a blanket of noise. One of the women, the dumpy one who cried all the time, spun and fell with her arm blown off at the shoulder. The rest were gone in a few strides. The tracers streaked down the length of Main Street, then caught the customized police cruiser. The lights on the roof exploded, red and blue plastic and shivers of chrome. The roof itself buckled and rippled with the impacts. Estevez was an artist. Chunks flew out of the tubular frame. He concentrated fire on the driver's side, and the occupant exploded. Estevez released the firing grips. There was a problem. The blood spilling out of the police car was black, not red. And now there were gunshots. Everything was happening too fast. "Behind us!" Murdo said, and Parker switched on the rearview camera, just in time to see the dead sheriff rushing at them with a shotgun. Parker threw the machine into reverse and powered it backward. The aft camera revealed a scene of carnage that had been masked by the roar of the cannon. The Humvee had been slammed into by a second police cruiser. Murdo understood in an instant. They'd been decoyed. They had stopped where she wanted them to stop, at the intervals she had expected, just like well-trained men. And then she fucked them up. It didn't look, from the bouncing, chaotic camera picture, as if anyone else was moving around back there. The sheriff was there in the middle of the street, and then she dropped, and the M1117 rushed over her. Parker slammed backward into the Humvee, pushing it into the wall of the building beside it. "That's how," Murdo said, offering a high five to Parker. Then he looked out the front porthole and saw the sheriff getting back on her feet. With the M1117's 18 inches of ground clearance, all she had to do was lie down. She was making fools out of them, and now Murdo saw the game. The whole thing was clear. The sheriff had friends with her, a bunch of Arabs it looked like, dark people with white teeth. Except she was running from them, shooting at them. They were after her. "Oh, fuck," Parker said. They were Zeros, and they were running, loping along like apes, but fast. Estevez opened fire with the cannon, and half a dozen of the things flew apart. In the distance, the rose bushes in the park shivered and spat leaves as the rounds flew through them. The fountain in the middle of the park disintegrated. Craters appeared across the landscape, from which leaped columns of earth. Murdo had lost track of the sheriff now. She was the one. They had to stop her above all. But she seemed to have disappeared. "Reload me!" Estevez shouted. Then the battered wreck of the custom police cruiser on Main Street shuddered to life. A gleaming hook tore out the remains of the windshield. The sheriff was inside it, and she was going to charge them. Amy ran for her life. "This way," a voice said, and because it was in her left ear, she went left. There was a black rectangle. She ran inside and slammed into something and fell. There was a bang and darkness. They were inside a building. One of the things hit the other side of the door and started hammering on the wood. Hands grabbed Amy and pulled her to her feet, and now they were running again, almost dancing between the objects inside the building. Storerooms and narrow corridors. It smelled of must and mildew. Then a large room with timbers overhead, dark, a million chairs and tables, tinware and cabinets. It was an antique shop, unlit except for a patch of sun on the floor that fell through the dust-clotted picture window on Main Street. Michelle and Jimmy James were with her, running ahead of her in the shop. Amy ran after them, then hesitated, because she saw a strange vision through the window. The children were exhorting her to hurry up, but Amy had this vision to contend with. It was Danny out there on Main Street. Danny with a shotgun, falling, and then the massive war vehicle went straight over her and crashed into something beyond where she could see. The next thing she saw was Danny on her feet again. Amy didn't understand. It was a vision, that was all. A door crashed open elsewhere in the building, and Amy followed the children through an opening on the other side. Danny couldn't believe her luck when the police customs engine started. The gunner had concentrated his fire on the upper half of the vehicle. The power plant was intact. A couple of rounds had hit the cable-bound railroad ties on the front, but hadn't punched anything vital. The roof, however, looked like a big rumpled piece of metallic lace. The pillars that supported it were battered out of recognition. The interior was soaked in zombie guts and stank, but it wasn't the worst Danny had been through. Blood was flowing down her elbow from inside the steel amputation guard on her left hand. The spear point was bent. She had almost stabbed herself with it while clambering into the vehicle. No need to release the handcuffs with which she had bound the broken-legged zombie to the steering wheel. Its arms were still cuffed in place, but the rest of the thing was gone. With her good hand, Danny fired the shotgun twice, cleaning a couple of the fast Zeros off the roof. They were prying at the metal, trying to get in. She sank the accelerator to the floor and the machine responded, picking up speed. The M1117 Guardian rolled forward, like a maddened bull accepting the challenge of a matador. Its mill-wheel-sized tires churned the dust as it sped up. The distance between the vehicles was around 200 meters. Danny had a loose idea of what she wanted to do. The hotel flashed away behind her on the left, then the parking lot where she'd found the Mustang. A Hunter Zero threw itself at her vehicle, and one of the custom overriders that projected from the railroad tie fender sank into its bony chest. The thing snapped its jaws, struggled, and was sucked under the wheels. Danny lost no speed, gathering momentum. Now the ASV was advancing fast, blotting out the sky like a battleship from her low perspective. The embankment alongside the hotel whipped past Danny next, with its ornamental steps down to the railroad station. Danny almost felt she was flying. In a few moments, they would collide. "Run her the fuck down!" Murdo shouted, hysterical with rage. Parker gunned the engine, and the ASV surged forward toward the chewed-up carcass of the ugly police machine. "Reload me!" Estevez shouted again. "Hang on, bitch!" Murdo shouted back. "We're playing fucking chicken!" Estevez came down out of the tower and grabbed a couple of handholds. He couldn't see forward from his position, but Murdo was making it perfectly clear what was happening. "Run her the fuck down! She dodges, you go the same fucking way. This is the end game. She can't fucking touch us up here." The distance was closing. The cruiser moved out of the shadow of the hotel, then it was out in the open, revving hard along Main Street with the panoramic view of the supply train down below. When this was over, Murdo was going to power that train up and drive it to Colorado if he could. They would join up with base HQ there. One thing he goddamn well wasn't going to do was stay here with zombies that could run and hunt. Then he ran out of thoughts and braced himself, because impact was only seconds away. Amy followed the siblings through what seemed to be a private residence attached to the antique shop, itself a warren of junk and old broken things, but there was a cook stove and a wall phone and a few little islands of normal life in there. They held each other's hands to navigate the clutter. Behind them, the hunters were crashing through the showroom, smashing things, knocking over furniture as they made the straightest course possible for the source of the prey smell. The humans emerged, blinded by the sunlight after their brief journey through wooden caverns, on an alley. There was an awning overhead. At the end of the alley was a bloody mass of wreckage where a Humvee and a police car were tangled together, both stuck halfway into the side of the brick building opposite. Amy had to decide which way to run. Main Street was chaos, but wide open. The alley was narrow, and the things could trap them there. She heard a voice. It was Becky, at the far end of the alley at the top of the hill, waving. Then she ran. Amy tightened her grip on the children's hands and ran as fast as she could, towing them up the hill, braving the long, cluttered alleyway where anything could be waiting. Behind them, glass broke. A door banged open. The hunters were close behind them. Now all they could do was run and hope they ran faster than the undead. Somewhere down the hill there was a tremendous crash, the bright sound of metal crushing metal, and then a series of earth-shaking noises followed. Amy was hardly aware of this. All she heard was the pulse pounding in her ears, the slapping shoes, and the gasping breath of the children beside her. When the sheriff yanked the wheel of the police car, it was the last possible instant. Too late to save her, Murdo knew. Too late. Parker, shouting in triumph, spun the wheel of the ASV at the same time, keeping the police special in his sights. And in that instant, Murdo saw what she had done. The sheriff had tricked them. Danny threw the wheel over. She could see into the cockpit of the ASV, time moving at impossible speed, but every fleeting impression as vivid as pictures hung on a wall. Crows in the blue sky above, brown-leaved trees. The massive grille of the ASV filling the passenger-side windows of her vehicle. The nose of the police custom looking out over the train yard. Then the door was open, and Danny was tumbling through the air. She heard an almighty impact, but happened to be facing the ground when it happened. She hit the embankment and rolled. The chrome guard on her hand stump flew off, and she tucked the wounded limb in her belly and kept on rolling. When Danny came to a stop, she was sprawled on her back on the chipped concrete train platform. 10 yards away, the ASV was completing its second barrel roll down the embankment. It landed upside down, squarely on its roof, the turret jammed into the buckled cement like some apocalyptic electrical appliance plugged into the earth. The astonishing thing was, the machine appeared to be undamaged. It had rolled twice in 20 vertical feet down the steep embankment, and yet looked very much like all that was required was a tow truck to get it upright again, and it could roll away intact. Danny hoped the fuckers inside were dead, but she couldn't count on that. And they weren't trapped. The thing had hatches and doors all over it. Danny had to get to a weapon fast before they could emerge. She stood up, and if she'd been in a better frame of mind, she would have been pleased at the discovery that her limbs were mostly still working. She had thrown herself out of a speeding car and was pretty much uninjured, except for her hand stump, which was in trouble. The pain from that was so gigantic it was like the sound of a jackhammer. The ears went deaf from it. Her nerves were deaf from the shouting in her arm. Danny limped away down the platform, heading for the stairs. Then she saw them. 3 hunters peering down over the embankment. They were watching her. 2 more appeared, one of them creeping forward onto the embankment in full view. They were getting bolder. Danny heard rustling in the bushes where the embankment became hillside again. It was time to move fast. Danny decided she didn't want to go back up to Main Street after all. She ran across the platform for the dusty train, closed herself in one of the passenger cars, crouched as low as she could, and ran to the far end of the car, then slipped out the opposite door on the desert side. She climbed down to the ground. Then she limped along the tracks as fast as her aching limbs would take her, until Potter was out of view around a long geometric curve in the tracks that skirted the knee of a hulking rock formation. After a while she was tired and lightheaded. She had made some distance, she thought. Danny sat down between the scorching hot rails, a small dark shape in the flat white salt of the desert. She let her finger stumps dribble blood on the iron of the rail. It sizzled and evaporated into little rusty coins with dark edges. The sun heliographed cryptic messages on the backs of her eyeballs. Did what I could, she thought. Then she fell over on her side and was still. 7. Murdo was the only one left alive. Estevez's skull was crushed. Parker's head was twisted almost back to front. Murdo found it ironic that Parker's enormous neck had failed him. They were all in a jumble in the upside-down cockpit of the ASV. Murdo's rage was gone. Now he was only afraid. He didn't know how Ace or Reese or Flamingo were doing, but maybe they were okay. He needed some help. Still, his luck was holding up pretty well. He had some bruises, a couple of cuts, sure, but he had survived. He was the survivor of all survivors, was Murdo. He reached down for the toggles that opened the roof hatch, now a floor hatch in the inverted vehicle. Something banged on the hull outside the ASV. Murdo shifted his weight and looked out the small front window, and his blood turned to snow. Outside there were 4 of the quick undead, the hunters he'd seen. They were right there, trying to figure out a way into the ASV. Murdo panicked. Bone-tipped fingers scratched at the bulletproof glass, digging along the edge of the panels. Could they get in through the turret? He drew his sidearm and crawled back to look, banging his knees. He had to crawl over Estevez's stinking corpse. There was daylight under there, but the turret opening was jammed right into the pavement. He was safe inside the ASV. He sat and waited. Time stopped going by. It waited with him. He listened to the claws scratching at the hull. There were more of them now, expressionless faces looking in with their lipless beaver teeth. They wanted him. They couldn't have him. He was secure inside his castle. But Parker might come back to life. Murdo hadn't thought of that. Estevez was thoroughly dead because his brains were showing, but Parker could maybe reanimate. Maybe. Murdo put his pistol to Parker's head and fired. The noise was sharp as a spike. Blood and brain matter sprayed all over everything. He should have planned it better. Murdo settled back again. He would wait. It was getting hotter and hotter inside the ASV, but he would wait. Hawkstone would send people back to look for them eventually. He could drink his own urine, even eat Estevez jerky if he had to. Stay alive, survive and thrive. There were dozens of the things outside now. They were scrambling all over the exterior of the ASV, but they couldn't find a way in. So many of them were on the hull that the whole vehicle shifted slightly, its equilibrium changing. The turret grated loudly on the concrete. Slender, leathery fingers slipped through the spaces where there was a gap between turret and pavement. The light flickered as their shadows fell around the plugged-up opening. They were exploring. Murdo didn't think they could dig their way in. He'd shoot them if they tried it, and if he ran out of bullets, he'd crush their skulls. He was fine. He could wait. He crouched there in the dim, stifling cockpit, his knees drawn up, trying not to look at the wizened, hungry faces that crowded the windows, the bony fingers groping around the edges of the turret. He could wait forever if he had to. 8. Wolf shot Reese. The Hawkstone mercenary had been perched on the roof of the RV, watching the progress of his comrades through binoculars. He had no idea that Danny's entire squad of hardened survivors was behind him, watching him in turn from vantage points up the hill. Gunfire erupted down in Potter, and Reese picked up his AR-15 rifle. He put the scope to his eye, searching for targets. Wolf figured Danny had enough going on without additional crossfire from above, so he tucked the beloved Winchester under his hairy cheek and shot Reese through the pelvis. The man dropped and rolled off the roof of the motorhome, thudding flat on the pavement. He tried to crawl under the machine. Wolf shot him again, but Reese was still moving. "You're losing your touch, old-timer," Topper remarked. "You in some kind of fucking hurry?" Wolf retorted. "I'm just taking my time." They found Jones asleep in the back of the White Whale. Wolf was all for skinning him alive. "He's almost human," Patrick protested. "This isn't his fault." Patrick convinced the others to let Jones live. Jones would certainly have died if not for Wolf's deliberate approach to mortally crippling Reese. Even Topper, who wanted revenge with an all-consuming thirst, was taken aback by that. Once Jones was bound up on the floor, the men fired up the engine and took the motorhome through town, searching for survivors. The undead hunters seemed to have gone away, although the crows were still aloft. Eventually they found Amy and Michelle, Jimmy James and Becky, clutching the very quiet baby. They were hiding in a fuel storage shed where presumably the stink of kerosene was sufficient to conceal their presence. Once safe inside the Whale, Becky confessed she was prepared to strangle the baby if he had made any noise while they were hiding. Then she wept and squeezed him and woke the baby up. When they motored back up to the crest of the hill, Maria came running out of a small house with a concrete Virgin Mary out front. She had fled there from her own hiding place while the rest of them were searching for survivors in town. That was everybody there was. Pfeiffer and the others were gone, presumably butchered. Of Danny Adelman, there was no sign. Patrick couldn't bear the idea of leaving town without knowing. He wanted to look with their big telescope, to search all of Potter door to door. "That's bullshit and you know it," Topper said. "Whole new ball game. There are fast zombies out there, smart as coyotes. We don't fuck with that." "Let's at least get up on the hill and see what we can see," Patrick said. "It's open ground," Troy observed. "Let's do what Patrick says. If those things try to get after us, we'll see 'em coming and we'll split." They agreed to delay for 20 minutes. Wolf and Patrick climbed up on the roof of the RV and watched. Wolf was looking for zombies. Patrick was looking for Danny. They sat up there, baking in the sun for the better part of half an hour, squinting through telescope and rifle sight. "I see some of them things down there," Wolf said, breaking the silence. "Down by the train station." "Is Danny—" Patrick said. "Well, I can't read their fucking name tags from here," Wolf explained. Then, after another pause, "No, she ain't. It's zeros. They're trying to get into that big old personnel carrier. It's upside down. Fuckers must still be alive inside it. Guess that's why we have the town to ourselves. They got themselves a box lunch." Another 10 minutes went by. It was time to pull out, but Patrick begged 2 more minutes. Wolf was getting agitated. He stank like a polecat in heat. "I can't see him anywhere else, man." "So what?" Patrick said, disappointment giving way to anger. "The enemy you can't see is the enemy that kills you," Wolf said. "Oh." "That ain't good," Wolf added. Patrick was so patently uninterested that Wolf started looking all around them, making a production of it, so it would be obvious they were about to be ambushed on all sides. Then he stopped, having seen something for real, and his big bowed shoulders locked tight. Patrick saw the change in him. "Are they ambushing us?" he whispered, suddenly frightened. "Somebody's down there. Give me that." Wolf handed Patrick his rifle and took the telescope. He sighted it out into the white, featureless plain of the desert, along the shore of which ran the railway. "How the fuck do you focus this thing? I got it. Get your hands off." Wolf went silent, then emitted a long, wet whistle, watching the desert through the eyepiece. "Well, goddamn. I found your girlfriend." 9. All I ever do is wake up hurting, Danny thought. And then she woke up. Part 5. Thereafter. 1. The convoy rolled out every morning at first light. They shared watches in the nights, keeping to the wide-open places where there was no cover for stalking and creeping and slinking up. The White Whale took center position, with a tail of whatever vehicles they'd picked up along the way straggling out behind, sometimes joining the convoy for a few miles before turning off on their unknown errands, sometimes tagging along for days. A few stayed. Out front were the riders, the men on their rumbling bikes. A dangerous way to travel, but they were the eyes and ears. They could smell things, too, and darted like bees into the promising flowers to see if there was nectar to be had. Big box stores with cracked parking lots from which weeds and bushes were beginning to rise. Downtowns of lost villages, sometimes long roads that left the main ways and disappeared into mountains or valleys, where small populations of men could still be found, living in ways their ancestors would have understood. Close to the land, no longer the top of the food chain. In the lead of the convoy, before even the bikers, was the Interceptor. It was the third and best of them so far. They had the construction of the exoskeleton sorted out. It was rigid, but didn't add too much weight. The front fender was a wedge of steel with teeth cut into its leading edge. This caught the Zeros and pulled them under the vehicle rather than throwing them up over the hood. Frames strung with piano wire protected the windows. Sheriff Adelman rode up there in the Interceptor. Sometimes she would take a passenger, Patrick or Dr. Amy or one of the other long-timers, but often she drove on alone, the wind rustling the choppy red hair beneath her smoky hat. She seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of those hats. The convoy foraged to survive. There was so much unconsumed stuff out there in the countryside, food and supplies and needed things all embalmed in preservatives, bound in plastic and vacuum packs and cans and packets, hermetically sealed so it stayed good for damn near ever, regardless of the use-by date on the bottom. Those dates were slipping behind them now. You could get laid for a piece of fruit. Fresh things were best, but Adelman had her rules. You rode with her, you lived by them. They didn't touch orchards or crops unless they were clearly abandoned. Thou shalt not fuck up anybody else. Sometimes they bartered with the brave souls who stayed put to grow things. In addition, they didn't kill unless killed at, as some put it. They didn't take what wasn't offered, whether it was sex or a jar of pickles. These weren't complicated rules. If you broke them, you got left behind. A fate worse than death. There were troubles all over the land. It was like the Old West. Some folks took wild. They drove around raiding the fastnesses people had built up against the Zeros. No matter how clever the monsters got, they were never as cunning or dangerous as men. Men could light fires and build ladders. They could throw grappling hooks and wield knives. They could pretend to be scared, beg for help, then slaughter the men and rape the women dead. The undead were getting smarter, but they couldn't think the way men could. Tools were unknown to them, and language. They formed packs, hunting and feeding together and killing the slow, stupid Zeros if they found them. They didn't breed. There were no alpha males or queens. They were all the same, eating machines that knew how to encircle and rush their prey and nothing more. Eventually their clothes rotted off. The ones that fed often didn't decay. The ones that fell on lean times withered. If they withered enough, the dull spark that animated them went out and they died for good. Their numbers were legion. Dying was complicated, but the rules for dying were simple. You had a choice. If you wanted to, you could live out your life to its last natural moment. After, when you opened your undead eyes, they shot you in the head. Or, if you knew your time was coming, you could have somebody shoot you while you were still alive. It was called sending you back. Being asked to do the shooting was considered a great honor. Sheriff Adelman got asked to send a lot of folks back. She never did. Nothing personal to the dying, of course. They didn't take it hard. A third way to die, which took a certain amount of chutzpah, was to shoot yourself. They called that warrior style. You got extra points for shooting yourself. 2. 5 months after the crisis began, the world was different. It was greener. Mankind's stiff-arm distance from other forms of life had been relaxed. Small trees and grass and flowers grew through the cracks in the ocean of asphalt laid down by an ambitious species without a long-term plan. Animals roamed freely, their keen senses adapted to keeping them away from the undead. The skies were blue again over the cities. Great skylines of architecture had been blunted down, felled by fire and war-making, these sand-castle ruins subsequently flattened by epic rains that came that first winter. An earthquake, probably the big one except nobody measured it, sank San Francisco halfway into the bay. Men saw the cities fall but did not care. Fewer places for death to lie in wait. Nobody knew how many living human beings were left. The rest of the world was once more out of reach, a frightening place where mariners touched the fringes of land, then sailed on. There were stories of everywhere and news from nowhere. There was no internet, no telephone. Satellite communications were mostly lost. The ground systems required to track and maintain orbits had gone offline, and attempts to restore them failed because the satellites were lost in the sky. Many of those had already fallen. Some said China was almost intact and planning to invade the globe. The living death was of Chinese manufacture. That's why you never saw Chinese zeros. Others said the disease had come from the mass graves in Haiti, extracted by Nazi extremists planning to raise the Fourth Reich. Some said the American government had come up with the plague as a way to reinstate its crumbling empire. It was all bullshit and conjecture, idle talk to fill the hours of wakefulness before the sun came up. The Zeros seemed to have reached their zenith. Their evolution peaked with the discovery that window glass could be broken with a stone. Had they continued to improve their intelligence and skill, had they been able to think, mankind would already have been extinct. Everyone agreed with that. Now mankind was engaged in a game of keep-away. If men could stop getting eaten for long enough, the Zeros would rot away. The difficulty was men kept getting eaten. The monsters remained prosperous after their fashion. They felt no cold in winter, unless they froze, in which case they were finished. Sometimes in the snow season men would find ghouls in nests, hundreds strong, huddled in stinking cellars where the things waited out the storms like huge wingless bats. Their survival strategy seemed based on instincts dead for 1,000,000 years in mortal men. They endured no pain, no fear, felt nothing but insatiable hunger. Their self-interest extended only as far as the feast. They did not need to think. Men, meanwhile, had begun thinking again in earnest. Danny's tribe moved slowly across the country. They weren't going anywhere in particular. The idea was simply to keep on going. They stayed sometimes in a promising place for a week at a time, then traveled on. Once they spent a month near the cracked and overflowing Hoover Dam. There was always something to move their band along. The Zeros would get thicker in the area, or the survivors would hear rumors of an army of men coming, cannibals that styled themselves after the undead, or destroyers, or zealots. The zealots angered Danny the most. The destroyers were hordes of nihilistic gangs that wrecked and killed and burned because, in their estimation, what was left of the world was trash anyway. They engaged the Zeros in pitched battles and helped feed their numbers, suffering bites and infections that left the dying scattered along the roads. When Danny found them, they would be taken in and cared for until it was time to make the choice. The rest wandered off to die, and came back ravening. The Zealots believed the world was supposed to be like this. It was their beloved end times, and the hand of God was upon the land. They grew strong on their heady brand of magic, writing new chapters to append to the old Bible, full of portents and signs. They had rules, too, but their rules were arcane and punitive and cruel. Danny would find their victims nailed to crosses or burned at the stake. The living flocked to these preachers of death, who seemed to flourish more the worse things got. Danny might not have resented them if it was not for their insistence that joy and pleasure were abominations, as if God would relent only when the last smile was wiped from the last child's lips. Most of them didn't even allow music. The ones who did favored dirges and laments. Danny's tribe, now 100 strong most times, had their own little Woodstock nearly every Friday night, if there weren't zombies around. Music was all they had left. Art, movies, books, these things were artifacts that required carrying and preserving. Music you could conjure up from nothing, like fire. The latest of her working hypotheses had yielded 2 organizing principles toward which Danny moved her tribe. The first was a safe place. Safety was a far more transient thing than it appeared. Even the mightiest fortress would fall. So they moved along and found places that were safe for a while. But the place where the undead couldn't prosper, that place eluded them. Danny was sure there were tropical islands like that. She imagined Hawaii must be nice by now. But they were in the American West. So far they'd never made it east of Kansas. The zeros were just too thick. Survivors said the eastern seaboard was an unrelieved nightmare. The second desirable outcome, from Danny's standpoint, was to find a cure. There were people of science working on it here and there, when they weren't fleeing for their lives. The virus that caused zombieism was known. It had a number. Some said it was surely a virus engineered to do what it did, a combination of this and that, until a perfectly lethal sickness was invented, not only deadly, but wicked. It was said that the virus was part mosquito, for the sense of smell, part hantavirus for its ability to amplify so rapidly through the host. Other things. Rabies, eye of newt, it didn't matter. So far there was no cure and no vaccine to immunize the living. Some people were born immune. Others carried the sickness inside them but did not sicken. Some got bitten, sickened, and survived. They were so few. In the spring, Danny's tribe picked up the trail of a larger band of people, run with fairness according to homesteaders who encountered them in the occasional fortified settlements they passed. The larger band, calling themselves the Rovers, had their own set of rules and ran things along military lines. Discipline was tight, but it wasn't arbitrary. They were doing pretty well, folks said. Danny had a theory that groups could get too large for travel. She kept her band capped around 100 individuals, simply because beyond that she didn't recognize everybody. It got harder to gauge the merit of individuals. Cliques formed. Little knots of people started coming up with their own plans and rules, which inevitably ran at cross purposes to the larger group. And it got harder to coordinate self-defense. Sure enough, as they got closer to the Rovers, who moved more slowly due to sheer mass of numbers, the funeral pyres got taller. The Rovers were decent about it, it seemed to Danny. They burned the undead in one pile and their dead in another. Most traveling bands left the undead where they lay, which poisoned the water supply and fouled the air. And the Rovers left behind memorials. It was usually a piece of sheet metal with the names of the dead scribed into it, laid over the ashes and held down with stones. As Danny's convoy crept closer to the larger party, day by mile, the pyres of the burned undead got smaller, and the pyres of the newly dead got bigger. Danny had taken to reading the lists of names scratched into the memorials. She didn't know about zombies in China, but people of every race and creed were still dying. Vehicles full of good supplies were often left behind. Danny found herself drinking more. She'd gotten it under control since the events at Potter, nerves buffered by routine, but the tension was getting to her. The funeral pyres showed up most often in the derelict towns the tribe passed through. Towns were deadly. The bigger, the more dangerous. People wandered away from the group, got greedy and went looting, found a nest of the undead and got bit. If their numbers were strong enough, the silent undead hunters would surround a foraging party, and there would be a battle. One day they came upon a pyre of the dead around which the undead had been left where they fell, burned in place with hasty splashes of gasoline. Several vehicles had been left behind in what looked like a defensive ring. The list of the dead was written on a piece of cardboard held down with a brick. Danny read the list and wept, and nobody knew why. Most of them had never seen her respond with grief to anything. "Will you find a nail or something and scratch these names onto a piece of metal?" she asked Topper when he rode up to see what was happening. He and Ernie took care of the job and wondered about it. They didn't spend as much time with Danny these days. She seemed to have her own world around her, and besides, they had women of their own now. It was a shock to see her grieving. 2 days later, they found a service center in the plains, a little cluster of hotel, diner, truck stop, and bus station. The place had been looted long before, but still served as a waypoint. The names of different bands that had traveled that way were painted on the side of the motel. There were zeros strewn around. The remains hadn't been dealt with at all. Blood on the pavement. The human dead were heaped up and hastily set fire to. The remains, not ashes but roasted flesh, were still warm when the tribe rolled in. They had their own difficulties with the zeros in that area and lost a few people. Danny thought the proximity to the larger band put them at risk. The more of the living, the more of the undead. But they traveled on. There was no memorial in that place, and the dead went nameless. Danny asked Amy to ride with her that day. "What's eating you?" Amy asked as the miles rolled slowly beneath them, and then, so to speak. "Remember Barry Davis?" "No. Was he the Davises' kid?" "Jesus, Amy." "Well?" "Yes, he was the Davises' kid. I mean, anybody named Davis is the Davises' kid, but he was that kid of those Davises. He was going steady with Kelly." "I didn't know that," Amy said. She had delivered a baby earlier that week, her first time with a human infant, and the thing was still alive. She only hoped the parents didn't blame her for how ugly it was. But the parents weren't exactly supermodels. Still, in the animal world, all babies are born beautiful. With humans, it was obviously different. "He's dead," Danny said, obviously expecting Amy would grasp the significance of that. She didn't. After Amy was silent a while, Danny explained. "Barry Davis was Kelly's boyfriend. Her real one, not all the imaginary ones I thought she had. He's in the note. They left Forest Peak together the morning everything went to shit." "No way." "Yes way." They drove in silence for a while. "Do you like that guy in the old Toyota, the one who makes the guitars?" Danny said. "He's okay," Amy replied. The silence wore on. "Remember that place where we found the ashes marked with cardboard?" Danny said after a while. "Yeah, you cried." Amy saw where Danny was going with the Barry Davis thing, and she didn't want to get into it. Danny had put her Kelly period behind her, although she still kept the filthy, tattered note in a plastic bag next to her heart. She was looking to the future again, even if she had no personal plans. The tribe gave her something to do, something to perpetuate. If Danny got thinking about the past, she was going to end up crazy and alone again. "The thing is," Danny said, "there was a Barry Davis on that list back there." "It's not an unusual name," Amy protested. "If he was like Barry Hashimoto, maybe, or Mogambo Davis." "Still." It would explain why Danny was allowing the convoy to get closer to the rovers rather than falling back, as was her custom. She had found out the hard way that traveling bands of men don't mingle well. They're glad to meet, but once the drink flows, they're quick to fight. They mix up whose mate is whose. They have trouble coordinating night watches, and someone gets carried off in the night and their bones are never found. But now she was pushing to catch up, if anything. Danny had been urging them to pack their gear and get rolling much earlier than usual, and she rode herd longer into the afternoons. She and Amy passed the rest of the day's travel quietly, as old friends will. Both of them were thoughtful. The next day, they saw smoke. 3. They were somewhere in the Dakotas. The winter was coming. Danny thought they should probably head south before too long. Traveling was slower than ever, what with bridge collapses and little trees growing right in the middle of the interstates. If it got cold too soon, and the weather was wholly unpredictable now, they'd be stuck in some place living like Eskimos until spring. She had been pushing to get close to the Rovers. She wanted to have a talk with their leaders, although perhaps as a solo envoy of her people, to save mixing with the larger band. They were obviously in disarray, and she didn't know how desperate they were. They might decide her orderly baggage train was just what they needed to put themselves right. Whatever plans she had made to that effect went out the armored window of her cruiser when she saw the smoke. It was a fire out in the prairie, the black smoke rising up against a gray, featureless sky that left the world without shadows. Her first instinct was to accelerate and catch up with the action, but she had people to take care of. She called a halt by the roadside. Recon was called for. Although this duty generally fell to the bikers, this time she wanted to join in. Topper and a big scar-faced man called Pike elected to come along. Topper had lost a lot of weight. There were no more heavy people in this world. He looked pretty good for an ugly bastard. Pike, on the other hand, made ugly an art form. As always when she rode out, Danny put Amy in charge. You never knew. "What's happening?" It was Patrick, come up from the middle of the column. He had weathered into his broken face, and he was tough as brass. He had a boyfriend, a guy from Philly who had walked and fought 1,000 miles before he ran into the convoy. People called him Beowulf because his story sounded like something from Norse mythology. He'd killed hundreds of zombies entirely with hand weapons. Patrick had become very centered with him, more emotionally self-sufficient. Danny shook her head. "Old business." "You still think—" "Who knows," Danny said, but her eyes were on the horizon. She thought she knew. "Remember, we're here," Patrick said. "You're not alone." They drove down the interstate at refreshing speed, not having to keep slow for the white whale and the overloaded campers that made up the heart of the convoy. Danny kept her windows down and felt the freezing air blowing around her. It was that kind of weather, warm enough until the air started moving. Old thoughts Danny had buried in shallow graves were coming up. She banished their ghosts. Just go and see. Just go and see. It was a city, not just a town, one of those places that sprang up around a missile installation in the far end of nowhere, all built at the same time, with an army base and a high school, and somewhere to buy groceries. Then it grew, and some kind of industry came along, and the place thrived for a while, same as all such towns, with good suburbs and low-rent neighborhoods, competing schools, white-frame churches that stuck up like stalagmites. Then the downturn came, and the place shriveled until it was half-empty at best. Then the dead rose up, and now the city was empty altogether. They stopped at the only high place around, an overpass on the interstate where a local farm road passed beneath. Pike's motorcycle was a rat bike, a monstrous rusting piece of ironwork with scythe blades on the wheel hubs and ape-hanger handlebars, a scrap metal beast. Topper rode a stock 75 Harley boat-tail he'd liberated from an abandoned garage. They swapped a pair of binoculars back and forth. Nothing moved but the flames, so they followed the smoke. The heart of the city was on fire. On the outskirts of town they found burning vehicles and signs of recent combat. Brass cartridges and incongruously colorful plastic shotgun casings were strewn around street corners where pitched battles had been waged. Vivid gore stood out in contrast to the drab masonry and faded tar. There were trails of blood, as if the pavement had been swabbed with blood-soaked mops. The bloodstains led toward the inner city, not away from it. Danny called off the search after only a few blocks. Whatever had happened here, it was only hours past. It looked like two competing nomadic groups had clashed. The tells of the fighting did not bear any resemblance to the pattern of Zero assaults. This had been a two-sided confrontation lasting at least several minutes, The conflict had clearly been pressed from street to street. The undead didn't fight, they attacked. Lightly armed, Danny and her two companions were not going to profit from a chance encounter with either of the competing sides. As they made their way out of the city, they saw zombie blood. It was spattered on the ground and on the wall of desolate buildings. The fallen undead had been dragged away as well. With that, Danny was familiar. It was the mark of the rovers. Why, then, were those bodies dragged in the opposite direction from the red-blooded corpses of the recently alive? She and her companions followed the drag marks to where the black blood formed pools, after which the signs ended. The zombie remains had probably been loaded into a vehicle. Now that she had her back to the fire in the city, Danny could see a blurred finger of smoke rising from a suburb to the east. She consulted with Topper and Pike on whether they should pursue the matter, and the men said yes, because they could hear the urgency in Danny's voice. "Got nowhere else to be," Topper said. They came to a broad concrete plaza overlooked by a jolly sheet metal clown. It was the entrance to a small amusement park. The plaza was surrounded by acres of parking. It was hard to imagine the place doing much business even in the best of times, but during the summer it might have been something to do with a boring Saturday. The parking lot was forested with lighting standards on which various comic characters were mounted. The lion was 3A, the monkey in a hat was 5G, and so forth. Beyond the entrance gates were ticket booths and turnstiles, and beyond those, a mock cowboy town with Victorian shop fronts, a saloon, and a carousel. Beyond the imitation town were thrill rides as still and faded as dried flowers, and at the far end of the park a couple of skeletal roller coasters hunched their spines. Opposite the amusement park was a shopping center. On the unobstructed sides there were views to the south that took in miles of featureless grassland, and to the north was the city. The pyre of corpses had been hastily arranged in the center of the plaza directly in front of the gate of the amusement park, where ornamental shrubbery had once spelled the name of the place, but was long dead and now illegible. When Danny, Topper, and Pike rode up to the crackling heap of corpses, they saw a Volkswagen microbus parked not far from the blaze. The windows of the bus were reinforced with barbed wire stapled to bolted-on wooden uprights. There was a woman sitting in the open side door, her head hanging. She held a pistol in her hand, loosely, drooping toward the ground, the way in an easier time she might have held a telephone handset after receiving bad news. When the woman heard the motors approaching, she turned her head to listen. At length, she looked up. Danny climbed out of the cruiser. The men stayed back. There was electricity in the air. Pike had it in mind to ask what was up, but thought better of it when Topper gave a single curt shake of his head. This might be a good time for a moment of silence. There are no coincidences, Harlan had once told Danny. It's only the odds coming due. Danny walked toward the woman in the bus, and felt as if her legs had turned to new-fallen snow. They didn't feel substantial enough to hold her off the ground, but they kept moving, and she kept getting closer. And then they met. "I got your note," Danny said. The men left them and went back to the convoy to deliver the news. The sheriff would be away for a few days. She was fine. She was dandy, in fact. But she had some family business to take care of. Sure, she'd catch up. Meanwhile, the doctor was in charge. Most folks didn't know the significance of this intelligence. Amy wanted to go to them right away, but Topper insisted. Danny had been very clear on the point. There was something new in that city. It was a trap. Something so dangerous they weren't going anywhere near. The sheriff would catch up with them. When had she failed to come back? Danny got Kelly into the cruiser with difficulty. She had great facility living with one functional hand now, and the builders in the tribe had an informal competition going for who could invent the most useful replacement for her severed fingers. Normally she wore an ordinary glove, but lugging a person who couldn't support her own weight, that took two hands. With Kelly arranged in the front seat, Danny got out of that cursed city. She headed south, because that's where the nearest road went. I got bit, Kelly said. It was the first time she'd spoken. Yeah, I see, Danny said. I'm sorry. She meant far more than sorry about the bite. Kelly nodded. She was tired. Not your fault, she said, and meant far more too. Danny's mind was whirling. There was so much to say, so many things jumbled in her head. She wanted to hear more of that familiar voice coming from the thin, strong woman who looked so much like the girl who had run away, but was also someone else, someone entirely her own. It's good to see you, Kelly said as they drove along the narrow two-lane road away from town. The tall grass on either side of them, pale and yellow, had been crops in past years. Now it was prairie again. Genetically modified corn couldn't compete with sturdy grass. Do you mind if I don't explain? Kelly continued. What happened back in Forest Peak, I mean. Just talk about what you want, Danny said. It's all past now. Grief was pulling her chest apart and cramming it into her throat. Kelly smiled a little. Let's skip the ancient history, then. You need to know what happened back there in town. They're smart, Danny. And fast. Yeah, Danny said. Like wolves. No, like men, Kelly said. She had to stop for breath. There was a strip of gingham fabric bound around Kelly's wrist. It was bleeding through, right where a wristwatch should be. Her skin already had the pallor of the infected, as if she were turning slowly into limestone. Like men, she said again. They shot at us, Danny. They came after us with weapons. And they could talk. They weren't Zeros then. They were cannibals. Not with black blood. Danny heard in Kelly's reply the old, exasperated tone of voice she'd heard so many times before. Big sister, why don't you listen? Danny remembered trying to convince Magnuson of the more able zombies back during her stint in San Francisco, and how frustrated she became when that woman wouldn't listen. She understood part of what it was like to be Kelly. The recognition fell into place in a moment, without articulate thought. I believe you, Danny said. I'm listening. These were words her sister had wanted to hear for many years of her short life. Kelly continued, pausing now and then for breath, sinking slowly. They're like us, Danny. We never saw anything like it. They got us good. Killed a bunch of people. A few days back. I know, Danny said. I saw the marker. Kelly nodded. It was horrible. You gotta get away from the cities, Danny. This is new. It's made another evolution, a quantum leap. We're in a whole new kind of trouble. She paused, then smiled and focused her glassy eyes on Danny. You are, anyway. My troubles, I'm almost out of troubles. As they drove, Kelly told Danny more about the attack, the dynamics of it. It was important, but Danny didn't care. She would use the information later. Now she was concentrating on the sound of her sister's voice, memorizing it the way she memorized the note. She had to remember this, all of this, because it was all she was going to get. Kelly told her then about how she had been bitten in the midst of hand-to-hand combat with the undead, and she remarked on the irony of Danny's timing. Not that things wouldn't have happened the way they did anyway. You could make up what-if scenarios all day long and it would never make any difference, Kelly said and paused for breath. There's only what is, she concluded. Despite her aching heart, Danny smiled. She had spent the better part of a year making up what-if scenarios. Her sister, meanwhile, had become philosophical in her old age. They came to a farmhouse, set back a little way from the road behind a couple of fields. Danny didn't bother with recon. She pulled up in the yard and helped Kelly out of the car, and Kelly used the shotgun as a crutch, while Danny broke in through the front door. The house had the stagnant atmosphere of abandonment. If there were Zeros here, they would be dealt with. For now, she made a fire in the dining room fireplace, breaking the chairs into kindling. Kelly sat in a dingy green velvet wing chair Danny dragged in from the living room. Danny put some bottled water to Kelly's lips, and her sister drank some, and the rest ran down her chin. There was nothing else to do. Kelly rested her head against one of the wings. "You know the choice about dying," Kelly said. "I decided to show I had the stones to do it myself, but when the others left me there, I couldn't. 5 minutes before you showed up, I was trying to talk myself into it. Had the gun to my head. I think I could do it now, though." "Do I bore you that bad?" Danny said, aiming for a joke. It evaporated in the air. "You're pretty famous," Kelly said. "People have heard of you. I tell 'em I'm your sister. They say you dressed up in black leather and fought the Zeros at the Battle of the Bay and got a lot of people out of San Francisco." Danny didn't want to hurt her sister's feelings. She could hear the pride in the thin, faint voice. She bent the corners of her mouth up as if smiling. "They say you're the one that warned them the Zeros were evolving," Kelly added. "People escaped by sea." So maybe some of them had gotten out after all, Danny thought. The history was garbled, but none of that mattered. Danny knew her exploits got around, but it was only bull to keep the darkness at bay. If a few lives got saved, that was something real. Kelly fell silent and still. Danny was frightened. "Kelly?" "What?" "Don't stop talking." "I'm gonna have to. You know that." "Until then." Danny's sinuses ached. Her eyeballs felt too big for their sockets. This wasn't the same as the grief she had felt when their parents died. It was bigger, something connected to the passage of such tempestuous time. She was twice the age now. There was so much more to be atoned for. "Maybe you're immune," she said. Kelly lifted her good hand an inch above the arm of the chair, the closest she could get to a dismissive gesture. "Don't go there." "So," Danny said, trying to think of what they needed to catch up on before they parted ways. You had the same boyfriend this whole time, Barry. Did you guys... were you in love?" "Nah. It was good to know somebody, though." "And this whole time you traveled with the Rovers?" "After they formed up. We were with some people before that. Just fighting and staying awake. I'm so tired now. I could really sleep." "Sleep later," Danny said. Kelly didn't answer. Danny felt the panic come back. She was kneeling in front of Kelly now, watching. The gun was in Kelly's lap. It slipped, and Danny tried to catch it, but with her left hand. The gun bounced off her truncated palm and hit the floor. Kelly opened her eyes again. "Danny?" she said. "I'm right here," Danny said. Kelly's eyes drifted around and found her. "It's getting dark." "I'm right here with you." It was afternoon. The sun came through the windows at a low angle, reaching from the front of the house into the back, the light creamy with dust motes. It would be getting dark soon, but Kelly was staring into a different kind of darkness. There were so many things Danny wanted to say, but as always, when it mattered, she couldn't figure out how to assemble the words. She held Kelly's unbitten hand in her own hand and tried to squeeze some warmth into the icy fingers. All she wanted was a single sentence to come together so she could say everything she felt to Kelly, some way to express her gratitude and sorrow and love. Her mind was racing. She had to think of the words. All her skill at coming up with plans and stratagems on the fly, reacting like lightning no matter what happened, and here she couldn't come up with a simple statement that folded all the important things up into a small bundle Kelly could take with her when she went away. Then it occurred to her. It was so obvious she hadn't thought of it. "I love you," she said. But Kelly was already gone. Danny picked up the gun. She felt for a pulse. There was none. No breath escaped the lips. Kelly was dead, and the thought, always present, hit Danny with new force because at last it was true. Danny fell back on her haunches and looked up at her sister's corpse, face slack, head tipped into the corner of the chair, as if Kelly had only fallen asleep in the car with her head against the back seat window, the way she often did when she was a small girl. She had fallen asleep like that when they drove down to the go-kart place in the Flatlands for Kelly's birthday, She had graduated to the front seat by then. Danny wished she could take her sister somewhere again. She wished everything, more wishes than fishes, more wishes than stars, as their mother had said an eternity ago in a different world. The wishes collapsed into tears, and Danny fell forward and sobbed in her sister's lap, a lifetime of scalding, unshed tears pouring from her eyes. But there was no time for grieving any more. It was that kind of world. Danny scrubbed her face on her sleeve, smearing the wet from her eyes and nose. The first of the 3 choices had already passed. Kelly lived until she died. Danny could shoot her sister's corpse in the head while she was still in the brief, blessed death between, or she could wait until reanimation. Danny thought it would be best if she pulled the trigger on the lifeless shell rather than executing the alien, deadly thing her sister would become. It was time. She cocked the gun with her stump hand and looked up once more at her sister. "Too late," said the voice in Danny's head. Always too late. The second choice had also passed. That leaden look had come to the flesh. The undead eyes opened, murky and dull. They wandered, then located Danny and fixed upon her. Danny raised the pistol and placed it up under her sister's chin. Kelly's slate-gray lips parted and spoke. "I'm still me," she whispered. This concludes Rise Again